and East Coast in accordance with the One China principle.
作为人民解放军战士，我们全时待战，随时能战，已经做好了随时走上战场的准备，坚决打击台独分子，为实现祖国完全统一贡献自己的一切，让宝岛台湾早日回到祖国怀抱。
Orchestrated by Chinese People's Liberation Army's Eastern Theater Command, PLA's Field, Marine, Air and Rocket Forces units zoomed in on Taiwan Island from multiple directions. Meant to serve as an early warning, the drills was a show of China's sea-air combat preparedness. Amid all the joint exercise comes shortly after US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth completed his first leg of Asia tour. In a stark reminder, Philippines, Japan and the US navies had conducted power-packed drills in the South China Sea not less than a week ago. Above all, the question looms at large. With what China calls its test forces at play, are those just another show of force and intimidation from CCP, or those an early warnings of an impending escalation? Doubling down its attack against Taiwan, the CCP even labelled the Taiwanese President Lai Ching-te a parasite. Calling China a designated troublemaker within the international community, Taiwan has since condemned the drills.
Viewers, it's the 2nd of April and the entire world is on the edge as US President Donald Trump prepares to impose a new wave of tariffs starting today. Trump has called it Liberation Day that will benefit US. However, for Indian exporters and industries worldwide, the upcoming tariffs could mean major disruptions. Here's how.
The world awaits the impact of US tariff on markets set to take effect today. Industries across the globe are bracing for the impact, as the proposed tariffs include 25% tax on auto, pharmaceutical, drugs, copper, lumber, and even penalties for oil importers of Venezuela. White House, however, has been on the defense, saying that the tariffs align with Cabinet's America First policy.
The president said last night he has made a decision and a determination. I was with him in the Oval Office earlier, and he is going to announce that decision tomorrow. I don't want to get ahead of the president. This is obviously a very big day. He's with his trade and tariff team right now, perfecting it to make sure this is a perfect deal for the American people and the American worker, and you will all find out in about 24 hours from now.
However, the White House also issued a vote of caution. Listen in.
Before COVID, we had the greatest economy in the history of the world, not the U.S., all the whole world. Every demographic was doing better because we cut taxes, we cut regulations, and we made a better economic environment for everybody to succeed. And he is going about that same plan to bring that about, and tariffs is a component of that. And we'll see how it all develops.
As the tariff details remain to be announced today, global stocks fluctuated with key indices across the world ending in a bloodbath. Amid this, Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney rejected the claims made by Trump, who had projected that Canada will have to rewire its economy post the tariff imposition.
President Trump is in the process of trying to fundamentally restructure the U.S. economy, and that means that our economy here needs to change dramatically as well. And as I made clear to President Trump in our call last week, I will reject all attempts to weaken Canada, all attempts to wear us down, to break us down, so that America can own us. That will never, ever happen.
From liquor to meat to sugar and cars, prices are set to pinch the pockets worldwide. All eyes remain on the shockwave that Washington is set to send across the world in a few hours.
Viewers, time to take a look at the other international stories that we have lined up for you live this morning. China's threatened countermeasures against US sanctions over erosion of Hong Kong's autonomy. The US sanctioned 6 senior Chinese and Hong Kong officials on Monday, citing transnational repression. The 6 officials included Justice Secretary Paul Lam, Security Office Director Dong Jingwei, and Police Commissioner Raymond Sui. The US Department said those sanctions were linked to entities or actions that engaged in coercing, arresting, detaining, or imprisoning individuals under the authority of the city's security law. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio welcomed his Argentinian counterpart to the State Department. Argentine Foreign Minister Gerardo Werthain's meeting with Rubio comes almost 2 months after their first phone call. Back in February, Rubio and Werthain committed to building a stronger and closer diplomatic relationship between US and Argentina. The battle over transgender athletes' participation in youth sports came to California on Tuesday as state lawmakers rejected 2 bills aimed at keeping trans kids and teens off the sports teams. Consistent with their gender identity, lawmakers voted to block a bill that would have required the California Interscholastic Federation, the governing body to high school sports, to adopt rules banning students whose sex was assigned male at birth from participating on a girls' school sports team. A box truck crashed into a building in Boston's Chinatown neighborhood and hit several pedestrians before flipping onto its side. The driver and 5 others were injured in what authorities said appears to have been an accident. Boston Police Commissioner Michael Cox said 4 people are hospitalized. France has assumed the presidency of the United Nations Security Council for the month of April. The ambassador, Jerome Bonafont, will lead the governing body. Bonafont said the agenda is to steer the council to ensure it addresses the wars in Ukraine, the Middle East, Africa and Haiti. Bonafont stressed that for the Security Council, the most pressing question is whether it announces and discusses the ceasefire and whether or not it will produce results. It's time for a quick break, viewers. Centre is all set to introduce the Waqf Amendment Bill 2024 in the Parliament today. Minority Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju will be tabling the bill. All the developments in the run-up up next after a quick break. Stay tuned.
Mohammad Yunus, while on a visit to China, has made some comments which show his lack of understanding when it comes to geopolitics and geostrategy. So in the case of India, he has said that India's northeast is landlocked and that if that part of India has to grow and prosper and develop, it needs a connection to the ocean, and which only Bangladesh can provide because Bangladesh has Bay of Bengal. He easily forgets that India's northeast has gained tremendous connectivity with the mainland over the last decade or so, and be it rail connectivity, air connectivity, that's not a problem, including of course our port in Bengal. But apart from that, he has also managed to rile Taiwan by endorsing China's One China policy. Essentially, apart from showing his lack of understanding when it comes to foreign policy, obviously because he's not someone who is trained for it, he is not someone who is a leader, he has become a leader of Bangladesh by default, foisted by those rebels and those people who were against the Sheikh Hasina government. Mohammad Yunus, of course, was not liked by Sheikh Hasina, so that's how he has landed up in the job. But apart from that, Mohammad Yunus also is doing what many leaders in India's neighborhood do when it comes to playing the China card. So be it KP Sharma Oli in Nepal, we have Maldives or Sri Lanka. Whenever these leaders from the opposition who have perhaps not been on the right side of New Delhi come to power, they try to play this China card, which Mohammad Yunus seems to be doing. Unfortunately for him, it comes just days before the BIMSTEC summit, where India, as a member of the grouping, as the chief ideator of the grouping, has been trying to bring together all these Bay of Bengal countries to create a cohesive group focused at developing the regional economy. And for Mohammad Yunus to be making those kind of intemperate comments just before a possible meeting with the Prime Minister. Remember, Mohammad Yunus's office has officially asked for a meeting on the sidelines of the BIMSTEC summit with Prime Minister Modi, and that has
from Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
The Centre is set to introduce the Waqf Amendment Bill 2024 in Parliament today. Minority Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju will table it in the Lok Sabha. With both supporters and critics of the Waqf Bill getting up for a heated debate, the Lok Sabha is set for a stormy session. All parties have issued a whip to their MPs, ensuring full attendance in the Parliament. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is all set to speak in the Lok Sabha today, defending the government's stand on Waqf Bill. White House aides have reportedly drafted plans for 20% tariffs on most US imports as President Trump prepares to announce new trade barriers, raising concern of a global trade war. A very good morning, viewers. It's 7 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar, and the Parliament is set to witness a showdown over the Waqf Amendment Bill because NDA plans to table it in the Lok Sabha. Time has been allocated for a discussion. The BJP has issued a whip to all its MPs to be present in the lower house today, and the NDA allies have also followed suit. Meanwhile, the opposition is gearing up to counter the Waqf Bill in the Parliament today. Take a look.
Amid the protests, the centre is all set to table the Waqf Amendment Bill in the Parliament today.
We had a Business Advisory Committee meeting for Lok Sabha. I had proposed before the committee that on 2nd April, we are bringing the Waqf Amendment Bill. And for that, we have to allocate time for discussion.
The bill is slated for 8 hours of discussion to be commenced from 12 p.m. onwards in Lok Sabha. Ahead of tabling of the bill, the BJP has issued a 3-line whip to all its members of Parliament of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha to be present in the Parliament during the Waqf Bill discussions. NDA allies such as TDP, JDU and Lok Janshakti Party have also extended their support to the bill, though they have been urging the government to address concerns of all stakeholders of the proposed amendments.
हम मुस्लिम समाज के हर हित की रक्षा करेंगे, हर हित के उनके पक्ष में हैं। जो भी होगा, कल संभवतः ये बिल आएगा, उसके बाद ही हम चर्चा कर पाएंगे कि हमारी मांगों को कितना उन्होंने उसमें रखा गया, माना गया। उसके बाद ही हम इसके बारे में अपना कमेंट्स करेंगे।
However, Ajit Pawar-led NCP has not yet cleared their party stance on the Waqf Bill. Meanwhile, AIMIM's chief Asaduddin Owaisi has strongly opposed the bill and called it, quote, unconstitutional.
ये वक्फ बिल अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है। ये वक्फ बिल आर्टिकल 14, आर्टिकल 25, 26, 29 का ग्रेव वायलेशन है। ये वक्फ बिल नहीं है, बल्कि ये वक्फ बर्बाद बिल है। ये
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board has also raised its opposition to the Waqf Amendment Bill. Ulemas and Imams are also called for an emergency meeting in Mumbai before the Waqf Bill is presented in Parliament. Last evening, Indie bloc leaders held meeting to chalk out the strategy ahead of the Waqf Amendment Bill tabling. After tabling the Waqf Amendment Bill in Lok Sabha, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is set to address on the Waqf Amendment Bill in Parliament at around 6 p.m. this evening. As all NDA partners have extended their support to the bill, will the Modi government be able to pass the bill in Parliament?
Priyanka is joining me live from Rajiv Chowk in the national capital. Priyanka, very good morning to you. The stage is set in the Lok Sabha today because Kiren Rijiju, the Parliamentary Minority Affairs Minister, will be tabling the Waqf bill today. And Priyanka, who are the BJP speakers in today's session? Who are the ones that will be leading the charge? If you could take our viewers to the developments coming in at the moment.
Well, the most controversial Waqf Amendment Bill is all set to be tabled in the Lok Sabha today, and all eyes are, of course, going to be on this very big development. We know that in the last few days and weeks, there have been huge opposition that has been growing ahead of the tabling of the bill in the Parliament, and the opposition is very much focused about the fact that they will be going ahead and opposing this bill as it is going to be tabled today. Well, all the discussions will be followed from 12 p.m. onwards in the Lok Sabha, as that is the time that has been given. The session resumes at around 11 a.m. But the bill will be tabled by Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju at around 12 p.m. And then furthermore, 8 hours have been given for discussion on that particular bill. There will be several speakers from the side of the BJP as well as from the side of the opposition who in fact will be leading this particular discussion at this point in time that we will be looking forward to. Remember, there has been in fact several hurdles that had taken place yesterday itself from the side of the opposition. They had chalked out a strategy how they will be going ahead and opposing this particular bill. We are expecting a huge drama to take place. Now the question is whether the House will function smoothly or not, because in the past we have seen that due to the opposition they have been creating several disruptions in the House. But today is an important day. Business needs to happen. Discussions needs to be taking place, because the centre has made its stance very clear that because there have been 8 hours have been given in for the discussion, there has to be a fruitful one. The opposition can also raise their issues and suggestions and discuss this particular matter. But disruption of the House, something that will be, if it will be seen, that's not going to be good. So we have to wait and watch, Deepak, what exactly is going to happen next, during the entire course of day, because it's going to be an 8-hour-long discussion. Whether or not it happens smoothly, that is something that needs to be seen.
Priyanka, the opposition clearly has no numbers in the Lok Sabha to win this if it goes to vote, and clearly on ground as well the support is dwindling, because we've seen how several members of the minority community itself, like the Ajmer Dargah chief, coming out and openly supporting the Waqf bill. Tell us about how the opposition is strategizing to fight this reform.
Well, Deepak, in the very start, when the talks about this bill had in fact come into being, we had seen the opposition leaders raising their voice, especially AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi, and then followed by all the opposition parties, Samajwadi Party, the Trinamool Congress, the Congress. All these parties had given in their support, and if you have to see that way, the entire Indie bloc is going to be opposing this particular bill, and they are clearly saying that it is a hit at the Muslim community. It is against their rights. That is something, the opposition constantly is maintaining their stance at. Now we have to wait and see what exactly happens, because in the past, sloganeering is one of the major moves that has been made by the opposition in the past, and whether or not that is going to be another day today where there is going to be sloganeering, there's going to be disruption in the House, that is something that needs to be seen. Well, a meeting of all the opposition leaders yesterday had in fact given out a huge message that the opposition is also quite strong about the fact that they want to oppose. But the government is also very much focused that no matter what, this particular bill, the amendments that have been, absorbed at this very moment, 40 amendments that were suggested, that is something that is the need of the hour. In fact, there has been support that has been garnered from the side of the, several Muslim communities that had come out in support of the government, other than the All India Muslim Personal Law Board that continuously protested against this particular bill. So we have to wait and see how the House functions today on that regard.
Right, Priyanka, many thanks for joining us with those details. Now it's time for us to take a look at the key amendments in the Waqf bill, viewers, because the Waqf bill is the bone of contention between the ruling NDA as well as the opposition. Now, the key amendments are, firstly, it removes the Waqf by user concept, which means that the Waqf properties will no longer be, deemed only to be used for religious purposes. And next, lawful share to women as well. This concept, which was completely absent from the Waqf Bill of 1995, has been amended, and this has also been done. Digitization of Waqf records to make everything transparent. Everybody gets to know what is happening within the board and what are the properties that are under its grip. Protection of government properties from Waqf. We've seen incidents of how Waqf board claimed ownership of a land on which a police station was also situated. So to avoid such controversies, key amendments have been made, and that was one of them. Inclusion of backward Muslims in the board. Several Muslim community members who downtrodden have no benefits from the Waqf board, so this bill has ensured the inclusion of them as well. 2 non-Muslim members in the Waqf board, and this to ensure parity and also ensure that the decisions are taken on public interest, on not just the interest of one particular community. Now, separate boards for Bora and Aghani communities. So these are the 2 different communities. For them to a separate board will be dedicated under this new bill. Now, online registration of Waqf properties to ensure that the properties are transparent and there's a record maintained for every registration. It has now introduced the online registration process in the bill that will be tabled today. Waqf tribunal orders can now be appealed in the High Court. Several orders of the Waqf tribunal could not be challenged, but now this bill has made way for that to happen. Every tribunal order that people have their suspicions on can be challenged in the High Court. District collector to conduct Waqf survey. The district collector of every district will be conducting a survey and providing a report on the properties that the Waqf board has in each districts. Now the Waqf Amendment Bill, viewers, 2024 is being hailed by the government as a very, very important reform. But the opposition, on the other hand, continues to fearmonger. Here are the latest developments.
Waqf Amendment Bill has sparked the debate across the country. The government says it aims to improve transparency and governance of Waqf properties. Not only this, it will also bring accountability and digitization, ensuring that Waqf lands are used for their intended purpose, helping the poor and marginalized. The Waqf Amendment Bill was introduced on August 8 to address the long-standing issues in the Waqf property management. But the bill comes amid rising concerns over land disputes. Across states like Bihar, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, residents have challenged the Waqf board claims, saying their private properties were wrongly declared as Waqf. A major change is the digitization of Waqf properties, allowing real-time tracking and public scrutiny. The bill also mandates audits to ensure funds benefit schools, hospitals and welfare programs. With the passage of this bill, India moves towards a more transparent, inclusive and equitable Waqf system.
Moving on, viewers, in the run-up to the tabling of the Waqf Amendment Bill, there are several myths that need to be busted by hard facts. Here is a report.
The central government is all set to table the Waqf Amendment Bill 2025 in the Lok Sabha today. But the politics and debate have been heating up over the contentious issue for days. With daggers drawn between the ruling NDA government and the opposition parties over the Waqf bill, the major myths need to be busted with hard facts regarding the bill and its sections and clauses. The biggest myth that has been doing the rounds is that the government will revoke the Waqf properties if bill gets passed in the parliament. But the fact is that the Waqf Amendment Bill protects the legitimate Waqf properties. The other bigger myth that has been peddled by the opposition leaders is that private land belonging to the Muslim community will be taken away by the government. But the Waqf Bill clearly says private properties will remain untouched. Another major myth that has dominated the discourse is that non-Muslims will control Waqf funds and historic mosques, dargahs will lose their status. While the Waqf Amendment Bill 2025 makes it amply clear that the Waqf Board will control the finances and no religious or historical place will be altered. The stage is set and massive fireworks are expected in the Lok Sabha proceedings today over the Waqf Bill. All eyes will be on the Lok Sabha proceedings as Prime Minister Narendra Modi faces the biggest litmus test of his third term.
Pakistan Army violated the ceasefire by opening fire on Indian positions across the line of control in the Krishna Ghati or the KG sector of Poonch district. In response, troops of the Nangi Tekri Battalion under the aegis of the Krishna Ghati Brigade of the Indian Army retaliated strongly, forcing the Pakistani side to cease hostilities. West Bengal BJP Chief and Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar has written to Union Home Minister Amit Shah urging him to direct the NIA to probe the recent explosion in Tola, South 24 Parganas. The blast, which occurred in what is reported to be an illegal firecracker factory, has claimed the lives of at least 6 people, and there are fears that the death toll could only mount. The CBI has named former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister and senior Congress leader Bhupesh Baghel as an accused in a fresh FIR concerning the Mahadev betting app case. The development follows his earlier inclusion in an FIR filed by the Chhattisgarh Economic Offences Wing. The University of Hyderabad Students' Union announced indefinite protest and boycotting of classes starting Tuesday, intensifying their opposition to the auctioning of 400 acres of land in Kancha Gachibowli. They demanded that the state government remove the police and earth-moving machinery from the campus and the state ownership of the land be transparently discussed. Bombay High Court has listed the writ petition of Disha Salian death case for hearing today. The writ petition was filed by Disha Salian's father Satish Salian and was served to Sameer Wankade. Advocate Faizan Merchant, advocate for Sameer Wankade, has stated that his client is going to file a detailed affidavit in High Court which will answer all the points concerning his client. It's time for a quick break, viewers, but tensions escalate in Middle East once again after Israel's latest airstrike on Lebanon. Stay tuned for more on that.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Has artificial intelligence begun to affect you and me? Well, perhaps it has, because it has begun to take our jobs. Most of the food delivery apps which we normally use have now begun to use artificial intelligence, and in effect it has begun to replace humans with machines. A very key question that as we approach towards the future, what exactly does the customer want? Zomato has already begun to use AI. In fact, they have a feature of AI and they have replaced 600 people right now from job.
As far as customer service is concerned, I don't think that, it can replace really human.
Human based, of course.
No, not at all.
But that's what is happening.
I prefer to talk to you than to talk to a robot.
I would like to use human.
Right now, I will be preferring it having a reporter who is human.
I should prefer to talk to a human instead of any machine.
I'll be happy dealing with a human when compared to a machine.
I would be feeling more comfortable with dealing with a human.
Whether you are at a big chain like McDonald's or a small tapri wala in a village, ultimately human lives are what are going to be affected by this whole thing.
Human based.
Why?
Because इससे नौकरियां जा सकती हैं यार.
AI बेस्ड नौकरियां जाएंगी, बट हमारे देश में पॉपुलेशन इतनी है कि हमारे को AI का कम यूज़ करना चाहिए.
As the key question raises that will machines ultimately overtake humans, when we spoke to people over here, what they spoke to us was that they still give a lot of credence to emotions than practicality. And perhaps this is going to be the key part that will
Viewers, tensions continue to mount because Israel has violated the ceasefire by raining airstrikes once again on Lebanon, and this has threatened the ceasefire deal because the tensions continue to mount and people have been killed in these airstrikes. Here's the report.
In less than a week, Israel bombed suburban Beirut for the second time, killing 4 people and injuring 7. Risking the clauses of a fragile ceasefire that was drafted not more than 4 months ago, Israel said that the attack was an ambush targeted. According to the IDF, the attack was initiated to strike down Hassan Bedir, a member of a Hezbollah unit and Iran's Quds force, who was assisting Hamas in its ploy against Israel.
Very early this morning, IDF fighter jets struck a Hezbollah terrorist in Beirut. He had recently been directing Hamas terrorists and assisting them in an attempt to carry out a major imminent attack against Israeli civilians. The terrorist posed a real and immediate threat, what we called a ticking bomb. Therefore, we had to eliminate the threat.
Witnesses recounting the horror said that the attack came without the slightest warning.
كنا نايمين وفجأة طلعوا الصواريخ فوقنا، صرنا نسمع أصوات كثير قوية ونزل الردم علينا ونحن طلعنا من تحت الردم بس هالقد ولبيك يا نصر الله.
Reacting to the violent onslaught, a senior Hezbollah legislator clarified that the group would strike back if needed.
يعني نحن لا نريد حربا، فلنكن واضحين، حزب الله لا يريد حربا، ولكن بنفس الوقت إذا ما فرضت الحرب عليه، وهذا متوقف على يعني على الروحية واللغة التي تصدر عن العدو الإسرائيلي، فإذا فرضت عليه فحزب الله هو على أهبة الاستعداد لردع أي عدوان.
In an earlier development, Sheikh Naim Qasim had issued an open warning to Israel, saying that the Hezbollah would not hesitate from striking back if the conditions of the ceasefire are violated time and again.
Moving on, viewers, China has once again provoked in the Taiwanese Strait, this time by its military deployment, because China has been rattled with Taiwan's calls and its protests against Chinese claims that Taiwan belongs to the country. But Taiwan has now responded to this by issuing a statement on China's latest escalation. Take a look.
In an unexpected and unwarranted escalation, the People's Liberation Army conducted a new round of joint military exercises around the Taiwan island on Tuesday. The military drills were staged off Taiwan's north, south and east coast in accordance with the One China principle.
作为人民解放军战士，我们全师待战，随时能战，已经做好了随时走上战场的准备，坚决打击台独分子，为实现祖国完全统一贡献自己的一切，让宝岛台湾早日回到祖国怀抱。
Orchestrated by Chinese People's Liberation Army's Eastern Theater Command, PLA's Field, Marine, Air and Rocket Forces units zoomed in on Taiwan Island from multiple directions. Meant to serve as an early warning, the drills was a show of China's sea-air combat preparedness. Amid all the joint exercise comes shortly after US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth completed his first leg of Asia tour. In a stark reminder, Philippines, Japan and the US navies had conducted power-packed drills in the South China Sea not less than a week ago. Above all, the question looms at large. With what China calls its test forces at play, are those just another show of force and intimidation from CCP, or those an early warnings of an impending escalation? Doubling down its attack against Taiwan, the CCP even labelled the Taiwanese President Lai Ching-te a parasite. Calling China a designated troublemaker within the international community, Taiwan has since condemned the drills.
Viewers, April 2nd, the Liberation Day, as Donald Trump had claimed, is finally here, and the world is on the edge quite literally because Donald Trump is all set to impose a fresh wave of tariffs. Take a look at this report.
The world awaits the impact of US tariff on markets set to take effect today. Industries across the globe are bracing for the impact, as the proposed tariffs include 25% tax on auto, pharmaceutical, drugs, copper, lumber and even penalties for oil importers of Venezuela. White House, however, has been on the defense, saying that the tariffs align with Cabinet's America First policy.
The president said last night he has made a decision and a determination. I was with him in the Oval Office earlier, and he is going to announce that decision tomorrow. I don't want to get ahead of the president. This is obviously a very big day. He's with his trade and tariff team right now, perfecting it to make sure this is a perfect deal for the American people and the American worker, and you will all find out in about 24 hours from now.
However, the White House also issued a vote of caution. Listen in.
Before COVID, we had the greatest economy in the history of the world, not the U.S., the whole world. Every demographic was doing better because we cut taxes, we cut regulations, and we made a better economic environment for everybody to succeed. And he is going about that same plan to bring that about, and tariffs is a component of that. And we'll see how it all develops.
As the tariff details remain to be announced today, global stocks fluctuated with key indices across the world ending in a bloodbath. Amid this, Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney rejected the claims made by Trump, who had projected that Canada will have to rewire its economy post the tariff imposition.
President Trump is in the process of trying to fundamentally restructure the U.S. economy, and that means that our economy here needs to change dramatically as well. And as I made clear to President Trump in our call last week, I will reject all attempts to weaken Canada, all attempts to wear us down, to break us down, so that America can own us. That will never, ever happen.
From liquor to meat to sugar and cars, prices are set to pinch the pockets worldwide. All eyes remain on the shockwave that Washington is set to send across the world in a few hours.
With that, viewers, we'll slip into a short break. On the other side, Chilean-American actor Pedro Pascal is celebrating a milestone. We'll get you more on that. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Tesla's entry into India is creating quite the buzz, as the company gears up to deliver its electric cars directly to customers' homes by July or August. This ambitious launch will see 1,000 Teslas dropped off at doorsteps, marking the brand's first significant move in India. Reports suggest that the highly anticipated Model 3 and Model Y will be the first to make their way onto Indian roads, imported straight from Tesla's Germany-based factory. The decision to deliver 1,000 cars directly is seen as a strategy to gauge Indian customers' response before scaling up operations locally. While Tesla's showrooms are still in preparation,
The centre is set to introduce the Waqf Amendment Bill 2024 in the Parliament today. Minority Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju will table the bill today. With both supporters and critics of the Waqf bill gearing up for a heated debate, the Lok Sabha is set for a stormy session. All parties have issued a whip to their MPs ensuring full attendance in the Parliament. Union Home Minister Amit Shah to speak in the Lok Sabha today defending the government's stance on the Waqf bill. His speech is expected to highlight misuse of Waqf laws. White House aides have reportedly drafted plans for 20% tariffs on most US imports as President Trump prepares to announce new trade barriers, raising concerns of a global trade war. First up, viewers, Chilean-American actor Pedro Pascal is celebrating a milestone, that is his 50th birthday. Known for his memorable roles in Mandalorian, The Last of Us and also Narcos, Pascal has become one of Hollywood's most beloved stars. Here's more on the man who's captured our hearts both on the small and the big screens.
Chilean-American actor Pedro Pascal is set to celebrate his 50th birthday today. Widely recognized for his performances in The Mandalorian and The Last of Us, the actor first gained widespread attention in 2014 thanks to his breakout role as Oberyn Martell in Game of Thrones. Later in his career, he captivated audiences as DEA agent Javier Pena in hit series Narcos. In one of his most recent appearances during the SNL, Pedro Pascal played Domenico's Square brother, singing a parody of Espresso next to Sabrina Carpenter. Solidifying his status as a standout talent in Hollywood, Pascal has starred in major films such as Wonder Woman 1984 and Ridley Scott's Gladiator 2. The actor is soon set to be seen in season 2 of the drama The Last of Us and will be back on the big screen in July, playing Mr. Fantastic in latest Fantastic Four movie.
Vivienne Westwood debuted in India's luxury fashion market with smashing show at the Gateway of India in Mumbai. Fashion show was a celeb fiesta with the who's who of Bollywood in attendance. The gala witnessed a selection of Spring-Summer 2025. Vivienne Westwood looks along with some archival pieces. Kareena Kapoor, Radhika Merchant, Meera Kapoor, Janhvi Kapoor, Aditya Roy Kapoor, Bhumi Pednekar, Disha Patani and Huma Qureshi were among the biggies who attended the show. Aishwarya Rai, Abhishek Bachchan and their daughter Aradhya recently attended her cousin Shloka Shetty's brother's wedding in Pune. The trio had a gala time at a function, and amidst this, a video of them dancing to Kajura Re from the movie Bunty or Bubbly has gone viral. Actor Rania Rao was arrested on March 3rd at the Bengaluru airport in connection with a gold smuggling case. On March 27th, the Sessions Court in Bengaluru rejected a third bail plea, and the actor has now moved to Karnataka High Court seeking relief. Kartik Aaryan and Sri Leela are busy shooting for Anurag Pasu's romantic star and gang talk time and again. Their videos from the sets are getting leaked online, and recently after a video from the set went viral, netizens made fun of Aaryan, saying that they have already watched the movie before the release through leaked videos. Rami Malek premiered his new movie The Amateur in London and says the project gave him the opportunity to cross off an item off his Hollywood wish list.
Thrive in chaos, I would say. It could be a bit chaotic, but I'm like to think I'm pretty hands-on with things. I like to see them, the machinations of everything, and see things all the way through. So leave no stone unturned, so to speak. I love the aspect of watching, doing the research, putting a team together, filming the entire project, going, globe-trotting with this film, and then watching the process of editing and mixing and galvanizing all these people together, whether it's a crew or this incredible group of actors that we have, and writers and a director like James Hawes, and you have Lawrence Fishburne and Katrina here tonight. Putting it all together is...
Viewers, while those were the top stories from the world of entertainment, now it's time for us to shift our focus to what's happening in the world of sports. Here are the latest stories coming in. Punjab Kings defeated Lucknow Super Giants by 8 wickets at the Ekana Stadium. The new look Punjab side has been phenomenal to say the least, playing an aggressive brand of cricket, and now it has won back-to-back games to kick off the IPL 2025. Local Punjab boys were sensational on the night as the likes of Arshdeep Singh, Prabh Simran Singh and Nihal Vadera stole the show in Lucknow. The captain Shreyas Iyer wasn't behind as well. He smacked an unbeaten 97 runs in the opening game against Gujarat Titans, and in this second, he smacked 52 with a match-finishing 6. Sunrisers Hyderabad and Hyderabad Cricket Association have reached a consensus to maintain the category allocation of 3,900 complimentary passes following a meeting held. SRH had appealed to BCCI and the IPL Governing Council to intervene and address what they described as recurring blackmailing tactics by HC, a claim that the state association has denied. Virat Kohli recently hinted that he has an eye on the 2027 World Cup and wants to win that. Kohli's bid to win the ODI World Cup 2023 with the Indian team fell short on the final hurdle when Rohit Sharma-led team suffered a loss at the hands of Australia. In the final, the men in blue were highly dominant in the entire tournament, breezing past every single opponent, but it was the finals that they lost. Defending champions Kolkata Knight Riders have lost 2 of their 3 games in the ongoing IPL 2025. Ajinkya Rahane-led side lost their opening game against Royal Challengers Bengaluru, followed by a win against Rajasthan Royals and then a humiliating 8-wicket defeat to Mumbai Indians. Meanwhile, after the defeat to Mumbai Indians at the Wankhede Stadium, all-rounder Ramandeep Singh blamed the mega auction for breaking KKR's winning momentum. Under the leadership of Shreyas Iyer, the 3-time champions played some phenomenal cricket in 2024, but the team eventually failed to retain some of the key performers such as the captain himself, Mitchell Starc, Nitesh Rana and Phil Salt due to the mega auction dynamics. US food delivery giant Zomato has laid off 600 customer support employees just a year after hiring them, and this move comes as the company leans into automation and cost-cutting measures amid slow growth in its core business. With its AI-powered customer care service platform now taking over, many roles have become redundant. Take a look.
In a significant move, Zomato has laid off 600 customer support employees. The startup has linked the move to slowing growth in its core food delivery business and increasing reliance on automation. Worst affected are those employees that were hired under the Zomato Associate Accelerator program, which aimed to transition them into roles in sales, operation and supply chain management. As per reports, Zomato did not have their contracts renewed. Affected employees were let go without prior notice, receiving just 1 month's salary as compensation. Some employees claimed that they were terminated without a clear reason. The layoff comes as Zomato scales up its AI-driven customer service system Nugget, which now handles millions of support queries for Zomato, Blinkit and Hyperpure. The company's quick commerce arm Blinkit has also been struggling with higher losses, adding to Zomato's financial pressures. Zomato recently reported a 57% year-on-year drop in its Q3 profit after tax, despite a 64% jump in revenue to 5,404 crore. As Zomato doubles down on automation, the question remains: do startups and corporates have no accountability towards their employees, or is everything free fire?
Hyundai Motor India Limited has reclaimed its position as the second largest passenger vehicle in the manufacturing segment in India for the financial year 2024 and 25, surpassing Tata Motors and Mahindra with 598,666 units sold in the domestic market. Hyundai maintained its lead. A key driver of Hyundai's strong performance was its sports utility vehicle, or the SUV portfolio, which accounted for 68.5% of its domestic sales. Models like Creta, Venue, Alcazar and Tucson continued to see robust demand. The company also bolstered its global presence by exporting 163,386 units. The Reserve Bank of India will conduct a fresh purchase auction of government securities under open market operations for approximately 80,000 crore rupees. The central bank said in an official statement this will be carried out in 4 tranches of 20,000 crore rupees each on April 3rd, April 8th, April 22nd and 29th. According to the statement from RBI, it will also be monitoring the evolving liquidity and the market conditions and take measures as appropriate to ensure orderly liquidity conditions. US government's recent decision to increase tariffs on imported automobiles is unlikely to significantly impact India's automobile industry, according to Rajesh Menon, the Director General of the Society of Indian Automobile Manufacturers. Menon explained that India's exports to the US are minimal, with the majority of the country's automotive exports directed towards markets in Africa, Latin America and Southeast Asia. Industry experts also highlight that Indian car makers primarily focus on small cars, mini SUVs and mass market two-wheelers, segments that are not heavily reliant on the US market. India's GST collections for March 2025 rose by 9.9% year-on-year to 1,96,141 crore rupees, driven by a surge in both domestic and imported goods revenues. Domestic GST revenue increased by 8.8% to 1.49 lakh crore rupees, while revenue from imported goods saw a robust growth of 13.56%, totaling 46,919 crore rupees. And after adjusting the refunds, net GST revenue for March stood at 1.76 lakh crore rupees, reflecting a 7.3% increase. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has announced that India's defence exports reached a record high of 23,622 crore rupees in financial year 24-25, marking a 12.04% growth from the previous year's figures of 21,083 crore rupees. The impressive increase of 2,539 crore rupees highlights India's expanding defence manufacturing sector. Singh also emphasized that under Prime Minister Modi's leadership, India is on track to achieve its ambitious target of 50,000 crore rupees in defence exports by 2029, positioning the country as a key global player in the defence market. Viewers, in the face of the devastating quake that hit Myanmar, India has extended a helping hand for relief work. India sent its 5th ship to Myanmar on Tuesday with food and fuel. The 7.7 magnitude quake killed more than 2,000 people in Myanmar and has left the nation with hundreds of collapsed buildings and roads. Take a look.
India has sent its 5th ship, INS Gharial, to Myanmar under Operation Brahma to provide additional relief. As per reports, this ship is carrying 400 tons of relief material. As the death toll surges over 2,600, rescue workers were seen removing bodies from damaged buildings in Myanmar. In its aftermath, the earthquake is expected to exacerbate hunger and disease outbreaks in Myanmar. The 7.7 magnitude earthquake that hit the country on Friday, with the epicenter in Mandalay, damaged the city's airport, buckled roads and collapsed hundreds of buildings. Meanwhile, relief efforts in the country were hampered by power outages, fuel shortages and spotty communications, leading to a delayed rescue work. The lack of heavy machinery also slowed down the search and rescue operations, forcing many to search for survivors manually in daily temperatures above 40 degrees Celsius. According to the local media, more than 2,600 people were killed in the quake, with more than 3,900 people injured and about 270 are still missing.
Viewers, India and China celebrated the 75th anniversary of their diplomatic relations with mutual congratulatory messages from their leaders. They emphasized on strengthening cooperation, trust and also maintaining border peace. Take a look.
In a message marking the 75th anniversary of diplomatic relations, China's Premier Li Qiang extended congratulatory message to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Meanwhile, President Xi Jinping also extended congratulatory message to his India counterpart, President Draupadi Murmu. Xi Jinping stressed the significance of India-China relationship and called for the two countries to work closely together. Drawing a comparison to the emblematic animals, Xi Jinping told Draupadi Murmu that India-China relationship should take the form of dragon-elephant tango. Xi also asserted that both the nations should view and handle bilateral ties from a strategic and long-term perspective, as he emphasized that bilateral cooperation between the two nations has proven beneficial, providing an optimal path of development forward for both countries.
Amid escalating tensions between Russia and Ukraine, Chinese Foreign Minister said that China will play a very constructive role in ending the conflict in Ukraine, but will back Russia to defend its own interests. And this statement comes after Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi held talks with his Russian counterpart Sergei Lavrov in Kremlin. Listen in.
Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has said that China will work towards ending the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war, but will back Russia to protect its interests. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi held talks with Russian counterpart Sergei Lavrov to discuss US President Donald Trump's proposal to end the three-year-old war with Ukraine.
Видимая ответственность Москвы и Пекина за тесную координацию на международной арене. В этом страны мирового большинства видят, наверное, самый существенный стабилизирующий фактор в это непростое время развития мировой политики.
Chinese Foreign Minister also met with Russian President Vladimir Putin on Tuesday to discuss bilateral relations and their interaction on international platforms.
У нас будет возможность поговорить и о текущем состоянии двухсторонних отношений и обсудить наше взаимодействие на международных площадках, среди которых, конечно, прежде всего мы выделяем ООН, Совет Безопасности ООН, а также
China has been a strong support for Russia since the beginning of the Russia-Ukraine war, providing economic support through trade and consumer goods. During the meeting with Putin, the Chinese Foreign Minister said that relations between both the countries are not subject to external interference.
也绝不受外部的干扰。中俄关系不会止步不前，只会越走越宽广。中俄友好不是面向当下，而是着眼更长远的未来。
However, China has said multiple times that it remains a neutral party in the conflict and has not provided any weapons to either side.
A volcanic eruption began in southwestern Iceland on Tuesday, hours after authorities evacuated the nearby town of Grindavik, and the popular Blue Lagoon geothermal spa. Around 40 homes were evacuated and sirens were sounded as a hot water pipeline was reported to be broken in the northern part of Grindavik. The eruption, which began at 6:30 a.m. local time, follows a similar volcanic activity a year ago when the region had to be evacuated after the volcano, dormant for 800 years, became active. A trial began Tuesday for Italian farm owner Antonello Lovato, who faces homicide charges after one of his workers, an undocumented Indian labourer Satnam Singh, bled to death when his arm was severed by farm equipment. Prosecutors allege that Lovato abandoned a severely injured worker and failed to call an ambulance. Singh's death has sparked outrage across Italy, leading to protests by unions and farm workers calling for improved working conditions. French President Macron met with the Danish royal couple on Tuesday, calling for stronger measures to protect European markets from competition with China and the United States. He advocated for a Buy European Act to ensure fair competition for European companies. During the visit, a memorandum was signed between France and Denmark to guarantee the delivery of French Mistral missiles to Denmark, strengthening defense cooperation between the two nations.
If we want to deliver the competitiveness agenda, we have to preserve the level playing field of our companies, and we have to learn to protect some categories, to have clearly a Buy European Act and a European preference and a protection of the European contents in the critical areas. And I don't speak just vis-à-vis China, and I don't speak just vis-à-vis this US administration.
French far-right leader Marine Le Pen has been sentenced to a 5-year ban on running for public office for embezzling EU funds that had caused a major political earthquake. The ruling, which takes effect immediately, is likely to bar her from running in France's next presidential election. Le Pen's lawyer said she would appear and appeal the verdict, but she will remain ineligible while she does so and could be ruled out of the 2027 presidential race. Ukraine has held its first round of consultations with the US on a revised mineral deal aimed at boosting American business presence and contributing to Ukraine's security infrastructure, according to Ukraine's Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiha. Speaking at a press conference in Kyiv, Sybiha emphasized the importance of aligning the deal with the national interests of both countries.
See as the long-term support to Ukraine and Ukraine's membership in NATO as the solutions for Ukraine to be safe. And this is how we should approach Russia. I have no illusions about that regime, no illusions about their intent. Whatever nice stories they're telling about the cooperation, it's not about that. They want territories and they want to subjugate the neighbors. This is with whom we are dealing.
Viewers, in a move that has raised tensions across the region, China has launched a new round of military drills or a blockade around Taiwan, bolstering its military presence in the area. And these drills, which cover Taiwan's northern, southern and also eastern waters, are being seen as a direct challenge to Taiwan's sovereignty. Take a look at this report to know more.
In an unexpected and unwarranted escalation, the People's Liberation Army conducted a new round of joint military exercises around the Taiwan island on Tuesday. The military drills were staged off Taiwan's north, south and east coast in accordance with the One China principle.
作为人民解放军战士，我们全时待战，随时能战，已经做好了随时走上战场的准备，坚决打击台独分子，为实现祖国完全统一贡献自己的一切，让宝岛台湾早日回到祖国怀抱。
Orchestrated by Chinese People's Liberation Army's Eastern Theater Command, PLA's Field, Marine, Air and Rocket Forces units zoomed in on Taiwan Island from multiple directions. Meant to serve as an early warning, the drills was a show of China's sea-air combat preparedness. Amid all the joint exercise comes shortly after US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth completed his first leg of Asia tour. In a stark reminder, Philippines, Japan and the US navies had conducted power-packed drills in the South China Sea not less than a week ago. Above all, the question looms at large. With what China calls its test forces at play, are those just another show of force and intimidation from CCP, or those an early warnings of an impending escalation? Doubling down its attack against Taiwan, the CCP even labelled the Taiwanese President Lai Ching-te a parasite. Calling China a designated troublemaker within the international community, Taiwan has since condemned the drills.
Viewers, the entire world is on the edge as US President Donald Trump prepares to impose a new wave of tariffs starting today. Trump has called it Liberation Day that will benefit US. However, for Indian exporters and industries worldwide, the upcoming tariffs could mean major disruptions. Here's how.
The world awaits the impact of US tariff on markets set to take effect today. Industries across the globe are bracing for the impact, as the proposed tariffs include 25% tax on auto, pharmaceutical, drugs, copper, lumber, and even penalties for oil importers of Venezuela. White House, however, has been on the defense, saying that the tariffs align with Cabinet's America First policy.
The president said last night he has made a decision and a determination. I was with him in the Oval Office earlier, and he is going to announce that decision tomorrow. I don't want to get ahead of the president. This is obviously a very big day. He's with his trade and tariff team right now, perfecting it to make sure this is a perfect deal for the American people and the American worker, and you will all find out in about 24 hours from now.
However, the White House also issued a vote of caution. Listen in.
Before COVID, we had the greatest economy in the history of the world, not the U.S., the whole world. Every demographic was doing better because we cut taxes, we cut regulations, and we made a better economic environment for everybody to succeed. And he is going about that same plan to bring that about, and tariffs is a component of that. And we'll see how it all develops.
As the tariff details remain to be announced today, global stocks fluctuated with key indices across the world ending in a bloodbath. Amid this, Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney rejected the claims made by Trump, who had projected that Canada will have to rewire its economy post the tariff imposition.
President Trump is in the process of trying to fundamentally restructure the U.S. economy, and that means that our economy here needs to change dramatically as well. And as I made clear to President Trump in our call last week, I will reject all attempts to weaken Canada, all attempts to wear us down, to break us down, so that America can own us. That will never, ever happen.
From liquor to meat to sugar and cars, prices are set to pinch the pockets worldwide. All eyes remain on the shockwave that Washington is set to send across the world in a few hours.
With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, the centre is all set to introduce the Waqf Amendment Bill 2024. All the latest developments and the action in the run-up coming right up after a short break. Stay tuned.
Tesla's entry into India is creating quite the buzz, as the company gears up to deliver its electric cars directly to customers' homes by July or August. This ambitious launch will see 1,000 Teslas dropped off at doorsteps, marking the brand's first significant move in India. Reports suggest that the highly anticipated Model 3 and Model Y will be the first to make their way onto Indian roads, imported straight from Tesla's Germany-based factory. The decision to deliver 1,000 cars directly is seen as a strategy to gauge Indian customers' response before scaling up operations locally. While Tesla's showrooms are still in preparation, this approach allows the brand to establish a foothold early. Industry insiders reveal that Tesla aims to sell up to 10,000 units in India's major cities over the next 6 to 12 months. If the government revises tax policies to favor electric vehicles, Tesla may expand its presence further. The first batch of customers includes environmentally conscious individuals, startup founders, business tycoons, and Bollywood stars eager to own a Tesla. Many of these early adopters have been in talks with Tesla for months, eagerly awaiting the chance to drive one of the world's most celebrated electric vehicles. For now, the company plans to sell and deliver vehicles online, keeping the process seamless and hassle-free. However, experts believe this.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
The centre is set to introduce the Waqf Amendment Bill 2024 in the Parliament today. Minority Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju to table the bill in the Lok Sabha. With both supporters and critics of the Waqf bill getting up for a heated debate, the Lok Sabha is set for a stormy session. All parties have issued a whip to their MPs ensuring full attendance in the Parliament. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will speak in the Lok Sabha today defending the government's stance on the Waqf bill. His speech is expected to highlight misuse of Waqf laws. White House aides have reportedly drafted plans for 20% tariffs on most US imports as President Trump prepares to announce new trade barriers, raising concerns of a global trade war. A very good morning, viewers. It's 8 a.m. and thank you for tuning in to Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Amidst the showdown, the centre is all set to table the Waqf Amendment Bill in the Parliament today at 12 noon, and the BJP has issued a whip to all its MPs to be present in the Parliament during the Waqf Bill discussion. And all the NDA alliance partners, including TDP, JDU, have extended their support to the bill. But meanwhile, the opposition parties, including Congress, SP and the AIMIM, have strongly opposed the Waqf bill. Take a look.
Amid the protests, the centre is all set to table the Waqf Amendment Bill in the Parliament today.
We had a Business Advisory Committee meeting for Lok Sabha. I had proposed before the committee that on 2nd April, we are bringing the Waqf Amendment Bill. And for that, we have to allocate time for discussion.
The bill is slated for 8 hours of discussion to be commenced from 12 p.m. onwards in Lok Sabha. Ahead of tabling of the bill, the BJP has issued a 3-line whip to all its members of Parliament of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha to be present in the Parliament during the Waqf bill discussions. NDA allies such as TDP, JDU and Lok Janshakti Party have also extended their support to the bill, though they have been urging the government to address concerns of all stakeholders of the proposed amendments.
हम मुस्लिम समाज के हर हित की रक्षा करेंगे, हर हित के उनके पक्ष में है। जो भी होगा, कल संभवतः ये बिल आएगा, उसके बाद ही हम चर्चा कर पाएंगे कि हमारी मांगों को कितना उन्होंने उसमें रखा गया, माना गया, उसके बाद ही हम इसके बारे में अपना कमेंट्स करेंगे।
However, Ajit Pawar-led NCP has not yet cleared their party's stance on the Waqf bill. Meanwhile, AIMIM's chief Asaduddin Owaisi has strongly opposed the bill and called it, quote, unconstitutional.
ये वक्फ बिल अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है। ये वक्फ बिल आर्टिकल 14, आर्टिकल 25, 26, 29 का ग्रेव वायलेशन है। ये वक्फ बिल नहीं है, बल्कि ये वक्फ बर्बाद बिल है। ये
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board has also raised its opposition to the Waqf Amendment Bill. Ulemas and Imams are also called for an emergency meeting in Mumbai before the Waqf Bill is presented in Parliament. Last evening, Indie Bloc leaders held meeting to chalk out the strategy ahead of the Waqf Amendment Bill tabling. After tabling the Waqf Amendment Bill in Lok Sabha, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is set to address on the Waqf Amendment Bill in Parliament at around 6 p.m. this evening. As all NDA partners have extended their support to the bill, will the Modi government be able to pass the bill in Parliament?
Well, viewers, my colleague Gesu is also joining me live from our studio. Gesu, take us through the latest coming in and also what's expected in the Parliament given the fact that the Waqf bill will be tabled today.
Right, Deepak. In fact, the Waqf bill is set to be tabled in the Parliament today. In fact, the BJP is set to have discussions with the opposition and all other floor leaders over the Waqf Amendment Bill. It's also vital to remember this comes just a day after all NDA allies had given their support to the Waqf Amendment Bill and the BJP-led central government for pushing forth the Waqf Amendment Bill. Meanwhile, the opposition staged a complete walkout yesterday during the discussions that were being held during the Business Advisory Committee meet in the Parliament over the Waqf Amendment Bill. While the opposition seems to be torn over the issue, one thing that is different from before is that all NDA allies have joined hands, including the TDP, for supporting the Waqf Amendment Bill this time around. In fact, NDA allies from different states have been making robust efforts to get all opposition parties also under the ambit of support and throw their weight behind the central government's Waqf Amendment Bill. Also being joined by my colleagues Soumya and Riyanka to get us more updates into the matter. Soumya, coming to you first, speak to us about the crucial tabling of the bill that is supposed to happen today.
Yes, Gesu, it is going to happen today. The discussion is slated to start at 12 p.m. Today itself. And now, yesterday it was made clear that 8-hour-long discussion, 8-hour-long time has been allotted for the discussion on the bill. However, on the other side, we saw opposition seeking for a 10-hour-long discussion on the Waqf Amendment Bill. Now it has been clear that it will be an 8-hour-long discussion. We also can see Union Home Minister Amit Shah around 6 p.m. today to be addressing on this particular issue. Now there was a big showdown yesterday between the opposition and the central government yesterday inside the Parliament. Right now I'm standing outside Asaduddin Owaisi's residence. He is one of the characters who has been against the Waqf Amendment Bill since last year and has been going all out against it and why it should not be introduced. To the extent that yesterday itself we heard him calling Waqf Amendment Bill unconstitutional and also a grave violations of sections like 14, 25 and 29 of Constitution of India, and he also went on to say, I cannot understand how the BJP NDA allies like LJP, TDP, JDU have extended their support. I want to understand what are they going to do after this 5-year term ends. So these are the kind of questions that are being raised by Asaduddin Owaisi, who has been against the introduction of Waqf Amendment Bill and the proposed changes in this particular bill. With that, last evening at 6 p.m. There was this particular meeting that was attended by the Indi bloc leaders, wherein they have come out and taken this decision that today they will take part in the discussion completely, but they are going to oppose the Waqf Amendment Bill.
Right, Soumya. Soumya, thanks for getting us that information. In fact, that was Soumya, my colleague, who is right outside AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi's residence. And she, in fact, also touched upon what his entire stand has been when it comes to the Waqf Amendment Bill. He's not just called the bill unconstitutional, he's also said that this bill is out to get the Muslim communities and the properties that are handled by the Waqf board. He has in fact said that this is a bait of the central government that the government is trying to push forth to sort of strengthen and lengthen their agenda and narrative. That is the stand of AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi over the Waqf Amendment Bill. Like I also mentioned, the opposition continues to remain completely torn over the Waqf Amendment Bill. While there was some show of support that could have been hoped for, just yesterday the entire opposition staged a walkout when the bill was being discussed. On the walkout, Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju also said that if the opposition does not give enough time to the central government to explain the nitty-gritties of the Waqf Amendment Bill, the two sides can never be on the same page. He demanded that the opposition should stop a walkout on trivial things and should rather look at what is important for national interest at large. And he also batted for the fact that a discussion should have happened yesterday. In fact, he said that today's discussion, which is supposed to be an 8-hour-long discussion, Kiran Rijiju very clearly said that time frame has been decided because different opposition parties wanted to have enough and more discussion over the Waqf Amendment Bill. And today, in fact, the JDU is continuing their demand, asking for a 10-hour discussion rather than an 8-hour-long discussion, which is slated today over the Waqf Amendment Bill. Also being joined by my colleague Gopi, who is live from outside BJP's Jagdambika Pal's residence. Gopi, talk to us about this crucial tabling of the bill and also the fact that the opposition is still torn. Yesterday, they could not sit for a short meeting also with the BJP-led central government. Today, an 8-hour-long discussion. How do you think that will pan out as per sources, Gopi?
We've always seen that during the discussion of Waqf Amendment Bill, they've always walked during the Business Advisory Committee meeting. Opposition did walk out, all the members had walked out, but all eyes today would be at the Lok Sabha where the discussion is going to take place. While the time frame given is 8 hours, but it might extend beyond that, provided if opposition sits and listens and discusses and deliberates all the clauses which are being mentioned in the Waqf Amendment Bill. Now we are standing right outside Jagdambika Pal's residence, and we will have to see what kind of deliberations and discussions happen at the Lok Sabha today. While it is also crucial to understand that there are various clauses on which opposition has in fact raised issues, and which includes one involvement of non-Hindus in the Waqf Amendment Bill, while the government is going to now survey the property, Waqf properties. So there are certain clauses which have been problematic and problems have been raised regarding this. So we will have to see what kind of discussion pans out in the Lok Sabha today. Back to you, Gracie.
Right, Gopi. In fact, interesting to see, like you also said, how the opposition, will they be able to hold ground and sit for the entire meeting today, given the fact that the opposition is the one that has also asked for robust discussions over the Waqf Amendment Bill. That was my colleague Gopi, who continues to report live for us from outside BJP's Jagdambika Pal's residence. Viewers, Republic reporters have spread across the board to get you the finer details into what is unfolding, not just during the meeting that will happen over the Waqf Amendment Bill, but also before that, what leads up to a meeting like that. In fact, today in the Lok Sabha, it will be taken up, the contentious Waqf Amendment Bill will be taken up for discussions and a clear passage as well. This will set the stage for a showdown between the BJP government and the opposition India bloc as well in the Lok Sabha today over the discussions that may unfold. In fact, earlier today, Kiran Rijiju also told the media that Lok Sabha's Business Advisory Committee meeting, which includes leaders from all major parties and is chaired by Speaker Om Birla, agreed on an 8-hour debate which will begin just moments from now. Circling back to my colleague Soumya, who continues to join us from outside AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi's residence. Soumya, the opposition's stand has been very turbulent up until now over the Waqf Amendment Bill. And now we're eyeing a meeting of 8 hours between the opposition and the central government. How do you think that will pan out, given that the mood of the opposition to all the meetings leading up to this crucial one was sort of that of disinterest and sort of that of walking out?
Yes, Gesu, like I mentioned yesterday at 6 p.m. there was a crucial meeting which was attended by all the Indie bloc leaders. In that meeting, after that meeting got over, the representatives of the respective Indie bloc parties came out and made it very clear yesterday, even though they are against the introduction of the Waqf Amendment Bill and the changes and the reforms that are going to be introduced in this particular Waqf Amendment Bill, they have gone on to say that they will be taking a part in this discussion that is going to be for 8 hours long, despite the fact that they have asked for a 10-hour long discussion. Now we have TMC and Congress. These parties have issued a whip to their MPs of both houses to be present inside the Lok Sabha for the next 3 days. So these are the developments that have been taking place since yesterday, post that crucial meeting that was attended by the Indie bloc leaders at 6 p.m. With that, they have also requested to other like-minded opposition parties to come together and support, to extend their support to Indie bloc leaders or the Indie bloc parties to be speaking against the Waqf Amendment Bill when the discussion takes place today inside the Lok Sabha.
Right, Soumya. Thanks very much for getting us all those updates. We're also quickly moving across to Suesha, who continues to join us on the broadcast alongside Riyanka. Suesha, I want to ask you, touch upon the dissent note that the opposition was speaking of. In fact, yesterday, the opposition, after the walkout, also mentioned that the dissent in case of the Waqf Amendment Bill has only gone higher with, allegations over the role of the collector and so on and so forth. Suesha.
Oh yes, absolutely, Gesu, and a very good morning to all our viewers from Riyanka and I who join you from the Vijay Chowk. It is going to be an action-packed day and a day that we've seen so much build-up to, because every party and every stakeholder here has made their position amply clear. We understand that the NDA has the numbers, and even when it came to the JPC, their proposals have been approved, they have been adopted, whereas the proposals that were actually put forth by the opposition have been rejected. So the opposition standpoint by and large has been the very same, to protest against the Waqf Amendment Bill in full force. They have done that in the Parliament. They have done that while the JPC discussion was on in full swing, and even today, while that is the plan, they are expressing their dissent in every possible way. But the government that has been making it amply clear that anyone and any force that is trying to put this message out is spreading nothing but misinformation, because in no way is it an attempt to take away anybody's land. It is only to increase transparency, better manage the Waqf land, bring about a system when it comes to putting everything and digitizing the exact system, when it comes to registering the land. So there is absolutely no harm if there is a more synchronized manner in which it functions, because Waqf, the Waqf board primarily, is the third largest owner of land per se when it comes to the country after the Indian forces and the railways. So in that sense, that is the larger aim, and in no way is it an attack on the religious freedom of any community. Rather, it is only to have a larger representation. It is about the inclusion of women. It is about the inclusion of the backward classes in the Muslim community. So all in all, it is an inclusive bill that they are trying to bring in, and they are hoping that the opposition supports them, but that certainly does not look like the scene, Riyanka.
Very rightly there, of course, as we also understand that opposition has been cornering the government since the start, and there have been several protests. In fact, yesterday also there was a strategy meeting that had happened in the evening, where the India Alliance had chalked out an entire strategy how they are going to be cornering the government today, as the bill is all set to be tabled in the Lok Sabha. In fact, there is support of the Samajwadi Party, the TMC, the Congress also coming together, building immense pressure on the centre. But as we rightly know, how the government is very much headstrong about the fact that this bill is only going to benefit the larger mass, the larger community as well, bringing everything under one roof, and it is going to be a success. But yes, the focus is also going to be on how the House functions today, because we know that there have been several sessions that disruptions were seen in the previous days. So we have to wait and watch, Suesha, how whether or not there is a smooth functioning of the House, whether or not there is business that takes place.
And let's also understand, Riyanka, that 8 hours of discussion that has been slated, but everybody's guess is, will that be able to go on in a smooth manner? Because we've seen how Asaduddin Owaisi, how the opposition by and large, how the Congress have gone on to say that it is the government that is playing politics on communal lines. But in fact, the BJP that has gone on to say the exact opposite, saying that when it comes to the opposition, they are playing insightful politics. They are, in fact, spreading misinformation, and they are the ones who are playing divisive politics, because the aim of the government is very clear, is only to be able to increase transparency, to have further inclusion, and that is what that they are aiming at. And rather, this is a move that the opposition must come out and support the government as much as we understand. And let's also reflect the numbers game of how it may pan out in the parliament, because the NDA has a clear majority. We understand that there was a bit of a yes and no as far as TDP and JDU are concerned, but they also turned, and now that in the lower house they have the support of 293, as far as every MP of the BJP has been issued that whip to ensure that they are there and the voting takes place. It'll be interesting to watch what happens 11 a.m. onwards.
Yes. Right, Suesha. Thanks, Riyanka and Suesha. In fact, continue being with us. We're also quickly going across to Akhil, who is right outside Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju's residence this morning. Akhil, talk to us about the statements that Kiran Rijiju has also made, back to back. His role in the entire, in pushing forth the Waqf Amendment Bill has been extremely comprehensive. Very interesting to note the trajectory at which his statements have come after every meet or walkout. Talk to us about that also, and also his confidence in the fact that government is fully prepared to table the Waqf Amendment Bill.
Yashpal ji, frame center bana lo.
Well, that's right. If you see 11 a.m. that the movement will start, and after that the Waqf Amendment Bill will be tabled inside the Parliament today. But earlier, if you see yesterday what has happened, that the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, Mr. Kiran Rijiju, has said that if you see at the time of the CA protest, there were certain groups which have been protesting against it and trying to misguide people. And this time also, even if you see some parties and across the party line from the opposition, from the Indie bloc, have been maintaining the same position of basically misguiding the people over a period of time. And if you see in this very case, what we have been witnessing, that AIMIM, apart from that, if you see TMC, RJD and several other parties, including Shiv Sena of Uddhav Bala Thakur group, so all these parties have been constantly opposing this Waqf Amendment Bill. But if you see, Kiran Rijiju, Parliamentary Affairs Minister, has conveyed this over and over again, that it's in the good cause of the larger community, and these amendments, these 40 amendments, are very much necessary at this point in time.
Akhil, in fact, also speak to us about the security arrangements that are being made over the fact that the Waqf Amendment Bill is all set to be tabled today. Anything on that front that you may be gathering from ground zero? Akhil.
Well, absolutely. If you see, I have spoken to some of the senior officials in the Delhi Police Department. They have confirmed this to us, keeping this in mind. And if you see earlier, looking at the sensitivity of the matter, certainly the night patrolling was done. And in certain areas, in certain pockets which are sensitive, their security arrangements have been basically increased by the Delhi Police.
The Waqf Amendment Bill, the contentious bill, is all set to be tabled in the Lok Sabha today, and the opposition is completely torn over extending any support to the Waqf Amendment Bill. However, there are going to be 8 hours long worth of discussions today in the Lok Sabha. And as my colleagues Riyanka, Suesha, Akhil and also Soumya continue to join us on the broadcast, here's a quick check at what is supposed to unfold today. The Waqf Amendment Bill 2024 is being hailed by the government as a game changer in Waqf property management. It promises transparency, accountability and fairness, ensuring that these properties truly serve the community's welfare rather than becoming a source of disputes and mismanagement. Watch this consolidated report that gets you 2 rounds before the Waqf Amendment Bill gets tabled today.
The Waqf Amendment Bill has sparked the debate across the country. The government says it aims to improve transparency and governance of Waqf properties. Not only this, it will also bring accountability and digitization, ensuring that Waqf lands are used for their intended purpose, helping the poor and marginalized. The Waqf Amendment Bill was introduced on August 8 to address the long-standing issues in the Waqf property management. But the bill comes amid rising concerns over land disputes. Across states like Bihar, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, residents have challenged the Waqf board claims, saying their private properties were wrongly declared as Waqf. A major change is the digitization of Waqf properties, allowing real-time tracking and public scrutiny. The bill also mandates audits to ensure funds benefit schools, hospitals and welfare programs. With the passage of this bill, India moves towards a more transparent, inclusive and equitable Waqf system.
The NDA government is all set to table the Waqf Amendment Bill in the Lok Sabha today. As the debate rages on over the bill, what are the myths that need to be busted with hard facts? Here's a detailed report on that. Take a look.
The central government is all set to table the Waqf Amendment Bill 2025 in the Lok Sabha today. But the politics and debate have been heating up over the contentious issue for days. With daggers drawn between the ruling NDA government and the opposition parties over the Waqf bill, the major myths need to be busted with hard facts regarding the bill and its sections and clauses. The biggest myth that has been doing the rounds is that the government will revoke the Waqf properties if bill gets passed in the parliament. But the fact is that the Waqf Amendment Bill protects the legitimate Waqf properties. The other bigger myth that has been peddled by the opposition leaders is that private land belonging to the Muslim community will be taken away by the government. But the Waqf bill clearly says private properties will remain untouched. Another major myth that has dominated the discourse is that non-Muslims will control Waqf funds and historic mosques, dargahs will lose their status. While the Waqf Amendment Bill 2025 makes it amply clear that the Waqf board will control the finances and no religious or historical place will be altered. The stage is set and massive fireworks are expected in the Lok Sabha proceedings today over the Waqf bill. All eyes will be on the Lok Sabha proceedings as Prime Minister Narendra Modi faces the biggest litmus test of his third term.
The Pakistan Army violated the ceasefire by open firing on Indian positions across the line of control in the Krishna Ghati sector of Poonch district in Jammu and Kashmir. In response, troops of the Nangi Tekri battalion under the aegis of Krishna Ghati Brigade of the Indian Army retaliated strongly, forcing the Pakistani side to cease to hostilities. West Bengal BJP Chief and Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar has written to Union Home Minister Amit Shah, urging him to direct the National Investigation Agency to probe the recent explosion in Dhola, South 24 Praganas. The blast, which occurred in what is reported to be an illegal firecracker factory, has claimed at least 6 lives, with fears that the death toll can only mount. The Central Bureau of Investigation has named former Chhattisgarh Chief Minister and senior Congress leader Bhupesh Baghel as an accused in a fresh first information report concerning the Mahadev betting app case. This development follows his earlier inclusion in an FIR filed by the Chhattisgarh Economic Offences Wing. Tensions in the Middle East escalate once again as Israel's latest airstrike on Lebanon risks shattering a fragile ceasefire. Tracking this and a lot more for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
I don't understand what the big fuss over the Waqf bill is really all about. The Waqf, the entire idea of Waqf, is an appeasement move for rich, privileged and politically connected Muslims. And that's why only the rich and entitled Muslims are fighting to keep it. Poor Muslims, Muslim women, Muslim from backward communities have nothing to do with it. They don't care. The whole anti-Waqf movement, so-called, has failed. The confusion of Rajiv Gandhi via the Shahbano decision, the tyranny of Indira Gandhi who pushed the emergency, and the communalism of Sonia Gandhi whose politics is anti-Hindu. The silence of Manmohan Singh who never even spoke up boldly for 1984, and the divisive politics of Rahul Gandhi who wants to do Lalu-style politics in the India of 2025. All of these have just no place in a modern India. Just like the idea of triple talaq and nikah halala had no space in modern India, it is truly secular people like you and me who need to push through to throw the Waqf idea out. The pseudos will have their own interests. They will oppose the Waqf amendment bill simply to keep the Muslim vote. They don't care about the nation. They don't care about Muslim women being denied their rights. They want to appease the rich Muslim men who...
The centre is set to introduce the Waqf Amendment Bill 2024 in Parliament today. Minority Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju to table the bill in the Lok Sabha. With both supporters and critics of the Waqf bill gearing up for a heated debate, the Lok Sabha is set for a stormy session. All parties have issued a whip to their MPs ensuring full attendance in the Parliament. Union Home Minister Amit Shah to speak in the Lok Sabha today defending the government's stand on the Waqf bill. His speech is expected to highlight misuse of Waqf laws. White House aides have reportedly drafted plans for 20% tariffs on most US imports as President Trump prepares to announce new trade barriers, raising concerns of a global trade war. Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bhardwaj and looking on to news from West Asia where tensions have escalated once again as Israel's latest strike on Lebanon risks shattering a fragile ceasefire. In a move that threatens to destabilize the region further, Israeli fighter jets targeted a Hezbollah operative in suburban Beirut, killing 4 and injuring at least 7 others. We have the details in our report. Keep watching.
In less than a week, Israel bombed suburban Beirut for the second time, killing 4 people and injuring 7. Risking the clauses of a fragile ceasefire that was drafted not more than 4 months ago, Israel said that the attack was an ambush targeted. According to the IDF, the attack was initiated to strike down Hassan Bedir, a member of a Hezbollah unit and Iran's Quds force, who was assisting Hamas in its ploy against Israel.
Or very early this morning, IDF fighter jets struck a Hezbollah terrorist in Beirut. He had recently been directing Hamas terrorists and assisting them in an attempt to carry out a major imminent attack against Israeli civilians. The terrorist posed a real and immediate threat, what we called a ticking bomb. Therefore, we had to eliminate the threat.
Witnesses recounting the horror said that the attack came without the slightest warning.
كنا نايمين وفجأة طلعوا الصواريخ فوقنا، صرنا نسمع أصوات كثير قوية ونزل الردم علينا ونحن طلعنا من تحت الردم بس هالقد ولبيك يا نصر الله.
Reacting to the violent onslaught, a senior Hezbollah legislator clarified that the group would strike back if needed.
يعني نحن لا نريد حربا، فلنكن واضحين، حزب الله لا يريد حربا، ولكن بنفس الوقت إذا ما فرضت الحرب عليه، وهذا متوقف على يعني على الروحية واللغة التي تصدر عن العدو الإسرائيلي، فإذا فرضت عليه فحزب الله هو على أهبة الاستعداد لردع أي عدوان.
In an earlier development, Sheikh Naim Qasim had issued an open warning to Israel, saying that the Hezbollah would not hesitate from striking back if the conditions of the ceasefire are violated time and again.
In a move that has raised tensions across the region, China has launched a new round of military drills around Taiwan, bolstering its military presence in the area. The drills, which cover Taiwan's northern, southern and even eastern waters, are being seen as a direct challenge to Taiwan's sovereignty and independence. Take a look at this report.
In an unexpected and unwarranted escalation, the People's Liberation Army conducted a new round of joint military exercises around the Taiwan island on Tuesday. The military drills were staged off Taiwan's north, south and east coast in accordance with the One China principle.
作为人民解放军战士，我们全师待战，随时能战，已经做好了随时走上战场的准备，坚决打击台独分子。 为实现祖国完全统一，贡献自己的一切，让宝岛台湾早日回到祖国怀抱。
Orchestrated by Chinese People's Liberation Army's Eastern Theater Command, PLA's Field, Marine, Air and Rocket Forces units zoomed in on Taiwan Island from multiple directions. Meant to serve as an early warning, the drills was a show of China's sea-air combat preparedness. Amid all the joint exercise comes shortly after US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth completed his first leg of Asia tour. In a stark reminder, Philippines, Japan and the US navies had conducted power-packed drills in the South China Sea not less than a week ago. Above all, the question looms at large. With what China calls its test forces at play, are those just another show of force and intimidation from CCP, or those an early warnings of an impending escalation? Doubling down its attack against Taiwan, the CCP even labelled the Taiwanese President Lai Ching-te a parasite. Calling China a designated troublemaker within the international community, Taiwan has since condemned the drills.
The entire world is on the edge as US President Donald Trump prepares to impose a new wave of tariffs starting today. Trump has called it as a liberation day for the US that will benefit the country. However, for Indian exporters and industries worldwide, the upcoming tariffs could mean major disruptions in trade. Listen into this report that gets you all the details into the major happening.
The world awaits the impact of US tariff on markets set to take effect today. Industries across the globe are bracing for the impact, as the proposed tariffs include 25% tax on auto, pharmaceutical, drugs, copper, lumber, and even penalties for oil importers of Venezuela. White House, however, has been on the defense, saying that the tariffs align with Cabinet's America First policy.
The president said last night he has made a decision and a determination. I was with him in the Oval Office earlier, and he is going to announce that decision tomorrow. I don't want to get ahead of the president. This is obviously a very big day. He's with his trade and tariff team right now, perfecting it to make sure this is a perfect deal for the American people and the American worker, and you will all find out in about 24 hours from now.
However, the White House also issued a vote of caution. Listen in.
Before COVID, we had the greatest economy in the history of the world, not the U.S., the whole world. Every demographic was doing better because we cut taxes, we cut regulations, and we made a better economic environment for everybody to succeed. And he is going about that same plan to bring that about, and tariffs is a component of that. And we'll see how it all develops.
As the tariff details remain to be announced today, global stocks fluctuated with key indices across the world ending in a bloodbath. Amid this, Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney rejected the claims made by Trump, who had projected that Canada will have to rewire its economy post the tariff imposition.
President Trump is in the process of trying to fundamentally restructure the U.S. economy, and that means that our economy here needs to change dramatically as well. And as I made clear to President Trump in our call last week, I will reject all attempts to weaken Canada, all attempts to wear us down, to break us down, so that America can own us. That will never, ever happen.
From liquor to meat to sugar and cars, prices are set to pinch the pockets worldwide. All eyes remain on the shockwave that Washington is set to send across the world in a few hours.
Viewers, while we closely keep tracking the Trump trade and tariff war, it's also time to take a quick check of news that we're tracking from across the globe. Take a look at these stories. China has threatened countermeasures against the US sanctions over erosion of Hong Kong's autonomy. The US sanctioned 6 senior Chinese and Hong Kong officials on Monday, citing transnational repression. The 6 officials included Justice Secretary Paul Lam, Security Officer Director Dong Jingwei, and Police Commissioner Raymond Siu. The US State Department said those sanctioned were linked to entities or actions that engaged in coercing, arresting, detaining, or even imprisoning individuals under the authority of the city's security law. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio welcomed his Argentinian counterpart to the State Department. Argentina's Foreign Minister Gerardo Werthein's meeting with Rubio comes almost 2 months after the first phone call. Back in February, Rubio and Werthein committed to building a stronger and closer diplomatic relationship between the United States and Argentina. The battle over transgender athletes' participation in youth sports came to California on Tuesday as state lawmakers rejected 2 bills aimed at keeping trans kids and teens off sports team consistent with their gender identity. Lawmakers voted to block a bill that would have required the California Interscholastic Federation, the governing body of high school sports, to adopt rules banning students whose sex was assigned male at birth from participating on a girls' school sports team. A box truck crashed into a building in Boston's Chinatown neighborhood and hit several pedestrians before flipping onto its side. The driver and 5 others were injured in what authorities said appears to have been an accident. Boston Police Commissioner Michael Cox said 4 people have been hospitalized. France has assumed the presidency of the United Nations Security Council for the month of April, with Ambassador Jérôme Bonafont leading the governing body. Bonafont said that agent is to steer the council to ensure it addresses the wars in Ukraine, the Middle East, Africa and Haiti. In the face of the devastating quake that hit Myanmar, India has extended a helping hand for relief work. India sent its 5th ship to Myanmar on Tuesday with food and fuel. The 7.7 magnitude earthquake that killed over 2,000 people has left the country with hundreds of collapsed buildings and roads. Watch our report to know the full scale of destruction and the measures that India is extending to help the country.
India has sent its 5th ship INS Gharial to Myanmar under Operation Brahma to provide additional relief. As per reports, the ship is carrying 400 tons of relief material. As the death toll surges over 2,600, rescue workers were seen removing bodies from damaged buildings in Myanmar. In its aftermath, the earthquake is expected to exacerbate hunger and disease outbreaks in Myanmar. The 7.7 magnitude earthquake that hit the country on Friday, with the epicenter in Mandalay, damaged the city's airport, buckled roads and collapsed hundreds of buildings. Meanwhile, relief efforts in the country were hampered by power outages, fuel shortages and spotty communications, leading to a delayed rescue work. The lack of heavy machinery also slowed down the search and rescue operations, forcing many to search for survivors manually in daily temperatures above 40 degrees Celsius. According to the local media, more than 2,600 people were killed in the quake, with more than 3,900 people injured and about 270 are still missing.
India and China celebrated the 75th anniversary of their diplomatic relations with mutual congratulatory messages from their leaders. They emphasized on strengthening cooperation, trust and maintaining border peace. Take a look at this report.
In a message marking the 75th anniversary of diplomatic relations, China's Premier Li Qiang extended congratulatory message to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Meanwhile, President Xi Jinping also extended congratulatory message to his India counterpart, President Draupadi Murmu. Xi Jinping stressed the significance of India-China relationship and called for the two countries to work closely together. Drawing a comparison to the emblematic animals, Xi Jinping told Draupadi Murmu that India-China relationship should take the form of dragon-elephant tango. Xi also asserted that both the nations should view and handle bilateral ties from a strategic and long-term perspective, as he emphasized that bilateral cooperation between the two nations has proven beneficial, providing an optimal path of development forward for both countries.
Amid escalating tensions between Russia and Ukraine, Chinese Foreign Minister has said that China will play a constructive role in ending the conflict in Ukraine, but will fully back Russia to defend its interests. This statement comes after Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi held talks with his Russian counterpart Sergei Lavrov for talks in Kremlin. Listen into this crucial report.
Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has said that China will work towards ending the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war, but will back Russia to protect its interests. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi held talks with Russian counterpart Sergei Lavrov to discuss US President Donald Trump's proposal to end the three-year-old war with Ukraine.
Видимая ответственность Москвы и Пекина за тесную координацию на международной арене. В этом страны мирового большинства видят, наверное, самый существенный стабилизирующий фактор в это непростое время развития мировой политики.
Chinese Foreign Minister also met with Russian President Vladimir Putin on Tuesday to discuss bilateral relations and their interaction on international platforms.
У нас будет возможность поговорить и о текущем состоянии двухсторонних отношений и обсудить наше взаимодействие на международных площадках, среди которых, конечно, прежде всего мы выделяем ООН, Совет Безопасности ООН, а также
China has been a strong support for Russia since the beginning of the Russia-Ukraine war, providing economic support through trade and consumer goods. During the meeting with Putin, the Chinese foreign minister said that relations between both the countries are not subject to external interference.
也绝不受外部的干扰，中俄关系不会止步不前，只会越走越宽广。中俄友好不是面向当下，而是着眼更长远的未来。
However, China has said multiple times that it remains a neutral party in the conflict and has not provided any weapons to either side.
Chilean-American actor Pedro Pascal is celebrating a milestone today, his 50th birthday. Tracking this and a lot more for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
I don't understand what the big fuss over the Waqf bill is really all about. The Waqf, the entire idea of Waqf, is an appeasement move for rich, privileged and politically connected Muslims. And that's why only the rich and entitled Muslims are fighting to keep it. Poor Muslims, Muslim women, Muslim from backward communities have nothing to do with it. They don't care. The whole anti-Waqf movement, so-called, has failed. The confusion of Rajiv Gandhi via the Shah Bano decision, the tyranny of Indira Gandhi who pushed the emergency, and the communalism of Sonia Gandhi, whose politics is anti-Hindu. The silence of Manmohan Singh, who never even spoke up boldly for 1984, and the divisive politics of Rahul Gandhi, who wants to do Lalu-style politics in the India of 2025. All of these have just no place in a modern India. Just like the idea of triple talaq and nikah halala had no space in modern India, it is truly secular people like you and me who need to push through to throw the Waqf idea out. The pseudos will have their own interests.
Welcome back. Thanks very much for staying with us. The Chilean-American actor Pedro Pascal is celebrating a milestone today, his 50th birthday. Known for his memorable roles in The Mandalorian and The Land of Us, The Narcos, and Pascal has become one of the most wanted, beloved stars in Hollywood. Here's more on the man who's captured our hearts on both the small and the big screens. Take a look.
Chilean-American actor Pedro Pascal is set to celebrate his 50th birthday today. Widely recognized for his performances in The Mandalorian and The Last of Us, the actor first gained widespread attention in 2014 thanks to his breakout role as Oberyn Martell in Game of Thrones. Later in his career, he captivated audiences as DEA agent Javier Pena in hit series Narcos. In one of his most recent appearances during the SNL, Pedro Pascal played Domenico's queer brother, singing a parody of Espresso next to Sabrina Carpenter. Solidifying his status as a standout talent in Hollywood, Pascal has starred in major films such as Wonder Woman 1984 and Ridley Scott's Gladiator 2. The actor is soon set to be seen in season 2 of the drama The Last of Us and will be back on the big screen in July, playing Mr. Fantastic in latest Fantastic Four movie.
Vivienne Westwood debuted in India's luxury fashion market with a smashing show at the Gateway of India, Mumbai. The fashion show was a celeb fiesta with the who's who of Bollywood in attendance. The gala witnessed a selection of Spring-Summer 2025. Vivienne Westwood looks, along with some archival pieces, Kareena Kapoor, Radhika Merchant, Meera Kapoor, Janhvi Kapoor, Aditya Roy Kapoor, Bhumi Pednekar, Disha Patni and Huma Qureshi were among the few bigwigs who attended the show. Aishwarya Rai, Abhishek Bachchan and their daughter Aradhya recently attended her cousin Shloka Shetty's brother's wedding in Pune. The trio had a gala time at the function, and amid this, a video of them dancing to Kajrare from the movie Bunty Aur Bubbly has gone viral on social media. Actress Rania Rao was arrested on the 3rd of March at the Bengaluru airport in connection with the gold smuggling case. On the 27th of March, the Sessions Court in Bengaluru rejected her third bail plea. The actress has now moved to the Karnataka High Court, seeking relief in the gold smuggling case. Kartik Aaryan and Sri Leela are busy shooting for Anurag Basu's romantic star in Gangtok. Time and again, their videos from the sets get leaked online. Recently, after a video from the set went viral, netizens made fun of Aaryan, saying that they have already watched the movie before the release through leaked videos. Rami Malek premiered his new movie, The Amateur, in London and says the project gave him the opportunity to cross an item off his Hollywood wish list. Malek plays a CIA decoder whose wife is murdered in a terrorist attack. With no field or combat training, he makes the decision to go after the people who killed her. The Oscar winner also served as an executive producer on the project.
I guess I thrive in chaos, I would say. It could be a bit chaotic, but I'm like to think I'm pretty hands-on with things. I like to see them, the machinations of everything, and see things all the way through. So leave no stone unturned, so to speak. I love the aspect of watching, doing the research, putting a team together, filming the entire project, going, globe-trotting with this film, and then watching the process of editing and mixing and galvanizing all these people together, whether it's a crew or this incredible group of actors that we have, and writers and a director like James Hawes, and you have Lawrence Fishburne and Katrina here tonight. Putting it all together is...
Viewers, also time to quickly take a check of what's making headlines in the world of sports. Take a look. Punjab Kings defeated Lucknow Super Giants by 8 wickets at the Ekana Stadium. The new-look Punjab side has been phenomenal, to say the least, playing an aggressive brand of cricket and now won back-to-back games to kick off the IPL 2025. Local Punjab boys were sensational on the night as the likes of Arshdeep Singh, Prabh Simran Singh and Nehal Vadera stole the show in Lucknow. The captain Shreyas Iyer was not behind as well. He smacked an unbeaten 97 runs in the opening game against Gujarat Titans, and in the second he smashed 52 and finished the match with a massive 6. Sunrisers Hyderabad and the Hyderabad Cricket Association have reached a consensus to maintain the category allocation of 3,900 complimentary passes following a meeting that was held. The SRH had appealed to the BCCI and the IPL Governing Council to intervene and address what they described as recurring blackmailing tactics by the Hyderabad Cricket Association, a claim that the State Association completely refuted. Virat Kohli recently hinted that he has an eye on the 2027 World Cup and wants to win that. Kohli's bid to win the ODI World Cup 2023 with the Indian team fell short on the final hurdle when the Rohit Sharma-led team suffered a loss to Australia in the final. The men in blue were highly dominant in the entire tournament, breezing past opponents after opponents for fun. Defending champions Kolkata Knight Riders have lost 2 of their 3 games in the ongoing IPL 2025. The Ajinkya Rahane-led side lost their opening game against Royal Challengers Bengaluru, followed by a win against Rajasthan Royals, and then a humiliating 8-wicket defeat to Mumbai Indians. Meanwhile, after the defeat to Mumbai Indians at the Wankhede Stadium, all-rounder Ramandeep Singh blamed the mega auction for breaking KKR's winning momentum. Under the leadership of Shreyas Iyer, the 3-time champions played some phenomenal cricket in 2024, but the team eventually failed to retain some of the key performers, such as the captain himself, Mitchell Starc, Nitish Rana and Phil Salt, due to the mega auction dynamics. The centre is all set to introduce the Waqf Amendment Bill 2024 in the Parliament today. Minority Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju will table the bill in Lok Sabha. This and a lot more right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Now, the question on your mind is whether the Waqf bill will pass. That's the question I'm being asked most often, that the Modi government has a very clear intention in its mind to push through the controversial Waqf Amendment Bill despite the opposition of the hardline Muslim groups. But then the question is whether the Modi government can do it. You see, the feeling in the minds of most people is that this third term of the Modi government, they don't have the numbers that they had in the second term. So if they can't pass the Uniform Civil Code immediately, then how can they pass the Waqf bill? If they can't pass immediately one nation, one poll, how can they pass the Waqf bill? Well, simply, ladies and gentlemen, this is a Waqf amendment bill. It needs a simple majority in both houses of parliament. So it's much easier than one nation, one poll or a uniform civil code. Now, let me start by talking about the Lok Sabha. I believe that the NDA can easily pass the bill in the Lok Sabha because they have 293 seats in the Lok Sabha. As of now, I'm not hearing anything to the effect that JDU or Chandrababu Naidu or TDP are going to be against it. They will go along with the government. But even if, I'm saying even if the TDP or the JDU decide not to support the bill or to abstain, even then the bill goes through. And let me explain the numbers here. If the JDU were to abstain, and this is all theoretical.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. This is Republic and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Madhurima Mishra. Viewers, it's going to be a very crucial day today in the Parliament as the government will be tabling the Waqf Amendment Bill for passing today. It's going to be a crucial day because both the sides, the government and the opposition, are on top gear, viewers. Remember that where the NDA allies have made an honest attempt to make sure that all parties are on deck, the Congress party is also not leaving any stone unturned to make sure that they have enough opposition on their side to condone and to oppose the bill and pause it from passing. But as we know that the BJP has the numbers in the Lok Sabha, the question will be that how is it going to go in the Rajya Sabha? And Republic Media Network, viewers, is going to bring you an extensive and detailed coverage from ground. We have a slew of reporters there reporting from every corner. You have Suesha there. You have Suesha, Akil, Gopi, Soumya, all covering the Waqf Amendment Bill from the ground. But let's take a look at the headlines first. The centre is set to introduce the Waqf Amendment Bill 2024 in Parliament today. Minority Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju to table the bill in the Lok Sabha. Union Home Minister Amit Shah to speak in the Lok Sabha today, defending the government's stance on Waqf bill. His speech is expected to highlight misuse of Waqf laws. After Sonia Gandhi slams National Education Policy, Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan hits back at her, saying this is not merely education reform, it is the intellectual decolonization that India has awaited for a long time. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin seeks a meeting with Prime Minister Modi along with his MPs to discuss about delimitation. Union Home Minister Amit Shah to move resolution for approval of President's rule in Lok Sabha in state of Manipur. Good morning, viewers. The battle lines have been drawn as the NDA government will table the Waqf Amendment Bill 2024 in the Lok Sabha today for passing, setting the stage for an intense political face-off with both the ruling NDA and the opposition issuing a three-line whip to all MPs in the parliament. And the parliament is now bracing for a heated debate that could shape the future for Waqf property management in India, while the government pitches the bill as a move towards transparency and reform. The opposition is up in arms, calling it an assault on minority rights. Viewers, we will be bringing you a detailed coverage from the ground. We have slew of reporters over there. We'll start with Swesha. Swesha, I'll come to you first. You're reporting from outside the parliament over there at Vijay Chowk. Swesha, it's going to be a very crucial day. Remember, Kiran Rijiju had highlighted in that press conference that we need to identify those political parties and individuals that are trying to propel an agenda, and pressed upon the fact that Waqf intends to cater the poor Muslim. How is it going to go? Because it's him who's going to table the bill first and speak first. Swesha.
In fact, Madhurima, very good morning to you firstly and to all our viewers as we join you from Vijay Chowk. And let me just give you a sense of how there is a heavy media contingent that is stationed on the ground to track every development of what happens in Parliament today. Of course, we keep our viewers ahead on every single detail that comes in. But since you mentioned Kiran Rijiju, a very important message that he put out as Minority Affairs Minister, where he went on to say that the kind of freedom and space that minorities have in India, and this is a government that is only looking out for the betterment of minorities and the country by and large. So for anyone who is spreading a message or is trying to incite a certain community, is spreading misinformation, they are playing divisive politics, they are playing communal politics, and this is not right because they are playing with the lives of people. As far as Kiran Rijiju again is concerned, he has made it amply clear that the bill will see a clear passage. Today we'll watch what happens in the Lok Sabha, because 8 hours of time that has been allocated for a discussion. We've of course known the position of every stakeholder and all the developments that have happened in the last few months, where the opposition continues to dissent, continues to raise their voice against the Waqf bill, against the amendments that have been suggested, so much so that even when the matter was sent to a JPC, they went on to say that the chairperson Jagdambika Pal is biased, and even with the way the procedure has panned out within the JPC, it was a complete steamroll because they said that their amendments were not taken into consideration, whereas 14 amendments that were suggested by the BJP have been adopted. So by and large, we understand that the opposition continues to put out this message that the amendment is not for the betterment of people, because they have gone on to say that it is unconstitutional, it is an attack on federalism. They've also gone on to say that it is not in the best interest of the Muslim community, which is far from the truth, because the government has made it amply clear that this entire exercise exercise is not about taking anybody's land. It is simply about increasing transparency. It is simply about larger inclusion of women, of non-Muslims, of those who are in the backward classes of the Muslim community, such that they come forward, and it is not just about the elitist Muslims who are really getting all the benefits through the Waqf board. Because let's also understand that this Waqf Act that needed, it was high time that it needed a reform, especially given the fact that over 8 lakh acres of land is controlled by about 200 Muslims, 200 elitist Muslims, and the government also saying that given the times that we live in, it is important to digitize the entire process. It is important to centralize it. It is also important to have more transparency, and even when it comes to the registration and the verification of the land, there is absolutely no harm where there is a more centralized body that is looking into all these aspects. Now, the opposition goes on to say, and the very many allegations that they are making, they are saying that it is an attack on their religious freedom. They are also going on to say that the Waqf board will not have, but let's also understand that as far as the Waqf board is concerned, they have had unbridled powers all these years, and this is the attack that they are primarily feeling, and which is why we see the kind of stand that has come in from the opposition. In fact, the Congress itself is going to meet all its MPs in about half an hour, that is 9:30, but 8 hours of time where the government is saying that we are open to a smooth discussion, we are open to putting out every point. We understand that the numbers game so far clearly hints at the NDA having a clear majority, and the bill may not see a problem at all as far as its passage is concerned in the lower house of the parliament today. But really to see how the opposition keeps its front, because they continue to say that they continue to make the allegations that they are making, and so much so that they are continuing with that position even now, but the government making it amply clear that this exercise is only for the betterment of not just the Muslim community but the entire country. Madhurima.
Well, yes, thank you, Swesha, for those details. We'll keep coming back to you. It's going to be a very crucial day in the parliament today. Viewers, we're getting more breaking news at the moment that at 9:30 a.m., Congress has called for a meeting with all of its MPs. And now Congress, they're making sure that all the MPs are on board and to chalk out further strategy ahead of that crucial parliament session. They have called for a meeting. It will be held by Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, all to be in attendance and to publish the final guidelines for its MPs to be followed in the parliament today. Big breaking news coming in, viewers. Congress leaving no stone unturned to make sure that all the MPs are on board and they go strong against the Waqf Amendment Bill that is to be tabled today for passing the Lok Sabha. Viewers, we'll go back to our reporters on the ground. So, viewers, let's go to Gopi. She's reporting from outside Jagdambika Pal's residence. Jagdambika Pal had helmed the crucial committee that gave the final draft of the bill that will be tabled today at the Lok Sabha for passing. She is there at the residence of Jagdambika Pal, trying to have a word with him, because remember there was a total walkout from the final BAC meeting. The Congress and other indie bloc parties had walked out, asserting that Jagdambika Pal's final report has not been considerate enough, and they have not included all the bits of dissent that they had registered over there. They underline the fact that only 13 or 14 of dissenting tenets have been included in these details, and then they went on and staged a walkout. I'm also joined by my colleague Akhil over there. He's reporting from outside Kiran Rijiju, Parliamentary Affairs Minister's residence. Akhil, Kiren Rijiju is going to speak first today. He has made his mind clear many times in the past couple of days, where he has said that the government is all set. Their mind is absolutely clear. Without mincing any words, he said that those opposing Waqf is nothing but mere vendetta, and that nothing has been done. Viewers, yes, Akhil, I'll come back to you again. I'll come back to you, Akhil. So what's going to happen today? I believe Kiren Rijiju is also going to speak to media, and sometime he had made it abundantly clear the government is all set to pass the bill, and it is going to benefit Muslims the most, the poor Muslims.
Well, that's right, Madhurima. If you see earlier, while speaking to the media yesterday, what we have seen that on Tuesday, while speaking to the media, this is what Kiren Rijiju has said. He has said that he had reiterated, saying that if you see, there's a certain groups, and that group, this group was even active during the anti-CAA NRC protest, and that group has got some agenda, and they are trying to misguide people, mislead people, and mislead one community that this bill is not in the larger interest of this very community. And earlier, if you see, this time what we have seen that certain parties have been constantly saying that this bill, which is going to be amended, Waqf amendment bill, is going to snatch some of the rights of the Muslims. So there are some parties and there are some people who are basically trying to misguide people and create misinformation. So on that regard, Kiren Rijiju has said things in a very clear tone. And today, if you see right now, I'm just standing outside Kiren Rijiju, who is a Minority Affairs Minister and Parliamentary Affairs Minister as well, at his residence, and at around 9:30 p.m. he's about to leave his very residence, and it's going to be a very crucial day, because if you see the opposition parties, including if you talk about the TMC, including if you talk about Shiv Sena, Uddhav Bala Thackeray group, if you talk about RJD, so they have constantly, and even if you talk about the MIM, also the university, they are the basically front runners in basically opposing this bill, and they have been constantly claiming that this bill is not going to be in the good cause for one community, and they have been constantly opposing for a very long time. So it's a very crucial day.
Yes. Akhil, we'll also keep coming back to you, as you are at a very crucial vantage point. Not only the residence of Kiren Rijiju is there, but the residence of Union Home Minister Amit Shah is also there. So you're covering both two vantage points. They both are neighbors over there. Now we'll shift our focus to Soumya, who's reporting from outside Asasuddin Owaisi's residence. Now, Soumya, I would like to ask you as to Asasuddin Owaisi. From day one, has been speaking against the Waqf Amendment Bill. He said that this is going to snatch the rights of the minority community. However, his statements have always met with a strong reply from the side of the government, as to saying that Waqf was indeed doing misdeed with the Muslims, and it is now going to streamline and benefit those who really need it. Soumya.
तो एक दिन संसदीय कार्य मंत्री ने कहा, तो हमने कहा हम तो अपनी रिपोर्ट तैयार कर चुके हैं। उन्होंने कहा हमारी मंशा कि देश के सभी राज्यों में आप जाएं और सबसे आप स्टेक होल्डर से बात करें। तो आज वो हमारी जो 428 पेज की हमने रिपोर्ट दी, सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के ऑफिशियल के साथ, ऑल इंडिया मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ बोर्ड, जमायत उलमा या इस्लामिक स्कॉलर जितने लोग हैं इनके साथ किया, और रोज बैठकों में हमारे ओवैसी से लेकर के इमरान मसूद सब थे, और सबको करने के बाद आज उसको अमेंडेड फॉर्म में बिल लेकर के सरकार आ रही है। ये निश्चित तौर से एक ऐतिहासिक दिन है, क्योंकि 1995-2013 में जो एक संशोधन करके और जिस तरह से वक्फ को संविधान के ऊपर कर दिया गया था सेक्शन 40 में, तो आज वो आर्टिकल जो 14 का, आर्टिकल 19 का, आर्टिकल 300A का और आर्टिकल 21 का जो उल्लंघन था, आज उसको ठीक किया है। और आज इस बिल के पास होने से देश के गरीब, पसमानदा, आम मुसलमानों का इसका फायदा मिलेगा।
सर, लेकिन ऑपोजिशन लगातार क्वेश्चन कर रहा है और जो है डिस्ट्रक्शन कर रहा है, चलने नहीं दे रहा पार्लियामेंट को।
ये शुरू से कर रहे थे, हमारे ऊपर बोतल फेंक रहे थे, झगड़ा करने का आमादा थे, कागजों को फाड़ते थे। जिस तरह से जेपीसी की मीटिंगों को हमने 6 महीने में जिस तरह से कंडक्ट किया है, 8-8 घंटे उनको सुना है हर समय, तो ये तो डे 1 से हमारा विपक्ष हो या चाहे आप बिल आज आ रहा है, जिस तरह से ऑल इंडिया मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ बोर्ड ने काली पट्टियां बांधने के दौरान रमजान के में कहा, जब प्रेयर के समय मस्जिदों में कहा, तो सियासत हो रही है।
Well, viewers, you just heard Jagdambika Pal over there, who said that the government is all set to pass the crucial Waqf Amendment Bill. Viewers, we'll go back to Soumya, who's reporting outside Asasuddin Owaisi's residence. Soumya, it's going to be a crucial day for him as well, because he has been a staunch critique of the Waqf Amendment Bill, and he has given his best shot to denounce the bill, alleging that it is anti-minority. Soumya.
Yes, well, Madhurima correctly pointed it out. If we talk about Asaduddin Owaisi in particular, he has been the front runners as far as opposing the Waqf Amendment Bill is been concerned since its introduction last year. And now today it is expected that he'll be moving out anytime soon for the parliament. Now if we talk about Asaduddin Owaisi, yesterday itself we heard him again calling the Waqf Amendment Bill as unconstitutional. He went on to say that it's grave violations of articles like 14, 25, 26 and 29 of the Indian Constitution. Not just that, he did not stop there. He also went on to question the support that was extended by NDA allies like JDU, TDP, LJP, because of course some time back there were some restrictions that were raised by a few of the NDA allies, but now yesterday we saw them as well extending the support. So this was questioned by Asaduddin Owaisi as well. He went on to say, I want to understand the reasoning behind their support, and I also want to understand what are they going to respond to, how are they going to respond to the public after 5 years. He went on to raise serious questions. If we talk about the amendments that have been introduced in this particular Waqf Amendment Bill, there have been changes as to inclusion of non-Muslims and the inclusions of women as well. So serious questions have been raised by Asaduddin Owaisi in that regard as well, that why is there a representation of non-Muslim in this amendment, Waqf Amendment Bill, whereas we do not have a Muslim representation as far as the Hindu Endowment Board is concerned. So he has been one of the figures that has been at the forefront as far as opposing the Waqf Amendment Bill is concerned. He has been time and again alleging and accusing the central government as to say that they are misusing their power and they will be misusing it against the minorities of this country. Back to you.
Thank you, Soumya, for those details. We'll keep coming back to you. I believe Asaduddin Owaisi might as well speak as and when he leaves for the parliament. Now, viewers, more breaking news coming in. All India Muslim Personal Law Board is also going to address a very crucial press conference at 11:30 a.m. today on Waqf Bill, where they are going to give their final word as to what do they want and what would be their future course of action. Remember, this press conference is coming just half an hour ahead of the time when Kiren Rijiju, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, is going to table this bill for passing in the Lok Sabha. So we'll be bringing you that crucial press conference as well, viewers, but this could be the last stunt of the All India Muslim Personal Law Board ahead of the passing of the crucial bill. Remember, 8 hours have been given for discussion on the bill. At 12 noon sharp, Kiren Rijiju will be tabling the bill. Viewers, we'll go back to the reporters on ground. Swesha, the All India Muslim Personal Law Board is now going to address a crucial press conference just half an hour ahead of 12 o'clock at the time when Kiren Rijiju is going to table that bill. Now, this could be their last chance to keep forward what they have been propelling. But Swesha, what was interesting, in all their protests, none of the protesters even knew what Waqf Amendment Bill was, what was wrong in it, what does it provide and what it doesn't. Swesha.
Oh yes, absolutely, and Republic was on the forefront to really expose this, because we went on the ground, we actually spoke to the protesters, and it was bizarre to how clueless they were about what they were actually fighting for. This just put out one very clear message, and this just exposed those who are trying to push their propaganda, who are trying to push their agenda, whether it is against the centre, whether it is against the BJP, but fact remains that they cannot play with the lives of people, and their vested interests were out there on the forefront when this had happened. Like you said, that the AIM-PLB will be addressing the media at 11:30, which will be a statement really just before the bill is tabled. We understand on the lines of which they will speak. Like you rightly said, Madhurima, that they have resorted to every possible means of protest, from a black band protest to really raising their voice to congregations and crowds gathering together. But then again, what really are the concerns? Because this particular bill and all the amendments that have been adopted, even by what has been suggested by the JPC, fact remains that this is about the inclusion, this is about a larger representation, this is about greater transparency, this is about digitizing all the records, this is about being accountable. And there is absolutely no harm if that happens, because fact also remains that this is not just coming out of the government trying to push this bill. This is also about the history and the past records that we've seen when it comes to the unbridled powers of the Waqf board that they have enjoyed for the longest time, when it comes to the fact that there has been no mandatory verification, when it comes to the fact that even when it comes to the registration of the land, no proper procedures have been followed. And fact is that the Waqf board has even resorted to ways of land grab. We saw that knee-jerk reaction very recently after the amendment, the amended bill came into the picture, and there we saw how the Waqf board went on to exercise their right to say, we saw what happened in Munambam in Kerala, we saw what happened in Karnataka, where they claimed ownership to literally 15,000 acres of land, farmers who are not able to sell their land, and those who are impacted by this are poor, are those who are backward classes, are those farmers who are unable to sell their land. In fact, very bizarre claims that the Waqf board had gone on to make in the middle, where they had said that even the parliament in front of which I'm standing right now was actually built on Waqf land, including the Taj Mahal and several iconic properties across the country. So let's understand this has a basis. The very fact that the Waqf bill and the amendments that the centre is pushing for has a very strong basis when it comes to the kind of corruption that has existed for the longest time, when it comes to serving the elitist Muslims, when it comes to about 8 lakh acres of property that the Waqf board has been in control of, and over 200 Muslims who are primarily controlling that. But when we talk about the amendments, like I said, it is about the larger representation, it is about women inclusion, it is about non-Muslims who are also a part of the board. Now, certain amendments that they have objected to, for example, having a chief executive officer who could be a non-Muslim, having a district collector who can also intervene when it comes to solving disputes. So these are certain points that they've had a problem with, because they've said that the Waqf board will not have, will have limited powers thereafter. But that is the very idea, especially in the day and age that we live. Let's also understand that, you know, after our forces and after the railways, the Waqf board becomes the third largest owner of land across the country. So in order to curtail their powers, which is the very threat that the Waqf board has felt, and this is why the likes of AIM have come forth. Yes,
I would also like to raise a point over here, like you very amicably put it out for viewers as to how they are against a representation of any Hindu in the entire Waqf board committee. But remember that incident in Tamil Nadu, Swesha, where an entire village was claimed by the Waqf board. None of the residents over there even had any idea as to what's happening. There was a 1,000-plus-year-old temple over there that also Waqf claimed, and the residents of that village had nowhere to go but to cry foul in front of the Waqf tribunal that in the end mostly gives a judgment or a verdict in favor of Waqf. So the point here is that it is the Hindu land that is under contention over at multiple places across the country, and which is why it is imperative that you have certain kind of representation in the committee, isn't it, Swesha?
Oh yes, absolutely. You make a very valid point, and this is why the truth is out there for the entire country to watch. Especially, like I said, the knee-jerk reaction of the Waqf board, feeling that threat was very evident when they suddenly went out to claim ownership over the land. And for that very reason,
18 घंटे हमने बैठकें की, देश के सभी राज्यों में गए, महाराष्ट्र हो, गुजरात हो, तमिलनाडु हो, कर्नाटका हो, तेलंगाना हो, असम हो, उड़ीसा हो, वेस्ट बंगाल, यूपी, बिहार, हजारों स्टेक होल्डर से हमने बात किया। वो मेहनत करके हमने एक ऐसा आज रिपोर्ट दिया था, उस रिपोर्ट के आधार पर सरकार अमेंडेड बिल लेकर के आ रही है। तो मुझे लगता है कि इसका फ़ायदा अब पहली बार वक़्फ़ के मंशा के अनुरूप गरीबों को, पसमानदा को, ख़वातीन को, बच्चों को, अनाथ को मिलेगा। और जो कांग्रेस यूपीए की सरकार में 95 या 2013 में अमेंडमेंट हुआ था, आज जो उस अमेंडमेंट से वक़्फ़ की ताकतों को इतना कर दिया था कि कहीं भी किसी संपत्ति को उसको वक़्फ़ घोषित कर दे, तो अब वो जो एक तरह से अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल था, उसको आज अमेंडमेंट से कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल या संवैधानिक दर्जा मिलेगा।
विपक्ष ये कह रहा है कि मुसलमानों के हक को मारने की कोशिश यहाँ पर हो रही है इस बिल के जरिए।
मुसलमानों को हक दिलाने की बात है। शायद उनको लगता हो कि जो लोग इस रमज़ान के महीने में इबादत कर रहे थे और उन्होंने रमज़ान के महीने में इबादत को भी सियासत कर दिया, काली पट्टियों के लिए आह्वान किया ऑल इंडिया मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ बोर्ड जैसे ओवैसी लोग, तो शायद उनके इंटरेस्ट कहीं जा रहे हों। वो जो वक़्फ़ की प्रॉपर्टियों को लोगों ने कब्जा कर रखा है, वो बड़े लोग हैं, तो शायद इसलिए वो विरोध कर रहे हैं, नहीं तो आम मुसलमान इसका वेलकम कर रहा, पसमानदा वेलकम।
लेकिन अखिलेश यादव ये कहते हैं कि बीजेपी हर जगह कब्जा करना चाहती है और इसके जरिए एक और कब्जा करने की कोशिश बीजेपी की। अखिलेश
यादव को जानना चाहिए कि बीजेपी पार्टी कोई नहीं है, ये अमेंडमेंट सरकार ला रही है और सरकार आज हमारी है। सरकार 1995 2013 में कांग्रेस यूपीए की थी। तो सरकार कोई कानून लाती है तो उसका पालन सरकार करती है, और सरकार अभी तक जो कब्जे थे वक़्फ़ के, जिस वक़्फ़ से कोई फ़ायदा नहीं मिल रहा था, उस फ़ायदे को सुनिश्चित करना चाहती है। अखिलेश जी को जानकारी होनी चाहिए कि अगर हम कह रहे हैं कि ये ट्रांसपेरेंट बिल लाएंगे, इससे हम वक़्फ़ का फ़ायदा गरीबों को दिलाएंगे, तो पर्पज़ ये है।
तो जेपीसी के अध्यक्ष जगदम्बिका पाल को आप सुन रहे थे, जो ये कह रहे थे। देखिए विपक्ष का
So, Swesha, we just heard Jagdambika Pal over there. He's saying that we are going to make sure that the poor Muslim benefit out of this bill, and that has always been the intent of the government, Swesha.
Oh yes, absolutely, Madhurima. And the very point that we were mentioning, that this is about the larger representation of even the backward classes within the Muslim community who are suppressed. This is about the women who are suppressed, and this is why the BJP says that this is about the larger interest of the Muslim community, which a certain elitist group within the Muslim community is trying to curtail. They don't want the powers of finance, of the kind of ownership they've had on the land to get away from their hands, and which is the very reason that they continue to speak against it. I also want to mention here, Madhurima, the very fact that the bishops, the Catholic Bishops Conference of India came out in support of the Waqf bill, and every MP in Kerala has been issued that whip to ensure that they vote in favor of the bill, because it is the people on the ground who are feeling the pinch. Here churches are under threat because the Waqf board has claimed ownership to that, and let's not forget about that, but how Union Minority Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju has made it amply clear that this is about every minority and the interest of the minorities. Those who try to peddle this kind of politics, divisive politics, communal politics in the name of religion, those who are raising allegations saying that this is an attack to the freedom of religion, this is unconstitutional, this is an attack on federalism, is far from what the truth is. In fact, misinformation has been spread to the level saying that they will take away land, which Kiran Rijiju has made amply clear that the way in our country minorities are accorded the kind of freedom, the kind of safety, the kind of interest that the government is looking out for, you may not find that outside in any other country, and this is why the government has warded off all those
उसमें कमियां देखते हुए संपूर्ण विपक्ष ने कुछ संशोधन दिए थे और सरकार ने एक नहीं माना। अगर उसी स्वरूप में आएगा तो ये भारत के संविधान की मूल भावना के खिलाफ होगा, ये देश की एकता और अखंडता के खिलाफ होगा। शुरुआत हुई, अभी मुस्लिम वक्फ बोर्ड आया है, कल दूसरे अल्पसंख्यक भाई हमारे हैं, सिख हैं, जैन हैं, ईसाई हैं, इनके सबके खिलाफ भी आएगा। तो जो भारत का स्थापित संविधान है उसके खिलाफ है ये, इसलिए इसका हम विरोध करेंगे, क्योंकि इसको लाने का मकसद है मोदी सरकार पूरी तरीके से हर मोर्चे पे असफल हो गई है। और आज ही कल में अमेरिका भी जा रहा है टैरिफ की घोषणा करने। तो ये सारी असफलताएं, चाहे महंगाई हो, चाहे बेरोजगारी हो, चाहे विदेश की नीतियां हो, रक्षा नीति हो, सब पे आज किसानों के सामने एक अभियुक्त के रूप में खड़ी हुई है सरकार। तो उन सब से ध्यान हटाने के लिए ये बिल लाया जा रहा है।
सर, वक्फ संशोधन बिल पर नीतीश कुमार और चंद्रबाबू नायडू का समर्थन आप लोग हासिल नहीं कर पाए।
हम उनका समर्थन मांग भी नहीं रहे और न मांग रहे थे। वो उनकी सरकार में शामिल है, मोदी जी के
वही कर रहे हैं। और मकसद इस सरकार का है कि वक्फ की प्रॉपर्टी का इस्तेमाल बेजा केवल मुतवल्ली या केयर टेकर्स या वक्फ के लोग न करें, बल्कि उसका फ़ायदा उसकी इनकम का गरीब को, पसमानदा को, ख़वातीन को, अनाथ बच्चों को, आर्फन को मिले। तो आज का दिन तो ऐतिहासिक है। ये बिल नहीं है देश के गरीब मुसलमानों के लिए, जो अभी तक नहीं था, वो उसका फ़ायदा मिलेगा।
कुछ क्लॉजेज हैं जिन पे मुसलमानों ने आवाज़ उठाई है, जैसे कि वक्फ बाय यूज़र क्लॉज है। दूसरा एक क्लॉज ये भी है कि जो मुसलमान 5 साल तक प्रैक्टिस नहीं करता वो अपना डोनेट नहीं कर सकता ज़मीन। इन सब को आप कैसे एड्रेस करेंगे कि ये चीज़ आप कैसे इसको एड्रेस करेंगे?
हमने एड्रेस किया दोनों को। वक्फ बाय यूजर हटाया है कि ये नहीं कि जहाँ चाहे जिसको कहते ये वक्फ है। वक्फ बाय यूजर में अब कोई भी वक्फ होगा, इसको हमने रिट्रोस्पेक्टिव इफेक्ट से नहीं किया, प्रोस्पेक्टिव किया। अगर पहले कहीं मस्जिद है, ईदगाह है, खानका है, तो वो वक्फ की रहेगी अगर कोई डिस्प्यूट नहीं गवर्नमेंट के साथ। लेकिन भविष्य में अब कोई वक्फ होगा तो उसका डीड होगा, वामसी पोर्टल पे उसको अपलोड किया जाएगा। तो अब हमने उसको एड्रेस किया। ये देश को गुमराह कर रहे हैं, झूठ बोल रहे हैं कि मस्जिदें ले ली जाएंगी, खानका ले ली जाएंगी और हमारी इमामबाड़ा ले लिया जाएगा। तो ये केवल गुमराह कर रहे हैं।
एक आखिरी सवाल, लोकसभा में आंकड़े हैं, बोल रहे हैं राज्यसभा में थोड़ी दिक्कत हो सकती है, इस पे आप क्या कहें?
न लोकसभा में न राज्यसभा में जिस तरीके से अहंकार है कांग्रेस को, राहुल को, वो कह रहे थे कि हमने 24 के चुनाव के बाद मोदी जी की साइकोलॉजी तोड़ दिया। उनके इस अहंकार को देश की जनता ने हरियाणा में, महाराष्ट्र में आपने जिस तरीके से देखा कि चुनाव में तोड़ा है, तो इससे साफ है कि आज ये भी तीसरी सरकार का जो तीसरा टर्म है मोदी जी का, ये बिल ऐतिहासिक होगा गरीबों के हक में।
So this was JPC chairman.
Right, we just heard from the JPC chairperson on his stand over Waqf. In fact, coming back to you, Suesha, you were just speaking to us about transparency and how the government is batting also for transparency with the new amendments that are being brought in the Waqf bill. Talk to us more about that. Also on the fronts of how, the new amendment makes the bill a little more digitized and how the intervention of technology will for sure make this a more transparent process.
Oh yes, and this is exactly what the country asks. What is the harm if there is more transparency? What is the harm if it is a system that is supervised, it is controlled, and the government, is able to look over what is happening? Because it will only increase, and why just transparency? This is also about the increased representation, about the inclusion of women, about the inclusion of the backward classes within the Muslim community. So few of the elitist Muslims who have been riding on the powers of the Waqf board for all these years, of the kind of corruption that has existed, of the fact that there has been no mandatory verification when it comes to according that land, or even when it comes to registering that land. Why not have a proper system in place is the clear motive behind these amendments, and which is why the government is saying that this is only about the fact that they are looking out for the interests of everyone here. you know, because the way things have functioned all these years is about a few in the power center who have kept the control in their hands, and for all the myths that you know, they are trying to spread, saying that, oh, this is an attack on the religious freedom of the Muslim community, this is unconstitutional, this is an attack on federalism, is far from what the truth is.
Right.
Because all they are trying to do here is, like we've been talking, Gesu, that this is about looking for the Bohras, looking out for the Bohras, looking out for the Akhanis, looking out for the women in the Muslim community, looking out for the fact that the Waqf board itself is the third largest owner of land when it comes to our country. They control about 8 lakh acres of land across the country, and fact also remains that they were threatened. They were threatened when the whole talk of the amendment came into the picture. They were feeling so threatened that suddenly they went out to claim ownership, starting from what we saw in Munambam to what we saw in Madhya Pradesh to what we saw in Delhi to what we saw in Karnataka, where they claimed about ownership to about 15,000 acres of land. So all in all, you know, it can't just be about the Waqf board exercising its power without any boundaries that are being chalked out to it, and that is all that the government is trying to do here. We of course saw, and the reason that they also feel threatened is because they know that the numbers game is not by their side. They know that the bill will see a clear majority on the floor of the House. You know, even in the Lok Sabha, where the BJP has issued a whip to all its MPs, we now understand that all the NDA allies are also very clearly with the centre on this. JDU, TDP, you know, Chirag Paswan, all of them here, and the numbers clearly that is in their favour. So Minority Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju, who also said that the bill will see a very clear passage on the floor of the House in the Lok Sabha today, and tomorrow of course in the Rajya Sabha. But just in terms of how the opposition continues to push its point, continues to peddle this propaganda, peddle this narrative, is what the government has said, that these very amendments are secular in nature, they are absolutely democratic, and they are looking out for the larger interests of not just within the Muslim community but the country by and large.
Right, Suesha. In fact, very interesting that you brought this up also. We're in fact also being joined by Soumya, Suesha, who is right outside AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi's residence in the national capital. Soumya, coming to you, like Suesha just spoke about the propaganda being peddled, there is no doubt on the fact that we have not been able to reach an inclination towards a bipartisan agreement over the bill, you know, between the opposition and the BJP government. Even though the numbers are favouring the BJP, especially on the floor of the two houses, how do you see that the opposition could become sort of a hurdle in the passing of this bill today? Soumya.
Yes, well, Gesu, we talk about how we can expect the opposition to become a hurdle in the passage of this particular Waqf Amendment Bill today in the lower house of the Parliament. As mentioned earlier, be it the discussions inside the Parliament on Waqf Amendment Bill, or be it the discussions clause by clause during the GPC meetings that have been taking place for the last 6 months, ever since the introduction of the Waqf Amendment Bill in the Parliament last year, we have seen
ले आए जो देश में शांति के बजाय अशांति का वातावरण लाए। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सर, इतना काफी है।
The Waqf Amendment Bill is all set to be tabled in the Lok Sabha today in a robust 8-hour-long discussion that has been slated for today in the Lok Sabha between the opposition and the BJP-led central government over the passing of the Waqf Amendment Bill. Packed with multiple amendments, the bill aims to bring in equality not just for women in the Muslim community when it comes to the bill, but also it aims for transparency over Waqf properties, and it aims to reduce the disputes which are happening over the Waqf properties.
डिस्कशन होने वाला है 8 घंटा, एक्सपेक्टेशंस क्या है, किस तरह के क्लॉज पे डिस्कशन होने वाला है?
देखिए, अब राहुल गांधी का ये कहना कि असंवैधानिक है या अखिलेश यादव का, आखिर राहुल गांधी से मैं पूछना चाहता हूं कि जब कांग्रेस यूपीए की सरकार थी और वो सरकार पार्लियामेंट से कोई संवैधानिक बिल पास करती है,
मना किया जाता है, कहा जाता है कि सड़क पर नमाज ना पढ़े, अपने अपने ईदगाहों में जाएं, इस पर भी विरोध किया जाता है और कहा जाता है, और वक्फ को लेकर के जिस तरीके से भी हलचल है, आज ही वो दिन है जब संसद में पेश भी किया जाएगा। क्या लगता है विपक्ष का जो रुख है वो किस तरीके से?
देखिए, जो एक मैंने अभी तक जो नैरेटिव देखा है, उनका नैरेटिव लोगों को डराने का और भड़काने का है। और जो हमने हमेशा से देखा है कि हम सड़कों पे आ जाएंगे, पार्लियामेंट ही नहीं जाने देंगे, इस तरह की भड़काऊ बातें करने का है, जो किसी भी हेल्दी डेमोक्रेसी में एक उचित बात नहीं है। अगर आपको किसी प्रावधान का विरोध है तो आप बताइए कि आपको किस प्रावधान का विरोध है और उसके ऊपर एक सफल और सार्थक चर्चा करिए, रादर देन कानून अपने हाथों में लेने के। तो मैं इस बात का पक्षधर नहीं हूँ। अगर हम लोग एक ऐसे व्यवस्था की संरचना कर रहे हैं जहां पे हम ये बात कर रहे हैं कि कानून कैसा हो, तो उसके लिए सारे लोगों को मिलके एक सफल चर्चा करनी चाहिए।
वक्फ संशोधन बिल एक अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल बिल है, ये कहा गया है। कई धड़ों की तरफ से ये कहा गया है कि अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है और भ्रामक जो खबरें हैं वो भी फैलाने की कोशिश।
देखिए, मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि वक्फ एक्ट 1995 ही अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है। वो पूरा एक्ट ही अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है और उसको चुनौती अलग अलग हाईकोर्ट में दी गई है। हाईकोर्ट ने केंद्र सरकार को नोटिस भी जारी कर रखा है और इस परिप्रेक्ष्य में, इस बैकग्राउंड में ये अमेंडमेंट बिल लाया जा रहा है कि उसको संविधान सम्मत बनाया जा सके। तो इसलिए ये कहना कि ये बिल अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है, गलत है। जो एक्ट था जिसने आपको असीमित अधिकार दिए, जिसकी वजह से आज ये परिस्थिति उत्पन्न हो गई है कि लोग ये कह रहे हैं कि इस देश की पार्लियामेंट ही वक्फ के ऊपर है, दिल्ली एयरपोर्ट वक्फ के ऊपर है। तो ये परिस्थिति जो उत्पन्न हुई है, ये परिस्थिति असंवैधानिक थी, जिसको बदला जा रहा है।
कहा जा रहा है कि जिस तरीके से प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं दिल्ली की जंतर मंतर पर, अलग अलग स्थानों पर, अगर हम बात करें जिस तरीके से जो सहयोगी दल है इस वक्त केंद्र सरकार में, उन सहयोगी दलों को भी लगातार कहा जाता है कि आप भी समर्थन पीछे से ले इस वक्फ बोर्ड को लेकर के, संशोधन बिल को लेकर के। तो क्या कहेंगे, जिस तरीके से विरोध प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है जंतर मंतर पर, तमाम जो पार्टीज है जो कि सामने आ रही है?
देखिए, विरोध प्रदर्शन तो हमने सीए में भी देखा है, फार्म लॉज में भी देखा है, और विरोध प्रदर्शन हिंदू समाज के लोगों ने भी जंतर मंतर पे किया है। तो विरोध प्रदर्शन दोनों तरफ से है। ठीक है, मैं इतना मानता हूं कि हर आदमी को डेमोक्रेसी में अपनी एक चिंता, अपनी एक नाराजगी जाहिर करने का एक राइट बनता है, पर कोई आदमी कानून को अपने हाथ में ना ले, न्याय व्यवस्था बनी रहे, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर मेंटेन रहे, और जो डेमोक्रेटिक माध्यम है उसके तहत हर आदमी विरोध प्रदर्शन करने के लिए स्वतंत्र है।
जब हमने लोगों से बातचीत की, कई जो लोग प्रदर्शन में शामिल हो रहे थे, उनको इसका बेसिस भी पता नहीं है, पॉइंटर्स भी पता नहीं है, लेकिन सीधे सीधे लोगों के कहने पर, बहकावे में, भ्रामक जानकारी के बेसिस पर पहुंच जाते हैं। इस पर क्या कहें?
अब देखिए, इस पर मैं ज़्यादा कोई टिक्का टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहूँगा, ये उनका अपना विषय है। तो हम लोग अपनी बात एक संवैधानिक ढंग से कर रहे हैं और वो आगे करते रहेंगे।
क्या काशी का मुद्दा
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
I don't understand what the big fuss over the Waqf bill is really all about. The Waqf, the entire idea of Waqf, is an appeasement move for rich, privileged and politically connected Muslims. And that's why only the rich and entitled Muslims are fighting to keep it. Poor Muslims, Muslim women, Muslim from backward communities have nothing to do with it. They don't care. The whole anti-Waqf movement, so-called, has failed. The confusion of Rajiv Gandhi via the Shahbano decision, the tyranny of Indira Gandhi who pushed the emergency, and the communalism of Sonia Gandhi whose politics is anti-Hindu. The silence of Manmohan Singh who never even spoke up boldly for 1984, and the divisive politics of Rahul Gandhi who wants to do Lalu-style politics in the India of 2025. All of these have just no place in a modern India. Just like the idea of triple talaq and nikah halala had no space in modern India, it is truly secular people like you and me who need to push through to throw the Waqf idea out. The pseudos will have their own interests. They will oppose the Waqf amendment bill simply to keep the Muslim vote. They don't care about the nation. They don't care about Muslim women being denied their rights. They want to appease the rich Muslim men who act as overseers of their immediate political interests. If, and I say if with a lot of hope, if the Waqf bill is passed, it will be as big a move as the removal of Article 370. It will also be a big message that the BJP government continues to mean business, that nothing, and I repeat,
Viewers, in the run-up to the bill being tabled in the Lok Sabha today, let's get you up to speed with some facts, numbers, and also where things stand in the Lok Sabha as far as the number equation is concerned. First up, let's tell you about the key amendments that have been made in the Waqf bill. Firstly, it removes the Waqf by user concept, because this means that a Waqf property which is deemed under the control of Waqf is solely based for religious purposes, and this concept will now be revoked under the new amendments. Now, the second one is that lawful share to women, as previously in the Waqf bill, there was no provision for women to get their share, but in the amendments that have been made, women have also been given the priority. As far as digitization of Waqf records are concerned, several of these records of properties that belong to Waqf have no documents at all. So now, since it is digitized, all the documents will be available online. Protection of government properties from Waqf. We recently showed you a case from Madhya Pradesh where a police property was claimed arbitrarily by Waqf, saying that it comes under the jurisdiction of Waqf, and to avoid such disputes, this amendment is also very important. Inclusion of backward Muslims in the board. Many of these Waqf boards across states have only members from well-off sections of the Muslim community, but this bill promises to include those from the backward sections of the Muslim community as well, and 2 non-Muslim members in Waqf board. Like my colleague was telling you all about, Waqf board claiming ownership of an entire village which has about hundreds of temples, and some of them even dating back to 1,000 years. Even that has been claimed by Waqf board, and to avoid such communal disputes, non-Muslim member will also be placed in the board, and separate boards for Bora and Haqqani Muslim communities will also be made under the new Waqf amendment bill. Online registration of Waqf properties is very, very important, because the transparency has to be maintained by the Waqf board. Nobody knows how many properties Waqf has, and so many undocumented properties are also there. Now, the Waqf tribunal orders can be repealed in the High Court. Suppose there is a dispute in one of the properties that has been claimed by Waqf, it can be challenged in the High Court if the new bill, comes into effect. Now, the most important part is this, because district collectors will conduct the Waqf survey. Opposition parties have been saying that the government has direct role to play, but it's not the government, but district collectors will go and survey the lands that have been, claimed by Waqf, and only after the survey is completed, then the verdict will be given by the district collectors. Now, let me tell you about some of the absurd claims by the Waqf board. First, it was, a Muslim cleric who came out in the open and said that even the parliament is built on Waqf land, not just parliament, even Taj Mahal. And along with that, there were several absurd claims. IGI airport also, viewers, believe it or not, IGI airport, Taj Mahal, parliament, and even Gyanvapi, complex, Waqf claims that it is present on Waqf land. And these are some of the absurd claims. 120 plus ASI monuments have also been claimed as part of Waqf, board. And Vasant Vihar in Delhi, an entire area is claimed by the Waqf board. And these are some of the absurd claims that have been made by the Waqf board. And in order to avoid these, disputes, the Waqf amendment bill is very important. 2 islands in, Bet Dwarka is also being claimed by Waqf board. Just look at the extent of absurdness of these claims. A 1,500-year-old temple in Tamil Nadu that I was just mentioning about has also been claimed by Waqf board, saying that it belongs to the board because it is built on the land that belongs to the Waqf. Now, entire Tiruchendurai village in Tamil Nadu, this was the village that we were talking about that was swallowed by the Waqf board, claiming that the entire village is situated on land belonging to the Waqf board. Now, let's give you the number of the Waqf properties, registered immovable Waqf properties. 7% of them are encroached, 2% of these properties are under litigation, and 50% of the properties, their status continues to remain unknown. And this is exactly why the Waqf amendment bill is very, very important. Now, let's talk to you about the number game, where things stand if the bill is tabled in the Lok Sabha. In the Lok Sabha, the majority mark is 272, and you have the NDA with a total of 294, a clear-cut victory, a majority that the Waqf amendment bill will indeed be passed in the Lok Sabha. And tomorrow, that is in the Rajya Sabha, let's look at how the numbers stand. In the Rajya Sabha, the BJP, along with its NDA allies, comes up to about 124 seats. So the magic number is 122, and the BJP, along with the NDA partners, have just managed to scrape through with 2 extra votes on their side. But we'll have to wait and watch how things will pan out. But let me now go across to my colleague Gesu, who will take you through the latest coming in.
Viewers, while we looked at the number game that is at play when it comes to the Lok Sabha, very crucial for today, and Rajya Sabha for tomorrow, it's time to slip into a short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our rolling coverage on the Waqf Amendment Bill. All eyes will remain on Lok Sabha, the crucial 8-hour-long meeting between the BJP-led central government and the opposition in the alliance. Tracking this and a lot more for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Now, the question on your mind is whether the Waqf bill will pass. That's the question I'm being asked most often, that the Modi government has a very clear intention in its mind to push through the controversial Waqf Amendment Bill despite the opposition of the hardline Muslim groups. But then the question is whether the Modi government can do it. You see, the feeling in the minds of most people is that this third term of the Modi government, they don't have the numbers that they had in the second term. So if they can't pass the Uniform Civil Code immediately, then how can they pass the Waqf bill? If they can't pass immediately one nation, one poll, how can they pass the Waqf bill? Well, simply, ladies and gentlemen, this is a Waqf amendment bill. It needs a simple majority in both houses of parliament. So it's much easier than one nation, one poll or a uniform civil code. Now, let me start by talking about the Lok Sabha. I believe that the NDA can easily pass the bill in the Lok Sabha because they have 293 seats in the Lok Sabha. As of now, I am not hearing anything to the effect that JDU or Chandrababu Naidu or TDP are going to be against it. They will.
Welcome back. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and the Waqf Amendment Bill is the top story for the day as it's supposed to be tabled in the Lok Sabha just moments from now, and there is going to be an 8-hour-long discussion over the amendments which are being brought in by the BJP-led central government. For now, my reporter, our colleague Gopi, has spoken to BJP's Jagdambika Pal over the crucial amendments in the Waqf Amendment Bill and also the response of the opposition and how well will the amendments fare in the Lok Sabha today. Take a look at this.
डिस्कशन होने वाला है 8 घंटा एक्सपेक्टेशंस क्या है किस तरह के क्लॉज पे डिस्कशन होने वाला है
देखिए अब राहुल गांधी का ये कहना कि असंवैधानिक है या अखिलेश यादव का आखिर राहुल गांधी से मैं पूछना चाहता हूं कि जब कांग्रेस यूपीए की सरकार थी और वो सरकार पार्लियामेंट से कोई संवैधानिक बिल पास करती थी तो उस अपने संवैधानिक बिल को जो फाड़ दिया करते थे वो दूसरे को कह रहे हैं कि असंवैधानिक है। बिल को पढ़ने का टाइम है उनके पास, सदन में बैठने का टाइम है, तो जब बिल पढ़ा नहीं। आज कांग्रेस यूपीए की सरकार में जब अमेंडमेंट हुआ था तो उस समय मनमोहन सिंह ने कहा था देश की परिसंपत्तियों पे पहला अधिकार अल्पसंख्यकों का है, मुसलमानों का है। उससे आर्टिकल 14, आर्टिकल 19, आर्टिकल 21, आर्टिकल 300A का उल्लंघन हुआ था। आज उसको रेक्टिफाई कर रहे हैं और मकसद इस सरकार का है कि वक़्फ़ की प्रॉपर्टी का इस्तेमाल बेजा केवल मुतवल्ली या केयर टेकर्स या वक़्फ़ के लोग न करें, बल्कि उसका फ़ायदा उसकी इनकम का गरीब को, पसमानदा को, ख़वातीन को, अनाथ बच्चों को, आर्फन को मिले। तो आज का दिन तो ऐतिहासिक है। ये बिल नहीं है देश के गरीब मुसलमानों के लिए जो अभी तक नहीं था, वो उसका फ़ायदा मिलेगा।
कुछ क्लॉजेज हैं जिन पे मुसलमानों ने आवाज़ उठाई है, जैसे कि वक्फ बाय यूज़र क्लॉज है। दूसरा एक क्लॉज ये भी है कि जो मुसलमान 5 साल तक प्रैक्टिस नहीं करता वो अपना डोनेट नहीं कर सकता ज़मीन। इन सब को आप कैसे एड्रेस करेंगे कि ये चीज़ आप कैसे इसको एड्रेस करेंगे?
हमने एड्रेस किया दोनों को। वक्फ बाय यूज़र हटाया है कि ये नहीं कि जहाँ चाहे जिसको कहते ये वक्फ है। वक्फ बाय यूजर में अब कोई भी वक्फ होगा, इसको हमने रिट्रोस्पेक्टिव इफेक्ट से नहीं किया, प्रोस्पेक्टिव किया। अगर पहले कहीं मस्जिद है, ईदगाह है, खानकाह है, तो वो वक्फ की रहेगी अगर कोई डिस्प्यूट नहीं गवर्नमेंट के साथ। लेकिन भविष्य में अब कोई वक्फ होगा तो उसका डीड होगा, वामसी पोर्टल पे उसको अपलोड किया जाएगा। तो अब हमने उसको एड्रेस किया। ये देश को गुमराह कर रहे हैं, झूठ बोल रहे हैं कि मस्जिदें ले ली जाएंगी, खानकाह ले ली जाएंगी और हमारी इमामबाड़ा ले लिया जाएगा। तो ये केवल गुमराह कर रहे हैं।
एक आखिरी सवाल, लोकसभा में आंकड़े हैं, बोल रहे हैं राज्यसभा में थोड़ी दिक्कत हो सकती है, इस पे आप क्या कहें?
न लोकसभा में न राज्यसभा में जिस तरीके से अहंकार है कांग्रेस को, राहुल को, वो कह रहे थे कि हमने 24 के चुनाव के बाद मोदी जी की साइकोलॉजी तोड़ दिया। उनके इस अहंकार को देश की जनता ने हरियाणा में, महाराष्ट्र में आपने जिस तरीके से देखा कि चुनाव में तोड़ा है, तो इससे साफ है कि आज ये भी तीसरी सरकार का जो तीसरा टर्म है मोदी जी का, ये बिल ऐतिहासिक होगा गरीबों के हक में।
And well, the NDA government is all set to table the Waqf Amendment Bill in the Lok Sabha today. As the debate rages on over the bill, what are the myths that need to be busted with hard facts? Here's a detailed report on that. Take a look.
The central government is all set to table the Waqf Amendment Bill 2025 in the Lok Sabha today. But the politics and debate have been heating up over the contentious issue for days. With daggers drawn between the ruling NDA government and the opposition parties over the Waqf bill, the major myths need to be busted with hard facts regarding the bill and its sections and clauses. The biggest myth that has been doing the rounds is that the government will revoke the Waqf properties if bill gets passed in the parliament. But the fact is that the Waqf Amendment Bill protects the legitimate Waqf properties. The other bigger myth that has been peddled by the opposition leaders is that private land belonging to the Muslim community will be taken away by the government. But the Waqf bill clearly says private properties will remain untouched. Another major myth that has dominated the discourse is that non-Muslims will control Waqf funds and historic mosques, dargahs will lose their status. While the Waqf Amendment Bill 2025 makes it amply clear that the Waqf board will control the finances and no religious or historical place will be altered. The stage is set and massive fireworks are expected in the Lok Sabha proceedings today over the Waqf bill. All eyes will be on the Lok Sabha proceedings as Prime Minister Narendra Modi faces the biggest litmus test of his third term.
I don't understand what the big fuss over the Waqf bill is really all about. The Waqf, the entire idea of Waqf, is an appeasement move for rich, privileged and politically connected Muslims. And that's why only the rich and entitled Muslims are fighting to keep it. Poor Muslims, Muslim women, Muslim from backward communities have nothing to do with it. They don't care. The whole anti-Waqf movement, so-called, has failed. The confusion of Rajiv Gandhi via the Shah Bano decision, the tyranny of Indira Gandhi who pushed the emergency, and the communalism of Sonia Gandhi whose politics is anti-Hindu. The silence of Manmohan Singh, who never even spoke up boldly for 1984, and the divisive politics of Rahul Gandhi, who wants to do Lalu-style politics in the India of 2025, all of these have just no place in a modern India. Just like the idea of triple talaq and nikah halala had no space in modern India, it is truly secular people like you and me who need to put...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
And welcome friends, very good morning this Wednesday, and we are building up to that big test for the Modi government in their third term, where they are going to bring in and pass the Waqf Amendment law, which was brought in the last year in fact, and the same day on August 8 was handed over to a joint parliamentary committee which submitted its report on January 30th this year, following which whatever suggestions were made. And remember, the JPC did marathon meetings, crisscrossing the country, meeting stakeholders, having those interactions and engagements, open houses, town halls, and then about 25 of their suggestions, including many made by opposition. Remember, the likes of Asaduddin Owaisi of the AIMIM were members of the Joint Parliamentary Committee, and those 25 of their suggestions have been incorporated by way of changes made in the amendment bill which is being presented in the Lok Sabha today, and that introduction would follow about 8 hours of debate cutting across the political divide, and then there would be voting. The same pattern would be followed tomorrow in the Rajya Sabha. It's a big day, and I am going to build up to that moment at 12 noon when the Parliament takes up the Waqf Amendment Bill. This is essentially, for Indian politics, effectively the Shah Bano moment. For Muslims of India, this is a throwback to the Shah Bano movement. Whether either they reform or not reform, they would be making a statement how they are going to engage with the rest of the nation. Joining me in this broadcast, look at this picture coming in from across Delhi. We have Swesha Sawant. She is joining us from Vijay Chowk outside the Parliament. We also have Akhil joining us from outside the residence of Minorities Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju. We have Soumya, she joining us from outside the residence of Asaduddin Owaisi. We have Gopi Shah joining us from outside the residence of Jagdambika Pal. He is, of course, the president or the chairman of the Joint Parliamentary Committee. And then I am joined in with some guests in the studios. Raman Malik miking up as I speak. Let's get the headlines first, and then we start our broadcast. The centre is set to introduce the Waqf Amendment Bill 2024 after JPC amendments in the Lok Sabha. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will speak in the Lok Sabha today, defending the government's stance on the Waqf Bill. His speech is expected to highlight misuse of the Waqf laws. After Sonia Gandhi slaps National Education Policy, Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan is back at her, saying this is not merely education reform, it is the intellectual decolonization that India has awaited for a long time. MK Stalin seeks a meeting with Prime Minister Modi along with his MPs to discuss about delimitation. Union Home Minister Amit Shah to also move resolution for approval of President's rule in Manipur in the Lok Sabha. All right, friends, we begin our rolling coverage of the Waqf Amendment Bill that is to come up for discussion and passing in the Lok Sabha today. And we have those reporters on the ground from Swesha at Vijay Chowk to Akhil outside Kiren Rijiju residence and others. But let me get you the bare bones facts of what's really at stakes, what's being discussed, what the Waqf Bill is about, what have been the myths and misunderstandings, and how the Modi government really went about. So look at these numbers first, how the numbers really stack up in the Lok Sabha. You need a simple majority of 272. The BJP on its own has 240. The allies come with 54. That takes the total 294, which means that if you look at the numbers, the BJP and the NDA have it in the Lok Sabha. All right, when the bill goes to the Rajya Sabha next, which is tomorrow, the numbers stack up like this. The BJP has 98 and the allies come with 26, takes the total to 124, and the majority is 122. That means it's a very slim majority.
नाइंसाफी क्या हो सकती है? और सच्चाई तो ये है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी में वोट लेने के लिए, अपने आप को बड़ा नेता बनाने के लिए कौन खराब हिंदू है, कौन खराब फैसले ले सकता है, कौन ज़्यादा किसी को परेशान कर सकता है, इसमें मुकाबला चल रहा है केवल वोट बटोरने के लिए। और डॉक्टर राम मनोहर लोहिया ने कभी अपनी किताब हिंदू बनाम हिंदू में कहा था कि ये कई हजार सालों से ये झगड़ा चल रहा है, लड़ाई है कट्टरवादियों के बीच में, उदारवादियों के बीच में, वो भी आपको सब दिखाई दे रहा है सामने।
सर, 3 पॉलिटिकल पार्टी से, खासकर जेडीयू, एलजेपी और टीडीपी से आप लोग कह रहे हैं कि अंतरात्मा की आवाज़ पर वोट करें। आपको लगता है वो लोग समर्थन करेंगे इस बिल का और या विरोध करेंगे? क्या लगता है?
अंतरात्मा या जिस व्यक्ति को जिस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी से जीत करके आता है, कम से कम उन लोगों की भावनाओं को समझना चाहिए। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी तो वो दल है, ज़मीन बस देख ले, इन्हें ज़मीन से बहुत प्यार है। उत्तर प्रदेश में हम लोगों ने देखा, आपने भी वो खबरें चलाई थी कि एक ही रात में 15 मिनट में कितना मुनाफा हो गया था। कोई चीज़ 2 करोड़ की थी, 16-17 करोड़ की बिक गई थी। रेलवे, डिफेंस, सबसे ज़्यादा ज़मीन है इनके पास। रेलवे को बेचा इन्होंने, डिफेंस की ज़मीनें बिकी हैं, और अब बचा है वक्फ बोर्ड, उसकी भी ज़मीन बेचने की तैयारी है। आगे से दिखावा कुछ और है, ये सब पर्दा है अपनी नाकामियों को छिपाने के लिए। हम लोग उत्तर प्रदेश में देख रहे हैं कई योजनाएं जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने शुरू की थी, वो आज भी पूरी नहीं हैं। कभी अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी के नाम पर मेडिकल यूनिवर्सिटी बनाई गई थी, जो मेडिकल यूनिवर्सिटी बन करके तैयार हो जाती और बड़े पैमाने पे और लाभ मिलता लोगों को, वो यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं बनी। प्रधानमंत्री से जो एक्सप्रेस वे उद्घाटन कराया गया था बुंदेलखंड, वो जिस दिन से उद्घाटन हुआ है उसके बाद से मेंटेनेंस चल रहा है। और फिर हमारे मुख्यमंत्री तो कहते हैं कि राजनीति हमारा पार्ट टाइम जॉब है, तो दिल्ली वाले हटा दे।
All right, so that was Akhilesh Yadav of the Samajwadi Party, going back to UP politics, but we have to pull it back. We have to come back to the Waqf conversation that we have been having. And we have Swesha there live from outside Parliament, and Raman Malik with me. Before we again go back to the myths and the facts and some understanding of the Waqf law. Swesha, how's the mood like there outside Parliament? And you would have seen some frantic activity, cars going faster there of ministers, MPs, from the treasury benches, from the opposition. Please tell us what's happening.
Abhishek, you're speaking literally like you're here in person to watch every activity that is happening, because every word that you've said is exactly what is happening. And this is what happens when somebody talks to you on air, because given your experience, you just know it all. So exactly what you've said, a fleet of cars that are moving every 5 minutes literally, because you're standing in front of the Parliament. I'm not going to take much time for the reason, Abhishek, that Harsh Dahiya has very patiently been waiting for me in the lawns of Vijay Chowk. As we're watching every movement, we are hearing a lot of voices. Heavy media contingent right here on the ground to cover every aspect, as the entire country is waiting to watch what unfolds in Parliament today. More or less concluding what you've said, the numbers game is very clear. So they know that they will have a clear passage. They know that they have a majority, but the opposition that is leaving no stone unturned to push the rhetoric that this bill is going to harm Muslims.
So Veksha ji, to be very clear, first of all, the first and foremost point that I want to make, if India is a truly secular country, then it should not have a unsecular act such as this Waqf Board Act. Let me tell you one thing very clearly, that this particular act gives special powers to the second largest majority of the country, which are the Muslims. Such powers are not even with the minorities of the country such as Jains, Sikhs. Kisi ka bhi aisa board nahi hai. Only Muslims have a Waqf board. Why should other religions should not have such kind of board? There should be a Sanatan board. There has been a growing demand for that. There should be. This amendment is this amendment is a very welcome step by the government, and this should be supported by all the opposition parties and the supporting parties of the NDA as well. But as you said, it is clear that it will have a clear passage in Lok Sabha. Definitely, there is going to be some trouble in getting it passed tomorrow in Rajya Sabha, where NDA doesn't have BJP doesn't have clear majority, and with the support of its NDA allies and other parties that have come out in support of this Amendment Act, I'm sure that they will be able to get a clear passage in Rajya Sabha as well.
The centre has been trying to ward off every myth that the opposition has been pushing, pressing allegations from saying that it is unconstitutional to how it attacks federalism, to how it will attack the religious freedom of Muslims. But by and large, Kiren Rijiju has been making statements saying that this is not about taking the land from anyone. This is purely about accountability. This is purely about increasing transparency, making it inclusive, increasing representation of even the backward Muslim community. But the level at which the opposition has been pushing this, in fact, just a short while ago, the Congress MPs met at 9:30. What is their plan going to be? Very briefly.
See, I've been saying from a long time that the today's Congress is the new Muslim League. What Muslim League did in 1940s, Congress is doing today the same thing in India. And if we see the complete rhetoric of that constitution is in danger, that the federal structure of the country would be changed, I don't understand if,
Okay, that's Harsh Daya, right-leaning political analyst and a lawyer, and that would have, friends, given you an idea of how the debate is going to pan out through the day. Before we do that, let's go to the reporters and see whether these leaders who are going to participate in the debate and who have, in their own way, made a contribution to this conversation over the last couple of months, what are they up to? Let's begin with Soumya. She's outside the residence of Asaduddin Owaisi. Soumya, has the AIMIM leader left his residence for parliament? He's someone who's been the most vocal in opposing the bringing of this law. What's the mood like there, Soumya?
Yes, well, we are, him leaving for the parliament is expected anytime soon, as it will commence at 11 a.m. Today. So in next half an hour or so, we can expect the AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi to leave his residence for the parliament. Now, if we talk about the mood, yes, correctly pointed out by you, he has been one of the front runners as far as criticizing the introduction of Waqf Amendment Bill is concerned. From the last 6 months, it has been Asaduddin Owaisi who has been at the forefront criticizing time and again with various other tactics, being it disrupting the discussions inside the parliament or be it the showdown outside the parliament. Asaduddin Owaisi has been at the forefront, be it from issuing the dissent notice or be it protesting with a black band during this particular parliament session. We have seen it all from Asaduddin Owaisi's end. Remember, just yesterday we saw Asaduddin Owaisi again calling this particular Waqf Amendment Bill as unconstitutional and also a grave violation of various other articles like 14, 25, 26 and 29 of Constitution of India.
Right,
not just that, he did not stop there. He also went on to question the support that was extended by the NDA allies to BJP in this regard. Back to you.
Thank you, Soumya. Of course, the moment Asaduddin Owaisi leaves, we come back to you with those pictures. And from Soumya, I go to Gopi, and she's outside the residence of Jagdampika Pal, a man who has been under the media focus and arc light, so to say, on the Waqf bill for the last few months, since August, in fact, when the Joint Parliamentary Committee was set up to look into the bill that was brought in by the Modi government back then in the monsoon session. Gopi, what's happening? Has Jagdampika Pal left for the parliament?
Well, Jagdampika Pal is yet to leave. In next 15 minutes, probably he'll be leaving from his residence. But let's tell our viewers that he is the man who, in fact, has extensively studied the Islamic charity endowments. If you say, that is what he was mentioning just a short while back while we were speaking to him exclusively here. He was saying that, we have addressed all the clauses. They will be deliberating and discussing, in fact, all the clauses in the parliament today within the span of 8 hours, which has been given in the Lok Sabha, and they are confident of getting and reaching the majority mark, and they are positive of this bill that it will be passed in the Lok Sabha, while we will have to wait and watch what happens in the Rajya Sabha tomorrow. But yes, he is a man who is standing tall. He's the chairman of JPC. He will be leaving after 15 minutes from his residence.
back to you.
I think Gopi also spoke to Jagdambika Pal a while back, and if we can get that soundbite running, we'll do that. But if we have Akhil, we can... Okay, we don't have Akhil, so let's basically get down to the basics and try to understand. Okay, we have Jagdambika Pal soundbite, and he had spoken to Gopi earlier. Let's listen to him.
डिस्कशन होने वाला है 8 घंटा एक्सपेक्टेशंस क्या है किस तरह के क्लॉज पे डिस्कशन होने वाला है
देखिए अब राहुल गांधी का ये कहना कि असंवैधानिक है या अखिलेश यादव का आखिर राहुल गांधी से मैं पूछना चाहता हूं कि जब कांग्रेस यूपीए की सरकार थी और वो सरकार पार्लियामेंट से कोई संवैधानिक बिल पास करती थी तो उस अपने संवैधानिक बिल को जो फाड़ दिया करते थे वो दूसरे को कह रहे हैं कि असंवैधानिक है। बिल को पढ़ने का टाइम है उनके पास, सदन में बैठने का टाइम है, तो जब बिल पढ़ा नहीं। आज कांग्रेस यूपीए की सरकार में जब अमेंडमेंट हुआ था तो उस समय मनमोहन सिंह ने कहा था देश की परिसंपत्तियों पे पहला अधिकार अल्पसंख्यकों का है, मुसलमानों का है। उससे आर्टिकल 14, आर्टिकल 19, आर्टिकल 21, आर्टिकल 300A का उल्लंघन हुआ था। आज उसको रेक्टिफाई कर रहे हैं और मकसद इस सरकार का है कि वक़्फ़ की प्रॉपर्टी का इस्तेमाल बेजा केवल मुतवल्ली या केयर टेकर्स या वक़्फ़ के लोग न करें बल्कि उसका फ़ायदा उसकी इनकम का गरीब को, पसमानदा को, ख़वातीन को, अनाथ बच्चों को, आर्फन को मिले। तो आज का दिन तो ऐतिहासिक है। ये बिल नहीं है देश के गरीब मुसलमानों के लिए जो अभी तक नहीं था वो उसका फ़ायदा मिलेगा।
कुछ क्लॉजेज हैं जिन पे मुसलमानों ने आवाज़ उठाई है जैसे कि वक्फ बाय यूज़र क्लॉज है। दूसरा एक क्लॉज ये भी है कि जो मुसलमान 5 साल तक प्रैक्टिस नहीं करता वो अपना डोनेट नहीं कर सकता ज़मीन। इन सब को आप कैसे एड्रेस करेंगे कि ये चीज़ आप कैसे इसको एड्रेस करेंगे?
हमने एड्रेस किया दोनों को। वक्फ बाय यूज़र हटाया है कि ये नहीं कि जहाँ चाहे जिसको कहते ये वक्फ है। वक्फ बाय यूजर में अब कोई भी वक्फ होगा इसको हमने रिट्रोस्पेक्टिव इफेक्ट से नहीं किया, प्रोस्पेक्टिव किया। अगर पहले कहीं मस्जिद है, ईदगाह है, खानका है तो वो वक्फ की रहेगी अगर कोई डिस्प्यूट नहीं गवर्नमेंट के साथ। लेकिन भविष्य में अब कोई वक्फ होगा तो उसका डीड होगा, वामसी पोर्टल पे उसको अपलोड किया जाएगा। तो अब हमने उसको एड्रेस किया। ये देश को गुमराह कर रहे हैं, झूठ बोल रहे हैं कि मस्जिदें ले ली जाएंगी, खानका ले ली जाएंगी और हमारी इमामबाड़ा ले लिया जाएगा। तो ये केवल गुमराह कर रहे हैं।
एक आखिरी सवाल, लोकसभा में आंकड़े हैं, बोल रहे हैं राज्यसभा में थोड़ी दिक्कत हो सकती है, इस पे आप क्या कहें?
न लोकसभा में न राज्यसभा में जिस तरीके से अहंकार है कांग्रेस को, राहुल को, वो कह रहे थे कि हमने 24 के चुनाव के बाद मोदी जी की साइकोलॉजी तोड़ दिया। उनके इस अहंकार को देश की जनता ने हरियाणा में, महाराष्ट्र में आपने जिस तरीके से देखा कि चुनाव में तोड़ा है, तो इससे साफ है कि आज ये भी तीसरी सरकार का जो तीसरा टर्म है मोदी जी का, ये बिल ऐतिहासिक होगा गरीबों के हक में।
All right, so what are the key amendments in the bill? That's something which is under focus. So it removes Waqf by user. Now, what this means is essentially, as Jagdambika Pal was explaining, that whosoever or anybody cannot just say that, oh, this is the Waqf property and it becomes Waqf land. That was the case earlier. So that element has been removed. Then number 2, lawful share to women heirs. Now, under the Waqf al-Aulad, provision was that anyone who declares Waqf could do so at his or her whim and fancy. But now a proviso has been added by which if there are heirs, particularly women, their share in the property has to be allocated before a property is declared or part of it is declared Waqf, as it is called Waqf al-Aulad. Moving on, next, digitization of Waqf records. Now, that's something to which nobody would or should object. Digitization of Waqf records is something which makes it easier to manage. And remember, Waqf happens to be the 3rd largest owner of land in the country as a body, as an organization. And so it is important that the records are digitized. And then after that, protection of government properties from Waqf. So we had those situations where somebody said that even the Parliament of India, Raman Malik, is is a Waqf property, or the IGI airport is a Waqf property. Surat Municipal Corporation is a Waqf property, or many properties around the country are Waqf or Awqaf properties. So the government properties cannot be Waqf is something that has been provided for in the law. Next, inclusion of backward Muslims in the board. Now, essentially what was happening was that, like it happens in the case of other communities, in the case of the followers of Islam in India, some mechanisms of caste have, or some elements of caste have come in, and this leads to, for example, the upper caste Muslims and the lower caste Muslims, the Pasmandas, and similarly, for example, the Bohras, they did not have a say in the Waqf. I'm just reading the graphics, and the Aga Khanis did not have a say in the Waqf, so those have been provided for. Then the law goes on to say that there have to be 2 non-Muslim members in Waqf board, just because we have seen that of the 800,000 or 8 lakh plus Waqf properties, there's so many properties where the properties of other communities have been taken over or claimed as Waqf. So, and that is the reason why for adjudication, at least 2 non-Muslim members are to be provided for in the Waqf board. As I had earlier mentioned, this is separate boards for Bohras and the Aga Khanis. That's element number, this is the key amendment in the bill. It provides for separate boards, in fact, for Bohras and the Aga Khanis. Then you have to have a compulsory or mandatory online registration of Waqf properties. So if a property is declared Waqf, it has to be registered online. And you have Waqf tribunal orders can be appealed in the High Court. Earlier, everything ended with the Central Waqf Board, and now you have a provision where an appeal can be made against the order of a Waqf board before respective High Court. And finally, a district collector is supposed to conduct a Waqf survey. I think that's the part which has been changed, in fact, following suggestions that came in the Joint Parliamentary Committee. So someone senior to a district collector would be carrying out survey of Waqf property. Okay, now again we go to the Lok Sabha number. I'm coming to you, Raman Malik. We have all day to discuss this. Look at the Lok Sabha numbers, because it's coming in the Lok Sabha today. The BJP seems to be sailing through smoothly, because 272 is the halfway mark, and the BJP, along with its allies, 240 plus 54 have 294. And in the Rajya Sabha, where the bill is slated to come up tomorrow, that's the NDA number at 124. Now, this is slim. This is something which we will need to discuss, Raman Malik, because the majority mark is 122, and BJP plus allies makes it 124. Whether all of them are going to be present and voting, whether all the opposition members are going to come out in full force and vote, and if there are some abstentions, what's going to be the impact on it. Okay, so before I go to Suesha, can I take a quick comment from you, Raman Malik? Raman Malik, how has this debate really panned out before we go into the intricacies of what happens in Parliament? I thought this is, for the Muslims of India, a Shah Banu moment, where the community has to decide whether they have to again let just a bunch of Maulvis, Maulanas, AIM, PLB rule their destiny, or they have to go beyond them and integrate with the national mainstream.
See, Abhishek, the most important factor here is we have to understand the noise and the silence of this matter. The silence is from those people who have been suffering at the hands of a selective elite few who have been calling themselves the be-all and end-all of the Muslim world in India. And these are the people who are governing these various Waqf boards. These are the people who earn rentals out of it. It has a whole economy running. And those people are the ones who are making noises. If you remember, in the Lok Sabha election, there was a big case being brought up by the opposition candidate to Mr. Owaisi of running various commercial establishments out of Waqf property. Now do you understand the pain of Mr. Owaisi? Mr. Owaisi has been having fun out of the property which is not his. His family is having fun out of it. They are earning rental, official and unofficial. Same ways, there are multiple organizations who have been making money out of it. Now, if you disrupt their business, they are going to be destroyed. They are going to be having problems. That is one point. The second point is that inequality has been the benchmark of the Muslim Personal Law Board. And that is where it troubles them. You should remember the time when we were speaking about NRC. The NRC movement, the CA movement, there was no bill. But they were all on the ground stating hell is going to break loose. So till the time today you do not have a tabled bill which is through the JPC, and then you start talking about it, yes, it is understandable if there's something wrong. But if you start making it a notional protest every time, then your protest is of no value.
Right.
But we must not forget also this, that they have been acting very strange. I'll make you go through a small incident of a particular case of Waqf board, where in Jalala village of Yamunanagar, Haryana, they claimed a Gurdwara to be taken over as a Waqf property. So,
This was
isn't it the right of minorities being taken over by them?
Yeah, absolutely. So from Munambam in Kerala to this place you're talking about,
Yamunanagar and Mopla Royals of the history, they are the same moment.
Yeah, exactly. So I think this is an opportunity to really redeem insofar as the community is concerned. And okay, Suesha, there with so many guests now, so I think we can go back to Suesha outside Parliament. Suesha, over to you.
Thank you, Abhishek. Of course, like you said, Karan Verma, Nikhil Jain, Mr. Dahiya and Lalit Ambardar all with me standing right here. And yes, ahead of the proceedings of the Parliament to begin, let's get a quick word. Karan, your thoughts this morning?
I think it's a historic day. I think it was in the waiting for so many years, and it's come from so many different quarters. I think it's above Hindu, Muslim or any of this. This is about justice. And the worst affected have been the poor Muslim families. I mean, 250 Ashraf families have largely controlled the entire wealth here. And we're talking about 8.5 lakh properties. And the only revenue they generate is close to 200 crores. Where does it all go? So this accountability has been asked for by the K. Rahman Khan committee back in the 9th JPC. So I think this is above Hindu-Muslim. This is about bringing in accountability, transparency, looking after the destitutes, looking after those who actually need it. The Pasmanda Samaj, the Khojas, the Aga Khani Samaj. So I think that's how it is. And after a long discussion, I think it'll happen. I think it'll happen, and it must happen. It must be welcomed by all.
So, Nikhil, even a short while ago when we were talking, you're primarily, I would like to believe, not against the amendments. But you say you are, okay. But you also say that the way it is being done is not the most appropriate way. Why?
Absolutely. So, Suesha, what I think is that the Waqf system as it existed, it had a lot of problems. It did need amendments. The problem is the kind of amendments that this government is bringing in. Those were not the kind of amendments we needed. You are including representation for non-Muslims in management of Waqf properties, then somebody would rise up and say that in Sikh Gurdwara Prabandhak committees also you should have non-Sikhs, and that's going to lead to another whole level of social fissures. Secondly, Karan including, a lot of people are sort of taken by the misinformation campaign that the BJP runs about it, because they try to portray Waqf as some Muslim religious body, a single body that owns all these properties and takes over other people's properties. That is not how it is. You have different Waqf boards in the state. Every single state has a different Waqf board. It's an institution of the state government, and they manage the properties for which endowments have been made under the concept of Waqf. Properties that include mosques, madrasas, orphanages, hospitals, lands. Now, some of those are meant, the Waqf is meant in a manner that a hospital should be run. Some of those, they are meant, it's an agricultural land, whatever revenue is there, it should be used for the destitute or for women or for children or something like that. The problem with this government is
that is not the model that they have purely functioned on, and there is a reason that so much corruption has also been reported. But so what is the harm with transparency and accountability on that front?
But these amendments are not bringing in those transparency or accountability as the government is talking about. Yes, there is corruption in Waqf. I will never deny that. Nobody in their sane mind would ever deny that. But tell me, is there not corruption in other institutions? Defense, the defense minister.
करोड़ों मुसलमानों ही नहीं बल्कि पूरा देश समर्थन करेगा, और देश हित में कोई भी काम हो और गरीब मुसलमानों के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए, बच्चों के लिए जो भी जरूरत काम है उससे हम पीछे नहीं हट रहे हैं। और जो लोग विरोध कर रहे हैं वो राजनीतिक कारण से विरोध कर रहे हैं। बाकी तर्क मैं सदन में रखूंगा और मैं ये भी चाहता हूं कि अगर कोई विरोध करता है तो तर्क पे विरोध करे और एक एक तर्क, एक एक सेक्शन का, एक एक क्लोज का हम जवाब देंगे। क्योंकि जब हम इस तरह का बिल लेके आ रहे हैं बहुत सोच समझ करके, बहुत तैयारी का साथ हम आए हैं और सदियों तक लोग याद रखेंगे कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार में एक ऐसा बिल लाया है जिसने गरीब जनता का, विशेष करके मुसलमानों में, जो दुनिया में सबसे ज्यादा गरीब मुसलमानों का संख्या हिंदुस्तान में है, उसका चिंता सबको होना चाहिए। और ये चिंता नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है, हमारा सरकार ने किया है। और साथ साथ जो वक्फ बोर्ड ने कई सदियों तक, कई सालों तक जो मिसयूज किया है, अधिकार को गलत तरीके से इस्तेमाल किया है और गरीबों का जायदाद लूटा है, उसमें भी रोकने का काम हम कर रहे हैं। देश हित में है और हम पुनः सब पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को अपील करते हैं कि देश हित में सब बिल को सपोर्ट करना चाहिए। अगर विरोध करते हैं तो तर्क रख के विरोध करें, ऐसे झूठे बातें करके विरोध ना करें।
Certain organizations, certain political parties are still resorting to fear mongering. All India Muslim Personnel Law Board would be addressing a press conference.
Yes, I am aware of that. Some of the leaders, including some of the religious leaders, are also misguiding the innocent Muslims. Misguidance leads to nowhere. It will be exposed because a year back, same campaign was launched. When the CAA bill was introduced, the same people said that the CAA is to snatch the citizenship status of the Muslims. But it's been now a year. Nothing such has happened. आपने देखा होगा CAA के समय में कहा था ना कि CAA, सिटीजनशिप अमेंडमेंट जो बिल आए थे, कहा कि ये मुसलमानों का जो उसका पहचान है उस पे अटैक किया जा रहा है। मुसलमानों का जो सिटीजनशिप स्टेटस है, नागरिकता है, वो छिन जाएंगे। इस तरह का उन्होंने एक प्रोपेगेंडा किया था, वो तो एक्सपोज हो गया। सीए लागू हो गया, किसी मुसलमान का कोई नागरिकता छीना है क्या? बिल्कुल नहीं है। तो अभी भी ऐसे ही होगा। ये बिल पारित होने के बाद जो लोग इसको विरोध कर रहे हैं वो खुद पछताएंगे।
दल आपके साथ है?
इसमें पूरा देश साथ में है, कुछ लोग ही विरोध कर रहे हैं, देश साथ में है। काफी कांग्रेस के नेता, काफी अपोजिशन पार्टी भी प्राइवेटली तो कहते ही हैं ये बिल तो जरूरत है। ये तो एक पॉलिटिकल स्टैंड, एक वोट बैंक के लिए वो लोग विरोध कर रहे हैं। बाकी मैं तर्क पार्लियामेंट में रखूंगा।
सर, एनी वन मैसेज टू ऑपोजिशन पार्टीज।
All right, that's India's Minority Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju. He clearly said that those who are opposing would really regret that they did so because it's just a microscopic minority within the community which is opposing, but rest of the country really wants the bill. And now I'm just setting the context of why the bill had to be brought in. The present Waqf arrangements in the country are governed under the 1995 Act. There was some change that was brought in the existing Act by the Congress-led UPA government in 2013, which is that it gave the finality of the word on what constitutes Waqf to the Waqf board, and you couldn't appeal. So that was troubling and troublesome. Also, if you look at it, there are about 800,000 plus Waqf properties and 8.7 lakh to be precise as per the Government of India website on Waqf, which is WAMC, Waqf Management System of India, and out of which, and the troubling figure because of which this bill had to be brought in is that as much as 50% of the land its status is not known. The legality is an issue. There is no written deed and there is litigation. So the litigation part and the encroached part takes together the number to about 60% of the total about 9 lakh Waqf properties, and that is the reason why the Waqf bill had to be brought in. Let's look at some of the facts of the law, and then we come back for the conversation.
The Waqf Amendment Bill has sparked the debate across the country. The government says it aims to improve transparency and governance of Waqf properties. Not only this, it will also bring accountability and digitization, ensuring that Waqf lands are used for their intended purpose, helping the poor and marginalized. The Waqf Amendment Bill was introduced on August 8 to address the long-standing issues in the Waqf property management. But the bill comes amid rising concerns over land disputes. Across states like Bihar, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, residents have challenged the Waqf board claims, saying their private properties were wrongly declared as Waqf. A major change is the digitization of Waqf properties, allowing real-time tracking and public scrutiny. The bill also mandates audits to ensure funds benefit schools, hospitals and welfare programs. With the passage of this bill, India moves towards a more transparent, inclusive and equitable Waqf system.
All right. So we have been discussing that the imperatives of bringing this law by the Modi government in the face of a lot of opposition, and unfortunately, the opposition panned across the political divide, and it was essentially guided by vote bank politics. Raman Malik, you think that vote bank politics is something which has been the guiding force insofar as opposition's position on this Waqf bill is concerned?
See, there are multiple issues, Abhishek. The Congress, the New Muslim League, is primarily focusing as an appeasement tool for its political base, for its political capital that they are today focusing on as a political outfit. Where there are other people like Oasis and the others who are doing it for purely commercial basis, for their the entire Jamaat of their supporters and organizers. Every political party needs funds, and these guys are collecting funds from various sources. Now, as rightly said earlier, about 8 lakh plus, almost reaching 9 lakh properties. If you have those 9 lakh properties managed by some 250, 350 families, and still you're making 200 crore rupees, then you must go in and have some kind of crash course from Mr. Vadra. He will teach you a better way to earn money out of it. So that is another point. The third point, which is primarily to be discussed, is that these two are situational. But the circumstantial point which has to be debated today by the nation, not only the Muslim community, is that after the Sacha Committee report came in and it showed the plight of the poor Muslim, the plight of the women in it, the plight of the other so-called parts of it community, the Bohras, the Aga Khanis and all other, then they have so many caste systems in them. So that system, whereas it is preached that Islam does not have caste system, still this is there. And now the most important point, Abhishek, is that what happens to the poorest of poor in the community? Why is these almost 1 lakh plus crore of rupees not coming to benefit for those poorest poor? I'll give you a small example. Sheetla Mata Trust in Gurugram. It is purely a Shakti Peeth. It runs its own thing, everything is there. But the money from it is going for developing a big medical university in Gurugram.
Right.
So it is not only for Hindus, it is for everybody trying to come there.
So I don't think there is an issue with that even in Waqf. The issue was the lack of transparency.
Where are it?
The issue was lack of accountability. The issue was lack of representation.
Give me one institution which is running as a secular institute for benefit of humankind. Forget that.
But they say,
also tell me one institute where the people who are poorest of poor or low caste Muslims are having benefit out of Waqf.
The inclusivity obviously is an issue, but Waqf is not a secular institution. Please remember, it's a religious body.
But we are a secular country, I forgot. I thought it was a secular nation with a secular constitution.
But that's a different debate. I mean, it should move in that direction. But so long as Waqf is there and the Modi government is not completely repealing the 1995 Act, remember, it is just taking care of some distortions that had come in the functioning of the Waqf. And we will have this conversation. This is the right direction we were taking the conversation to. Gopi joins us live again. Gopi and Soumya. Quick dip there with you, Gopi and Soumya. To Gopi first. Gopi, what's the situation like? Has Jagdambika Pal left?
Well, we just happened to speak to him just a short while back. He is in fact prepping for today's session as he's one of the speakers from the side of BJP. He's yet to leave for the parliament and we are waiting him to leave. We are waiting him approximately from 15 minutes from now. Probably he will be leaving for the parliament. But yes, let's tell our viewers, he's the one who has in fact surveyed and researched almost all the properties of Waqf. He has travelled to different states over 6 months and he has enough substance to put forward his points for the Waqf Amendment Bill. And while previously when we were asking him about what different clauses will be deliberated at the Lok Sabha today, he was confident and he said that, you know, he has enough substance to prove that why these points are necessary and why the opposition is always saying that...
Right. Gopi, you know, we'll keep coming back to you as and when there is action, but let's cut to outside Parliament where Kajal is reporting and there is some action. I believe some supporters of the Waqf Amendment Bill have come in. Kajal, over to you.
क्या नाम है आप?
साइम खान।
ये मोदी जी का धन्यवाद आप कर रहे हैं, लेकिन कुछ लोग हैं, असदुद्दीन ओवैसी की बात करें, तमाम और जो मुस्लिम लोग हैं वो ये कह रहे हैं कि ये मुसलमानों के खिलाफ है।
देखिए, खिलाफ तो हमारे समझ में आया, लेकिन हाँ ये ज़रूर है कि करप्शन जो है ना इससे कम ज़रूर होगा, क्योंकि जो करप्शन हो रहा था ना आज तक, और
आप भी चाहते हैं ये बिल लागू होना चाहिए?
हाँ हाँ बिल्कुल होना चाहिए।
देखिए सुचारते, कहीं ना कहीं जो मुस्लिम है वो इस बात के पक्ष में है कि ये बिल आना चाहिए और पारित होना चाहिए, और ऐसा नहीं है कि ये सिर्फ कुछ मुस्लिम है। यहाँ इधर आपको अगर विकास से कहूँ तस्वीरें दिखाएंगे तो यहाँ पर बीजेपी के जो प्रदेश अध्यक्ष हैं वीरेंद्र सचदेवा पहुँचे हैं और उनके साथ हज़ारों की संख्या में यहाँ पर मुस्लिम जो है वो तख्तियाँ लेकर पहुँचे हुए हैं और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का धन्यवाद भी कर रहे हैं।
आप साथ रहो भैया। देखिए, आज हिंदुस्तान की पार्लियामेंट में मुसलमानों की हिमायत के लिए, गरीब मुसलमानों की तरक्की के लिए, वो मजलूम तबका जो मुसलमानों में जिसकी तरफ कभी ध्यान नहीं दिया गया, उसमें चाहे वो बेवा औरतें हों, यतीम बच्चे हों, उन सबकी तरक्की के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आज वक्फ अमेंडमेंट बिल, और मैं तो कहता हूं इसे अमेंडमेंट बिल की जगह वक्फ इम्प्रूवमेंट बिल भी कह सकते हैं, वो लाया जा रहा है। और निस्संदेह ये बिल एक बड़ी जमात मुसलमान भाई बहनों की, जिनके अधिकारों को छीनने का काम किया गया है, उनको उनके हक देने का काम करेगा और बहुत बेहतर स्थिति में उनके जीवन को उठाने का काम करेगा। और आप देख रहे हैं कि बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ हमारे मुसलमान भाई बहन हैं जो इस बिल का समर्थन करने आए हैं। जो लोग इस बिल का विरोध कर रहे हैं, उन लोगों को सोचना चाहिए कि क्या कारण है कि वक्फ बोर्ड की किसी भी ज़मीन पे स्कूल नहीं बनता, अस्पताल नहीं बनता, और वो प्रॉपर्टियाँ औने पौने दामों पे इधर उधर ठिकाने लगा दी जाती हैं। निस्संदेह जब ये बिल आएगा तो एक बड़ी जमात को इसका फ़ायदा मिलेगा।
लेकिन सर, आरोप ये भी है कि इसके ज़रिए जो है टेक ओवर करने की कोशिश की जा रही है, डिस्क्रिमिनेशन हो रहा है।
देखिए, 97 लाख से ज़्यादा जेपीसी को सुझाव मिले हैं और इन सब बातों पे बहुत गंभीरता से उसमें विचार किया गया है और सभी पार्टियों के नेताओं को अपनी बात रखने का उसमें मौका भी मिला है। तो बिल आज आ रहा है। बिल जो है, मैंने जैसे पहले कहा कि गरीब, मजलूम और जो ऐसा तबका है जमात का जिसको आज तक इन सुविधाओं को रोका गया उनसे, ये सब उनकी सहूलियत और उनके भले के लिए।
मुस्लिम नेता आरोप भी लगा रहे हैं कि आपस में ही बांटने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं मुस्लिमों को।
देखिए, जो लोग आरोप लगा रहे हैं और जो लोग वक्फ बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टीज़ पे कब्जा लगा के बैठे हैं, मैं एक उदाहरण देता हूँ, अमानतुल्लाह खां। अब अमानतुल्लाह खां के वक्फ बोर्ड चेयरमैन बनने से पहले और उसके बाद की संपत्ति का ब्यौरा ले लीजिए, आपको पता चल जाएगा कि किस तरह से वक्फ बोर्ड की आड़ में कैसे समाज को लूटने का काम किया गया है।
ठीक है सर, थैंक यू सर। ठीक है,
अच्छा।
All right, these are some of the BJP supporters. These pictures keep coming to us from across the country. In the present instance, on your screen, friends, these are pictures from Bhopal, where a section of the Muslim community is celebrating the tabling and the discussion and debate and subsequently possible passage of the Waqf Amendment Bill. And the reason is that, and these are important pictures because an impression was sought to be created that the Waqf is to the detriment of the Muslims of India as a whole, and in their entirety they are in opposition to it, which is not the case as can be seen in these pictures. And let me go back to Kajal. She's outside Parliament from where those sound bites were coming. Kajal, कौन लोग हैं आपके साथ और शायद ये लोग बहुत खुश हैं कि वक्फ बिल ला रही है मोदी सरकार?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए हजारों की संख्या में पार्लियामेंट की तरफ ये जो मुसलमान हैं, मुस्लिम्स हैं, वो हाथों में तख्तियां लेकर पहुंच रहे हैं और जिस पर आपको ये तख्तियों पे लिखा हुआ हम आपको बताते हैं कि वक्फ बोर्ड में पिछड़े मुसलमानों को हिस्सेदारी देने के लिए मोदी जी का धन्यवाद। तो दूसरी तरफ लगातार ये लोग तख्तियां लेकर पहुंचे हुए हैं और मोदी जी का शुक्रिया अदा करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। लोगों से बात भी करेंगे। क्या नाम है आपका?
इम्तियाज अहमद मेरा नाम है।
जो लोग, आप लोग तो मोदी जी का धन्यवाद कर रहे हैं, कुछ लोग जो है वो भड़काने की भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं कि इससे मस्जिदें भी छिन जाएंगी।
देखिए, जो लोग भड़काने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं वो गंदी राजनीति कर रहे हैं। वो नहीं चाहते देश का विकास हो, क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो नारा है सबका साथ सबका विकास, उसको लेकर आज मुस्लिमों के लिए उन्होंने बहुत ऐतिहासिक फैसला करना है। और यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं पार्लियामेंट के बाहर हम सभी लोग खड़े हैं, मुस्लिम समाज के महिलाएं भी हमारी यहाँ पर बहनें भी खड़ी हैं, शहर के अलग अलग कोने से आए हुए हैं और हम सब चाहते हैं कि आज जो है ये जो बिल है ये जरूर पास हो, जिससे कि देश के मुसलमानों का भला हो।
तो देखिए यहाँ पर मुस्लिम महिलाएं भी पहुंची हुई हैं जो जिनके हाथों में भी तख्तियां हैं जो मोदी जी का धन्यवाद करती हुई नजर आ रही है। तो यहाँ पर देखेंगे आप तो तमाम मुस्लिम महिलाएं जो है यहाँ पर पहुंची हुई हैं। क्या नाम है?
मेरा नाम फरदाना।
क्या कहना चाहेंगे, क्योंकि कुछ लोग ये कह रहे हैं कि मुसलमान इसका विरोध कर रहा है और करना चाहिए, सड़कों पर उतरना चाहिए, लेकिन आप लोग मोदी जी का धन्यवाद करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं।
वैसे सड़क पर उतर के भी क्या करेंगे हम लोग।
तो ये बिल जो आ रहा है इससे खुश हैं आप?
उनकी मर्जी, जो वो करना चाहें, हम क्या कह सकते हैं।
क्या नाम है?
फिरदौस।
इस बिल से खुश हैं आप लोग?
सही।
मोदी जी बढ़िया काम कर रहे हैं।
हाँ।
तो जो महिलाएं हैं वो भी कहीं ना कहीं ये कहती हुई नजर आ रही हैं कि मोदी जी इस बिल को लेकर आ रहे हैं, उससे ये खुश हैं और खुशी जाहिर करती हुई नजर आ रही हैं। तमाम लोग यहाँ पर पार्लियामेंट की तरफ जो है वो खड़े हैं और हाथों में इनके तख्तियां। क्या नाम है आपका?
मेरा नाम अफसाना है।
इस बिल को लेकर आप लोग जहाँ एक तरफ धन्यवाद कर रही है मोदी जी का, तो दूसरी तरफ कुछ मुस्लिम लोग हैं जो ये कह रहे हैं कि इससे मस्जिदें छिन जाएंगी, हमारा हक की ज़मीन छिन जाएगी।
हक की ज़मीन नहीं छिनेगी, वो हमारे स्कूल जो।
क्या नाम है आपका?
जी।
क्या कहना चाहेंगे जो लोग भड़काने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि सड़कों पर उतरिए? और
जो सपा है वो भी लगातार विरोध कर रही है और कह रहे हैं कि चर्चा से कुछ नहीं होगा, इससे जो है मस्जिदें छिन जाएगी, खानका नहीं छिन जाएगी।
देखिए, ये बात तो मैं पहले भी कह चुका, हालांकि मैं उन पर कोई उनके जवाब नहीं देना चाहता, क्योंकि पॉलिटिकल पार्टी वो अपना विरोध करते थे, उनका पॉलिटिकल विरोध है। लेकिन मेरा ज़ाती तौर पर मानना ये, जब सरकार आधिकारिक तौर पर, कल भी माइनॉरिटी मिनिस्टर साहब ने बोला था, आधिकारिक तौर पे सरकार बोल रही है कि किसी किस्म से भी किसी भी धार्मिक स्थल को नहीं छीना जाएगा, सब प्रोटेक्ट रहेंगे, वक्फ की जितने धार्मिक स्थल हैं उसमें किसी किस्म से मुदाखलत नहीं होगी। तो हमें उन पर यकीन करना चाहिए। एक बार बिल आ जाए, संसद में चर्चा हो जाए, उसके बाद में अगर ऐसी कोई बात होती है तो फिर तो उनकी बात सुनने लायक है। अदरवाइज अभी तो मैं समझूंगा कि अपनी मर्जी से बोल रहे हैं, जब तो देखा नहीं मिली उससे पहले।
Right, that was one of the leaders of the Ajmer Dargah, and that gives us an idea of the kind of broad support that Modi government is getting on the Waqf bill from within the Muslim community also, because remember Raman Malik, AIM PLB almost always succeeds in giving an impression that they are the sole spokespeople or the sole spokesperson of the Muslim community, as can be said, which of course they are not. And whenever they become the sole spokesperson of the Muslim community, they do it to the detriment of the community. And this time, I think the Muslim community has become really vocal and said that AIM PLB does not represent them as a whole.
There are other claimants also, Abhishek. Rahul Gandhi's party is another claimant. They are the Neo Muslim League. So they are also trying to become the spokesperson. Halaki, they do not have good spokespeople, but still they are trying.
Both
That's
Rahul
a moral victory for them.
Both Rahul and Priyanka, by the way, are not speaking in Parliament in the Lok Sabha today on the bill. Interesting bit there. But let's go back to Suesha. She's there with guests, and we couldn't complete that conversation she was having. Suesha, over to you.
Yes, Abhishek, absolutely. And some very interesting perspectives we shared here. In fact, Lalit, we were speaking to you, and then, of course, Mr. Kiren Rijiju started speaking. But all in all, you were sharing some very interesting facts on how, this was the need of the hour. And interestingly, we're getting a lot of voices on the channel talking about the gross misuse of Waqf properties all these years, and those few elitists who with their unbridled powers have been taking advantage of the lesser known.
See, Waqf is almost like a state within a state. For these 70 years. And what happened in 1947, I think post-bloody partition of India, which was derived on the basis of two-nation theory that Muslims and Hindus can't live together, Islam is incompatible with Hindus and Hinduism, and it was about exclusivity. And Pakistan was formed. And it was the Pakistanis did not fall from heaven. They were Indian born. Till 14th of August 1947, they were Indian. And millions of Indians in the name of Islam betrayed their motherland on 14th of August 1947 and chose to build Pakistan on the dead bodies of Hindus and Sikhs. And even after knowing this, what consolidation done by Mahatma Gandhi in the name of Khilafat to two-nation theory-led partition. And we allowed this Waqf to exist. And it had no business to exist after 14th of August 1947. The worst is, even all this when you're talking about evacuees properties also considered to be Waqf property. Those people who betrayed their motherland, created Pakistan, till now continue to produce Babur and Ghazni missiles against India. Their property is also supposed to be in the name of Allah. I wonder why are Maulvis silent on it? Is it charity that the desh ka dushman जो वो वाकिफ के लिए देगा वो हमारे यहाँ मुसलमान के लिए वाकिफ हो. So in the first instance it should never have existed, and now that amendments are being brought, I think it's a first step. If India has to exist, Hindus have to, Sanatan has to exist in this country, this Waqf has to go one day, and I think it's a good beginning.
Right. I quickly want to take this to Karan, because you had some counters to what Nikhil was saying, where he says that while amendments are important, but the way the Modi government is doing it is not appropriate.
So Nikhil just started by saying that it's not a land grab, it's a misinformation. Just to give you some perspective, Suyasha, in 2009 they had 3 lakh properties. Today it's ballooned to 8.5 lakh properties. From 4 lakh acres of land, it's gone up to 9.5 lakh acres. If that is not land grab, and what all have they laid claim to? They've laid claim to Somnath Temple, Krishnadev Temple. 77% of Delhi, according to them, even this area where we are right now, stands on Waqf. So if that is not a draconian law, I want to know what is a draconian law. And talking about amendments, Section 85 of it debars civil courts from jurisdiction on this. Can you imagine the special set that should exist for one particular community? He is right when he says it's not a religious body, it's a statutory body. There's a difference between the Masjid Management Committee and the board management. On the board, there can be non-Muslims, of course, there can be MPs, there can be MLAs, there can be anyone. On the Tarkeshwar Temple board, we had Firhad Hakim. So don't try to, confuse the two, as the Congress people have generally done. There is a difference between the Masjid Management Committee, and there are no Hindus or non-Muslims in the Masjid Management Committee. But on the board, of course, it needs amendments. Section 85 needs to go, Section 40 needs to go, Section 6 needs to go. How can you judge over your own claim? That is against the basic principles.
I quickly have to go into a break, but I want to get that point from Harsh. And Nikhil, I will come back to you. Because Harsh, your view on the board itself and the unbridled powers, where you were saying that with the gross misuse, the board itself, you said, should not exist. Well, that can't happen. But these amendments that are certainly very important.
No, I'll reiterate my point that the board should not have existed in the first place, like Lalit ji has also rightly pointed out. And like Nikhil said that, there are other endowment boards as well. But let me make it clear to the viewers that those endowment boards of, it may be of Sikhs, it may be of Jains, it may be of Hindus, they do not have the power to claim any land by their own. There should be a proper endowment, there should be proper endowment papers for the land to be endowed to those boards. When you look at Waqf board, they can go anywhere and claim any land to be theirs. This is retrospectively. This is blatant abuse of power. Blatant abuse of power.
It's not about religious affairs of Muslims. It's about the properties, land, the real estate. That's where we come to manage it properly. It can't be left to the Muslims, and that's how it is doing it.
Section 85, he says that civil court's jurisdiction is bad. That is a problem when you are not a lawyer, but trying to be one. A lot of facts prohibit that. DRT, Debts Recovery Tribunal, banks.
When you not religious.
Okay, we have to slip into a break right now. We'll come back to this. We'll come back to this. We'll come back to this.
I agree, but it should not. It should be religious agnostic.
And it applies only.
I don't understand what the big fuss over the Waqf bill is really all about. The Waqf, the entire idea of Waqf, is an appeasement move for rich, privileged and politically connected Muslims. And that's why only the rich and entitled Muslims are fighting to keep it. Poor Muslims, Muslim women, Muslim from backward communities have nothing to do with it. They don't care. The whole anti-Waqf movement, so-called, has failed. The confusion of Rajiv Gandhi via the Shah Bano decision, the tyranny of Indira Gandhi who pushed the emergency, and the communalism of Sonia Gandhi whose politics is anti-Hindu. The silence of Manmohan Singh who never even spoke up boldly for 1984, and the divisive politics of Rahul Gandhi who wants to do Lalu-style politics in the India of 2025. All of these have just no place in a modern India. Just like the idea of triple talaq and nikah halala had no space in modern India, it is truly secular people like you and me who need to push through to throw the Waqf idea out. The pseudos will have their own interests. They will oppose the Waqf amendment bill simply to keep the Muslim vote. They don't care about the nation. They don't care about Muslim women being denied their rights. They want to appease the rich Muslim men who act as overseers of their immediate political interests. If, and I say if with a lot of hope, if the Waqf bill is passed, it will be as big a move as the removal of Article 370. It will also be a big message that the BJP government continues to mean business, that nothing, and I repeat, nothing gets diluted because of the slightly reduced numbers in June. Now the question on your mind is whether the Waqf bill will pass. That's the question I'm being asked. I don't understand what the big fuss over the Waqf bill is really all about. The Waqf, the entire idea of Waqf, is an appeasement move for rich, privileged and politically connected Muslims. And that's why only the rich and entitled Muslims are fighting to keep it. Poor Muslims, Muslim women, Muslim from backward communities have nothing to do with it. They don't care. The whole anti-Waqf movement, so-called, has failed. The confusion of Rajiv Gandhi via the Shah Bano decision, the tyranny of Indira Gandhi who pushed the emergency, and the communalism of Sonia Gandhi whose politics is anti-Hindu. The silence of Manmohan Singh who never even spoke up boldly.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, friends. We continue our rolling coverage of the debate and discussion in the Lok Sabha, which is slated to take place on the Waqf Amendment Bill. It's a big day for reform of religion-based laws in the country, almost throwback to the Shah Bano days with the kind of pitched political debate that has taken place. Now it is going over to the Parliament, with the Joint Parliamentary Committee having made some suggestions, 25 of them incorporated in the Waqf Amendment Bill that was brought by the Modi government last year in the monsoon session. And we are bringing to you all voices and all those leaders who were connected with this debate live and breaking as and when they speak. We have reporters on the ground, Suesha reporting from outside Parliament at Vijay Chowk. We have Akhil outside Kiran Rijiju residence. We also have Gopi outside the residence of Jagdambika Pal, who was chairman of the Joint Parliamentary Committee, and of course Soumya from outside the residence of Asaduddin Owaisi. Key voice on the reform. Those are our reporters there. And Raman Malik, of course, continues to be with me in the studios. And soon I'm joined in by Shawan Sen. But let's begin top of 11 with headlines.
न लोकसभा में न राज्यसभा में जिस तरीके से अहंकार है कांग्रेस को, राहुल को, वो कह रहे थे कि हमने 24 के चुनाव के बाद मोदी जी की साइकोलॉजी तोड़ दिया। तीसरी सरकार का जो तीसरा टर्म है मोदी जी का, ये बिल ऐतिहासिक होगा गरीबों के हक में।
NDA confident of the Waqf Amendment Bill passing the Parliament. Kiran Rijiju table the bill in Lok Sabha today. Home Minister Amit Shah to present government's stance on the Waqf debate in the Lok Sabha. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin seeks a meeting with Prime Minister Modi to discuss delimitation issue. Satish Salyan's lawyer makes explosive claims in the Disha Salyan investigation, says the case was fabricated. Salyan's lawyer alleges former Mumbai cop Parambir Singh tampered with the case, demands probe against him. All right, Shawan is mic'd up, friends. Shawan, very good morning. And a big day for reform of religion-based laws in the country. And the Waqf Amendment Bill was first time introduced in the monsoon session last year. And since opposition was expected, the government in its wisdom decided to give it to a joint parliamentary committee. Those changes now incorporated. Right. So let's, for the benefit of viewers, read those changes that have been brought in with this new law. It removes Waqf by user concept, and then it makes it lawful for the Waqf to be declared only after the share of other heirs, including women, is done. The law also provides for digitization of Waqf records, which is obviously very important in the present times to bring in transparency and accountability. It provides for protection of government properties from Waqf, and that was a big issue. Remember, even Parliament of India was declared a Waqf property by some Maulana, and then the law provides, or the bill provides, for inclusion of backward Muslims in the board. And again, this is also a provision which was missing from earlier law. 2 non-Muslim members can be part of the Waqf board now. This is only an administrative provision so that someone like a collector can be made part of the Waqf board, Shawan. Separate boards for the Bohras and the Aga Khani communities. Those are the 2 communities, very influential communities, and yet were excluded from the arrangements of Waqf. Then number 8, online registration of Waqf properties. That's something which is provided for in the new bill. And then Waqf tribunal orders can be appealed in the High Court. That's a very important provision because in the earlier arrangement, whatever the Waqf board said had a sense of finality to it. There was no redemption, no way to appeal against it and get a remedy against any miscarriage of justice. And finally, the survey has to be done by an officer above the rank of district collector. Earlier the provision was district collector, now it's above district collector. Of course, the official appointed by the state government.
Well, in fact, Abhishek, what we are also going to do in a short while from now, because there are a lot of myths surrounding the Waqf properties, and perhaps that was the biggest bone of contention. And you've had the opposition particularly fear-mongering on whether at all the properties are really taken away. So those perhaps we're going to, in a short while from now, delve into it, take you through each of those points with regards to what the opposition had to say all this while, the kind of furious debate that took place within the JPC, and what really is in the amended bill. We're going to take you through that, but just a quick check from our colleagues on the ground. Gopi, just take us through what's really happening in a short while from now. The discussion is likely to begin in the Lok Sabha. What's the latest that you're picking up?
Well, see, we are standing inside Jagdambika Pal's residence. He's about to leave in next 10 minutes for the parliament. We will have to wait and watch. Just a short while back, as we spoke to him, he had in fact mentioned about all the clauses which will be deliberated in the Lok Sabha today. And he is of the opinion that each clause has been addressed in a proper manner. Let's tell our viewers that he is the man who has in fact visited many states. He has researched the Islamic charity endowments from various states, and after that certain things have been concluded, and he said that he has enough substance to prove that why certain clauses have been added or amended in this Waqf bill. So we will have to wait and watch what happens at the Lok Sabha today. While we are waiting, the chairman of JPC, Jagdambika Pal, will be leaving in next 10 minutes from his residence for Parliament.
All right, thank you, Gopi. And of course, this is an important person to track, Jagdambika Pal. He was the chairman of the Joint Parliamentary Committee, and that's why Gopi is there. And Shavan, can we sort of discuss, for the benefit of viewers, the myths versus facts about, okay, now actually we are getting who's up in favor of the bill and who's against. Shavan, over to you.
Well, how does the numbers really look like? And does that mean that the NDA would have some difficulty perhaps when the matter is tabled in the Rajya Sabha? If you simply go by the numbers which we're going to put up in a short while from now, you'll get a clear picture that it seems quite clear for the NDA at this point in time. Who's really for it? Who's against it, and what are the arguments that have been made so far? For the Bharatiya Janata Party, remember, this has been a poll promise with regards to what they essentially believe is bringing in the much needed parity. Now, this is what the BJP says. They say that it promotes transparency and better management. Now, what is the point that the opposition, the Indi members had to say? You've had them calling it an unconstitutional and a divisive bill that has been introduced by the government. The JDU, remember, a lot of speculations that were doing the rounds, particularly in the last 1 month itself, whether at all JDU will be able to convince their own vote bank, and whether at all JDU will be on board or not. A lot of speculation, but that too has now been cleared. They say they've rejected the opposition's anti-Muslim claim. And that has been backed by the fact that it brings in not only parity, but equality at this point in time. For a very long time, a section within the Muslims were also subjugated. And the answer to this is perhaps the Waqf bill itself. Against, you've had this gentleman of the AIMIM, Asauddin Owaisi. For him, perhaps this was the biggest talking point, rallying point in almost every election, particularly the elections that we saw in Maharashtra, in Haryana too, and of course with Bihar elections. They thought this is going to be a talking point. They claim that it's unfair to the Muslims. We're going to get into the nitty-gritties of it. The TDP, remember, the TDP has also said there was one contention that they essentially had with regards to the existing properties, and that, ladies and gentlemen, has also been taken care in the amended bill. We're going to take you through that too. They're saying open to parliamentary review, but then again, that's a position that they had earlier. Against, you've had Akhilesh Yadav saying opposes non-Muslim role in Waqf. It is about the introduction of the collectors in the survey and the fact that non-Muslims to be brought in. And once again, equating to what the TDP has essentially done in their state with regards to the temples too, whether they have been advocating that perhaps non-Hindus shouldn't be part of the parliament, the boards, the Hindu boards. Let's take you through the others. Now, this is clearly where it stands. Eknath Shinde of the Shiva Sena has clearly said that this is, again, a tactic, fear-mongering. In fact, he has thrown an open challenge to Uddhav Thackeray, saying that, would you really accept this? And how long can you do this when Bal Thackeray himself for a very long time has spoken about this very issue? Against the DMK says that it violates the minority rights. The NCP here of the Ajit Pawar's faction here says that ensures no injustice to minorities. You've had the DMK saying that it is against the minority rights. Now, this is where each of these parties really stand right now. Now, let's take you through myths, because, ladies and gentlemen, this is a key factor. In fact, all this while, you've had the opposition members cherry-picking on this particular issue. So what we're going to do right now, what they have essentially peddled for a long time, and what is the reality. The myth here, the government will revoke Waqf properties. So they basically take away everything. The fact is, legitimate Waqf properties remains protected. And Abhishek, if I can just get a quick word on this from you, because this is part of the amended bill and the fact that this was deliberated extensively in the JPC. And this is a key point. I just want you to perhaps bear with me and elaborate on this particular point.
I'll take 40 seconds to explain to you what is this myth was about that once the law comes into force, the government can go back and apply it retrospectively. So that's something which was opposed, and it was something which was not liked by the allies of the government also, including the JDU and the TDP. So that proviso has been removed, and the government has clarified now that this bill, the law, is not going to be retrospectively applied. Only when disputes arise subsequent to the passage of the bill and it becoming a law, that and the properties that come into dispute subsequent to this becoming a law, those only would be, adjudicated.
So this entire fear-mongering, ladies and gentlemen, has now been taken care of. And in fact, this was long deliberated within the JPC. Let's move on. The other myth, no more surveys on Waqf properties. Surveys will still continue under the district collector. And ladies and gentlemen, Republic TV has been at the forefront to basically put across to you from states like Kerala, Tamil Nadu and various others, where essentially we have seen how this has gone on. Let's take you through the others. No more surveys is what we just pointed out. Let's move on to the other myth. Non-Muslims will take over the Waqf management. Fact is, non-Muslims will be included, but majority remains Muslim. Next. As far as the myths that still continue, Muslims' private land will be taken. Private land remains completely untouched. Move on. Bill allows government to take Waqf properties. Bill only allows district collectors to verify wrongly classified properties. That's the fact. Non-Muslims will now control the Waqf funds. Myth. Once again, financial control still remains with the board. The board has the final word on it. Now, this continues. Historic mosques, dargahs will lose their status. The reality is that no religious or any historical site will be altered. That's the fact as far as this historic mosques and dargahs are concerned, Abhishek. So this gives you a broad view of what the Waqf bill basically attempts to achieve, Abhishek.
Well, absolutely. And this is a nice primer you gave, Shravan, because the opponents of the bill essentially a clique of Muslim leaders and the clergy, including the AIMPLB, the All India Muslim Personal Law Board, like it always happens when it comes to reform within the Muslim community in the country. They were opposing and sort of creating these myths, creating these misunderstandings, creating these false situations to obviously get more and more support among their community. And so, Shravan, with this myth versus fact, you have busted some of those misleading, some of that misleading information. And Raman, you think large mass of Muslim citizens really understand this, that they were being waylaid, like it happened in the case of Shah Bano, like it happened in the case of Saira Bano, like it happened in the case of triple talaq, like it has happened in many earlier occasions of Muslim reform, that maybe they were being misled by their leadership?
See, one thing is very clear, Abhishek, that over a period of time, this, story of Sher Aya from these people who are controlling the so-called Muslim masses in India. They say they are the controllers and they are the guiding forces of them, whereas they are nothing except their, people who are more about, let's say, hungry wolves who are running around and destroying the Muslim community. They are not letting them grow. So let's say we take two things into perspective. The kind of land that has been there, about 10 lakh acres. Do you not think there can be 4,000 or 5,000 old age homes? Maybe 5,000 or 6,000 women shelters? Maybe a few lakh schools, colleges, hospitals? You remember the time when Ram Mandir was being constructed, there was suggestions given for hospitals and such institutions there. But what about this 10 lakh acres? And still, some people have to go there out and capture the road and pay namaz and all that stuff. So it is not so. Please understand that the poor, the poorest poor in the Muslim community have not benefited out of this system for the last so many years. They are still poor. They are still, their education, their malnutrition, their health. It's all a cause of concern. And if this big a property is there, and they can still only manage about 200 crore rupees of revenue in a year, then it's a big question, where is the revenue going? And one more thing, Abhishek, which we must focus on, is that you should see what Congress has done. When it was JK was formed, JNK was formed, the Supreme Court had no rights earlier to intervene.
That's a big issue, actually.
And today, if you look into this, still the courts do not have a right to intervene into the Waqf issues.
Okay.
Now you can go directly to the High Court. The law, the constitution by which they always cry for, Mr. Owaisi and Mr. Rahul Gandhi, taking the constitution, Article 1924, this, that, they are still running the same thing, same, but they must, they're taking this adambar on, they're taking this charade on that, we are running by the constitution, but actually they're running away from the constitution. They're not giving human rights to people.
Obviously, what is constitutional about excluding the role of judiciary?
But how is Congress going to, see how are the poor going to be benefited out of stopping this bill, which brings in parity to the control, to the revenues, to the whole asset, which is there for the Muslim community as a total.
Absolutely. And look at this. So earlier there was no judicial oversight, and now the bill provides for it. The legal disputes had very poor redressal mechanism, and overall there was poor management. There was illegal occupation of Waqf land. As much as 7 to 8% of total Waqf land in the country is encroached. There was mismanagement and ownership disputes. Litigation is as much as 27%, and taken together about 50% of the total Waqf land. There is no clarity who owns it. There is no clear documentation, and no clarity as to who benefits from as much as half of the total Waqf land in the country. And that is the reason why this is being brought in. So obviously there was an element of misuse built into the existing Waqf Act, which has prompted the Modi government to really bring in the law. Shawan.
Abhishek, we're just getting in some more breaking news right now. This is coming in from the TDP camp. In fact, Aniri is going to join us in a short while from now. They've, of course, extended their support of Waqf bill in the parliament. Now, there are 3 proposals that are going to be brought in by the TDP MP. The rationale behind what they're calling replacing the district collectors. In fact, this is being brought in by TDP MP Devaralu. Amendment basically aimed to ensure that property disputes involving Waqf lands are handled at a higher administrative level. The second amendment that they are speaking about is the concerns over the non-Muslims appointment. The TDP is essentially arguing that non-Muslims in key Waqf board roles might lack the necessary cultural religious understanding. The third is the push for more Muslim representation by advocating of Muslim women in the Central Waqf Council. The TDP is seeking to preserve what they claim religious authenticity in decision making. Now that's what we are getting, Abhishek, right now from the TDP camp.
Oh, that's a significant one, Shawan. Let's try and get Aneri live on this, because what is important is this gives us an idea of the manner in which, the meticulous manner rather, in which the government has really gone about it. So it's not been blind and motivated. It has actually gone into this exercise with a very open mind, has listened to everyone. The first day itself got the JPC going, and the JPC was a very broad-based committee which included opposition members, including Asaduddin Owaisi, by the way, and it has listened to both the opposition ranks and its allies. And this breaking by Aneri is proof of how the government has been really open-minded in terms of incorporating any suggestions, constructive ideas which come from any side of the political divide. So, okay. So TDP says that they wanted somebody above district collector to be doing the surveys, which has been accepted. There were concerns about non-Muslim appointment that have been addressed. Those have been addressed. And then, of course, push for more Muslim representation. Aneri joins us live from Hyderabad. Aneri, you think that the entire TDP and, of course, Chandrababu Naidu, they are very happy with the government accommodating their suggestions and they are fully on board?
Well, Abhishek, the TDP is fully on board. They have asked their MPs to support the Waqf bill, which will be tabled, and they have also issued a 3-line whip to all their MPs to be present in the parliament today. And remember, this comes after the nod which was given by the TDP chief, Chandrababu Naidu, after they had put 3 proposals at the JPC meeting, where we have seen that the 3 of the proposals which we have got to know is that the amendments amid to ensure that the property disputes that have been going on involving Waqf land are handled with an high level officer, basically, so that it is easy for the governance, and also there shouldn't be any sort of misleading things that shouldn't happen, and that is the reason why they have said that a higher level officer should be put in place at that administration spot, and also at the same time concern over non-Muslim appointments. So TDP has urged that non-Muslims in the key Waqf board role might lack the necessary culture and religious understandings and potential to have a clarity, and that is the reason why we see that one more proposal which the TDP has put forth in the meeting, and also another one is for the push for the Muslim representation. So basically now the TDP has also asked for more of Muslim representation, and all the 3 proposals which have been put forth by the TDP MPs have been accepted, and that is the reason why we see that after these 3 proposals were accepted, we see that the TDP has come in support of the Waqf bill, because remember, Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has been time and again during his various meetings have been asking.
Well, Anandi, thank you for getting us the latest from the TDP camp. In fact, we're going to put out the details of the proposals that are likely to be moved by the TDP camp, the details of which we've just put out. In fact, a short while back, remember, the Joint Parliamentary Committee Chief has also spoken to Gopi. And in fact, if you remember, in the last few months, there have been, many would say, many ups and downs within the committee itself, particularly the opposition parties holding ransom the entire committee itself. The amended sections that were basically brought in and the suggestions that were essentially made, what were it and how has it been incorporated? Listen.
डिस्कशन होने वाला है 8 घंटा एक्सपेक्टेशंस क्या है किस तरह के क्लॉज पे डिस्कशन होने वाला है
देखिए अब राहुल गांधी का ये कहना कि असंवैधानिक है या अखिलेश यादव का आखिर राहुल गांधी से मैं पूछना चाहता हूं कि जब कांग्रेस यूपीए की सरकार थी और वो सरकार पार्लियामेंट से कोई संवैधानिक बिल पास करती थी तो उस अपने संवैधानिक बिल को जो फाड़ दिया करते थे वो दूसरे को कह रहे हैं कि असंवैधानिक है। बिल को पढ़ने का टाइम है उनके पास, सदन में बैठने का टाइम है, तो जब बिल पढ़ा नहीं आज कांग्रेस यूपीए की सरकार में जब अमेंडमेंट हुआ था तो उस समय मनमोहन सिंह जी ने कहा था देश की परिसंपत्तियों पे पहला अधिकार अल्पसंख्यकों का है, मुसलमानों का है। उससे आर्टिकल 14, आर्टिकल 19, आर्टिकल 21, आर्टिकल 300A का उल्लंघन हुआ था। आज उसको रेक्टिफाई कर रहे हैं और मकसद इस सरकार का है कि वक़्फ़ की प्रॉपर्टी का इस्तेमाल बेजा केवल मुतवल्ली या केयर टेकर्स या वक़्फ़ के लोग न करें, बल्कि उसका फ़ायदा उसकी इनकम का गरीब को, पसमानदा को, ख़वातीन को, अनाथ बच्चों को, आर्फन को मिले। तो आज का दिन तो ऐतिहासिक है। ये बिल नहीं है देश के गरीब मुसलमानों के लिए जो अभी तक नहीं था, वो उसका फ़ायदा मिलेगा।
कुछ क्लॉजेज हैं जिन पे मुसलमानों ने आवाज़ उठाई है, जैसे कि वक्फ बाय यूज़र क्लॉज है। दूसरा एक क्लॉज ये भी है कि जो मुसलमान 5 साल तक प्रैक्टिस नहीं करता वो अपना डोनेट नहीं कर सकता ज़मीन। इन सब को आप कैसे एड्रेस करेंगे कि ये चीज़ आप कैसे इसको एड्रेस करेंगे?
हमने एड्रेस किया दोनों को। वक्फ बाय यूज़र हटाया है कि ये नहीं कि जहाँ चाहे जिसको कह दें ये वक्फ है। वक्फ बाय यूज़र में अब कोई भी वक्फ होगा, इसको हमने रिट्रोस्पेक्टिव इफेक्ट से नहीं किया, प्रोस्पेक्टिव किया। अगर पहले कहीं मस्जिद है, ईदगाह है, खानका है, तो वो वक्फ की रहेगी अगर कोई डिस्प्यूट नहीं गवर्नमेंट के साथ। लेकिन भविष्य में अब कोई वक्फ होगा तो उसका डीड होगा, वामसी पोर्टल पे उसको अपलोड किया जाएगा। तो अब हमने उसको एड्रेस किया। ये देश को गुमराह कर रहे हैं, झूठ बोल रहे हैं कि मस्जिदें ले ली जाएंगी, खानका ले ली जाएंगी और हमारी इमामबाड़ा ले लिया जाएगा। तो ये केवल गुमराह कर रहे हैं।
एक आखिरी सवाल, लोकसभा में आंकड़े हैं, बोल रहे हैं राज्यसभा में थोड़ी दिक्कत हो सकती है, इस पे आप क्या कहें?
न लोकसभा में न राज्यसभा में जिस तरीके से अहंकार है कांग्रेस को, राहुल को, वो कह रहे थे कि हमने 24 के चुनाव के बाद मोदी जी की साइकोलॉजी तोड़ दिया। उनके इस अहंकार को देश की जनता ने हरियाणा में, महाराष्ट्र में आपने जिस तरीके से देखा कि चुनाव में तोड़ा है, तो इससे साफ है कि आज ये भी तीसरी सरकार का जो तीसरा टर्म है मोदी जी का, ये बिल ऐतिहासिक होगा गरीबों के हक में।
All right, more voices are coming in both in support and against the Waqf Amendment Bill, which is going to be discussed in the Lok Sabha today. Let's listen to Vishnu Shankar Jain. He's an activist on temples. He's someone closely involved with both the Mathura, Kashi and the Sambal temple mosque disputes. Let's listen to him.
देखिए, जो एक मैंने अभी तक जो नैरेटिव देखा है, उनका नैरेटिव लोगों को डराने का और भड़काने का है। और जो हमने हमेशा से देखा है कि हम सड़कों पे आ जाएंगे, पार्लियामेंट ही नहीं जाने देंगे, इस तरह की भड़काऊ बातें करने का है, जो किसी भी हेल्दी डेमोक्रेसी में एक उचित बात नहीं है। अगर आपको किसी प्रावधान का विरोध है तो आप बताइए कि आपको किस प्रावधान का विरोध है और उसके ऊपर एक सफल और सार्थक चर्चा करिए, रादर देन कानून अपने हाथों में लेने के। तो मैं इस बात का पक्षधर नहीं हूँ। अगर हम लोग एक ऐसे व्यवस्था की संरचना कर रहे हैं जहाँ पे हम ये बात कर रहे हैं कि कानून कैसा हो, तो उसके लिए सारे लोगों को मिलके एक सफल चर्चा करनी चाहिए।
वक्फ संशोधन बिल एक अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल बिल है, ये कहा गया है। कई धड़ों की तरफ से ये कहा गया है कि अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है और भ्रामक जो खबरें हैं वो भी फैलाने की कोशिश।
देखिए, मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि वक्फ एक्ट 1995 ही अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है। वो पूरा एक्ट ही अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है और उसको चुनौती अलग अलग हाईकोर्ट में दी गई है। हाईकोर्ट ने केंद्र सरकार को नोटिस भी जारी कर रखा है और इस परिप्रेक्ष्य में, इस बैकग्राउंड में ये अमेंडमेंट बिल लाया जा रहा है कि उसको संविधान सम्मत बनाया जा सके। तो इसलिए ये कहना कि ये बिल अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है, गलत है। जो एक्ट था जिसने आपको असीमित अधिकार दिए, जिसकी वजह से आज ये परिस्थिति उत्पन्न हो गई है कि लोग ये कह रहे हैं कि इस देश की पार्लियामेंट ही वक्फ के ऊपर है, दिल्ली एयरपोर्ट वक्फ के ऊपर है। तो ये परिस्थिति जो उत्पन्न हुई है, ये परिस्थिति असंवैधानिक थी, जिसको बदला जा रहा है।
कहा जा रहा है कि जिस तरीके से प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं दिल्ली की जंतर मंतर पर, अलग अलग स्थानों पर, अगर हम बात करें जिस तरीके से जो सहयोगी दल है इस वक्त केंद्र सरकार में, उन सहयोगी दलों को भी लगातार कहा जाता है कि आप भी समर्थन पीछे से ले इस वक्फ बोर्ड को लेकर के, संशोधन बिल को लेकर के। तो क्या कहेंगे, जिस तरीके से विरोध प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है जंतर मंतर पर, तमाम जो पार्टीज है जो कि सामने आ रही है?
देखिए, विरोध प्रदर्शन तो हमने सीए में भी देखा है, फार्म लॉज में भी देखा है और विरोध प्रदर्शन हिंदू समाज के लोगों ने भी जंतर मंतर पे किया है। तो विरोध प्रदर्शन दोनों तरफ से है। ठीक है, मैं इतना मानता हूं कि हर आदमी को डेमोक्रेसी में अपनी एक चिंता, अपनी एक नाराज़गी जाहिर करने का एक राइट बनता है, पर कोई आदमी कानून को अपने हाथ में ना ले, न्याय व्यवस्था बनी रहे, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर मेंटेन रहे और जो डेमोक्रेटिक माध्यम है उसके तहत हर आदमी विरोध प्रदर्शन करने के लिए स्वतंत्र है।
It's going to be a historical step by Prime Minister Modi's government, and very meticulous work has been done towards deliberating upon the bill, and I'm looking forward to very good debate, discussion, dialogue within the Lok Sabha. Numbers are not the issue. Numbers are in favor of NDA, but it's very important to have a constructive dialogue around the bill. And on 8th of August 2024, as you know, the bill had been brought to the Lok Sabha by the government, and immediately the opposition parties sprang up and they said they wanted it to be sent to the JPC. The JPC was immediately constituted, and 6 months deliberation we had on the JPC. I had the privilege of being a part of the JPC. So I think now the bill is in a very robust form brought to, a very structured form brought to the Lok Sabha.
50 मीटिंगें विपक्ष ने भी जेपीसी में की है, तो सबके साथ सलाह मशवरत करके ये बिल लाया गया है, जिसको जो अमेंडमेंट्स चाहिए तो वो अमेंडमेंट्स डालने का काम भी बिल में किया है। तो मुझे लगता है विपक्ष को सिर्फ राजनीति करनी है, अपीसमेंट पॉलिटिक्स इनको करना आता है, और वही इतने सालों तक करने का काम ये लोग कर रहे हैं। और अभी जो एक रिफॉर्मेटिव बिल यहाँ पर आ रहा है, जैसे ट्रिपल तलाक अबॉलिश करने का बिल आया था, एक बड़ा रिफॉर्मेटिव चेंज, एक गरीब मुस्लिम बहन को न्याय देने का काम यहाँ पर इस सरकार के माध्यम से हुआ था। उसी तरीके से फिर से मोदी सरकार एक रिफॉर्मेटिव बिल मुस्लिम भाइयों को न्याय देने के लिए यहाँ पर लेके आ रहे हैं। इतने सालों तक जो इतना बड़ा लैंड होल्डर रहा है वक्फ, रेलवेज़ के बाद, डिफेंस के बाद, लेकिन इतना बड़ा लैंड होने के बावजूद आज मुस्लिम वर्ग जो है पिछड़ा ही रहा है। उनमें अच्छी शिक्षा मिलनी चाहिए, उनको गरीब बच्चों को अच्छी व्यवस्था मिलनी चाहिए, अच्छे अस्पताल मिलने चाहिए। ये कहाँ पर किया? ये एग्जाम्पल भी देना चाहिए विपक्ष ने कि कहाँ जो है वक्त के लैंड के माध्यम से लोगों का उद्धार करने का काम यहाँ पर किया है। सिर्फ कुछ चुनिंदा लोगों ने यहाँ पर भ्रष्टाचार करने का काम किया है। इस व्यवस्था को ठीक करने का काम कल इस वक्फ के बिल के माध्यम से होगा, इसलिए वक्फा बिल जो है यहाँ पर लाया जा रहा है। और इसके अंदर क्लियरली कहा गया, जो विपक्ष यहाँ पर घड़ी घड़ी कह रहा है कि ये बिल आने के बाद सब वक्फ की प्रॉपर्टी जो है सरकार छीन लेगी, ये गलत भ्रम फैलाने का काम विपक्ष को नहीं करना चाहिए। विपक्ष में अच्छे लोग हैं जो अच्छा बात पार्लियामेंट में करते हैं, उनसे मुझे लगता है उनको भी मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि अच्छे से बिल पढ़ लो।
All right, those are voices from inside Parliament, and we in fact are having a stream coming in of a press conference by the All India Muslim Personal Law Board. Let's cut to it.
तो मैं सबसे पहले जनरल सेक्रेटरी ऑल इंडिया मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ बोर्ड से गुजारिश करता हूं कि वो आपके सामने कुछ बात रखें।
जैसा कि आप सब हज़रात को मालूम है, वक्फ अमेंडमेंट बिल आज पार्लियामेंट के अंदर 12 बजे पेश हो रहा है। इस सिलसिले में हमारे जो एतराज़ात हैं, ऑब्जेक्शन हैं, हम आपके रिकॉर्ड में भी लाना चाहते हैं। यकीनन आप सब हज़रात इनसे बखूबी वाकिफ़ होंगे, लेकिन एक मुख्तसर अंदाज में मैं आपके सामने पेश कर दूं और कि हमारे एतराज़ात क्या थे। वक्फ एक्ट 1995 में तरमीम के लिए वक्फ तरमीमी बिल 2024 को लोकसभा में पेश किया गया। अलबत्ता मुख्तसर मुबाहिसे और डिस्कशन के बाद बिल को एक जॉइंट पार्लियामानी कमेटी JPC के सुपुर्द कर दिया गया। इस बिल से मुताल्लिका मुतअद्दिद शराकतदारों और जो पार्टिसिपेंट थे उनको अपने मारूज़ात और अपने ऑब्जेक्शन पेश करने के लिए मदऊ किया गया। उन्होंने मौजूदा वक्फ कानून में मनसूबाबंद तब्दीलियों पर सख्त एतराज़ किया। एक बहुत प्लानिंग के साथ में ये अमेंडमेंट लाया गया है। JPC ने मुतअद्दिद गैर मुताल्लिक़ अफराद को भी तलब किया, जबकि वो इर्रेलिवेंट है एक तरीके से, और उन्होंने जो मौजूदा तब्दीलियों की हिमायत की है उनको सपोर्ट किया एक तरीके से। बिलाखिर JPC ने अपनी रिपोर्ट दाखिल की। इस बिल में बराए नाम नज़रसानी की गई। जहाँ तक ताल्लुक़ है हमारी कम्युनिटी का, उसमें 5 करोड़ के लगभग ईमेल जो इसके अगेंस्ट में थे। उसके अलावा जो भी एतराज़ात मुख्तलिफ शहरों के अंदर ऑब्जेक्शन लोगों ने पेश किए, उनमें से किसी को भी कंसीडर नहीं किया गया। हमारी एनालिसिस और हमारे तज्जिए के मुताबिक इस नज़रसानी के बाइस जो दोबारा इसमें गौर व फिक्र किया गया JPC के अंदर मुजव्वज़ा तरामीम की बनिस्बत अब ये बिल और ज़्यादा ऑब्जेक्शनेबल है हमारे लिए और काबिल एतराज़ हो गया है, और उसकी दफ़ात जो हैं वो और ज़्यादा हमारे लिए गैर महफूज हो गई हैं। वक्फ तरमीमी बिल 2024 के ख़िलाफ़ एतराज़ात जो हम लोग करते हैं उसकी बहुत सी वजूहात हैं। वक्फ बोर्ड की रुकनियत यानी वक्फ बोर्ड क्रिएशन करने में जो तब्दीली की गई दफ़ा 14 के अंदर, अब CEO के ओहदे पर मुसलमान ऑफिसर का तकर्रुर नहीं होगा। B, कोई जायदाद वक्फ है या नहीं उसके बारे में फैसला दफ़ा 44 के मुताबिक अब तक इस बाब में सर्वे कमिश्नर, अदालती कार्रवाई और मुख्तलिफ हुक्काम की कवानीन साजी को इख्तियारात हासिल थे। ये निज़ाम अब बिल्कुल दिरहम बरहम और तहस नहस हो गया है। इस तरमीम के बाद वक्फ का इंतज़ाम अब मुसलमानों के हाथ से ले लिया गया है और इसको हुकूमत के हवाले कर दिया गया है या ऐसे इदारे के सुपुर्द कर दिया गया है जो कि बुनियादी तौर पर मुसलमानों का इदारा नहीं है। C, वक्फ कानून में बुनियादी तब्दीलियों पर हमारे एतराज़ात क्या हैं? A, नंबर 1, वक्फ बराए इस्तेमाल वक्फ बाई यूज़र 3B उसको खारिज कर दिया गया है। नंबर 2, वक्फ की तश्कील वक्फ के क्रिएशन करने के लिए प्रैक्टिसिंग मुसलमान का होना शर्त, ये शर्त लगा दी गई है जो कि गलत है हमारे नज़दीक। नंबर 3, वक्फ के क्रिएशन करने में वक्फ की तश्कील में दफ़ा 3A2 उसके बाइस विरासत के हकूक़ को ख़त्म कर दिया गया है। नंबर 4, दफ़ा 3C का इजाफा जिसके मुताबिक कलेक्टर या कोई मुतय्यन ऑफिसर ये फैसला करेगा कि कोई जायदाद हुकूमत की है या वक्फ की है। नंबर 5, दफ़ा 3C2 उसके तहत में ये शख्स कि जब तक कि ऑफिसर फैसला न दे उसे हुकूमत की जायदाद तस्वुर किया जाएगा, वो गवर्नमेंट प्रॉपर्टी रहेगी जब तक कि डिसीजन नहीं हो जाए। नंबर 5, लिमिटेशन के कानून से वक्फ जायदाद मुस्तस्ना थी उसको हटा दिया गया है, तो इससे वक्फ का तहफ़्फ़ुज़ हमेशा के लिए ख़त्म हो जाएगा। यानी 12 साल से ज़्यादा जिन वक्फ जायदादों पर कब्जा है पूरे हिंदुस्तान में, उन सब के मालिक जो काबिल हैं वही हो जाएंगे। नंबर 7, दफ़ा 104 का खात्मा जो कि वक्फ जायदाद के इस्तेमाल के मकसद से मुताल्लिक़ है। ये तमाम मामलात बहुत ही संगीन हैं जो कि 2024 के तरमीमी बिल के ज़रिए उठाए गए हैं और उनसे वक्फ का पूरा निज़ाम ही तब्दील हो गया है। JPC में उन अहम नताइज के हामिल मामलात और अफेयर्स पर कोई गौर नहीं किया गया, बल्कि बाज़ मामलात को JPC ने और ज़्यादा बिगाड़ दिया है। मिसाल के तौर पर दफ़ा 3C2 में कलेक्टर के बजाय मुतय्यन अफसर जो सरकार नॉमिनेट करेगी किसी भी ऑफिसर को, वो उसके फैसले पर निर्भर करेगा कि फ़ैसला क्या होता है। ये और ज़्यादा बिगड़ गया है जो कि सूरत हाल को मज़ीद अबतर कर देगा। एतराज़ कलेक्टर के किरदार को बना, कलेक्टर के कैरेक्टर को बना एतराज़ नहीं है, हमें एतराज़ इस बात के ऊपर है कि वक्फ का निज़ाम में एक मुतय्यन ऑफिसर की शमूलियत के ऊपर था जो कि ज़्यादातर मामलात में हुकूमत के हक़ में ही फैसले देगा। JPC ने वक्फ बाई यूज़र, वक्फ बराए इस्तेमाल और लिमिटेशन के बारे में जो तजावीज़ पेश की हैं उनके मुताबिक आइंदा उस पर अमल होगा। ये हमारे लिए बहुत ही ख़तरनाक है। इससे वक्फ के तहफ़्फ़ुज़ में कोई मुस्बत नतीजा बरामद नहीं होगा क्योंकि हर तरमीम पर अमल आइंदा ही होता है, लिहाजा ये तजवीज़ जो है बेमाना है। ये कहना कि अब उस पर जो वक्फ बाई यूज़र आइंदा उस पर यह कानून लागू होगा। कानून जब भी बनता है तो आने वाले वक्त ही में लागू होता है, तो ये कहना बिल्कुल बेमाना है। इस तरीके से JPC की जानिब से तरमीम की दूसरी मिसाल ये है कि अब वक्फ की तश्कील या वक्फ का क्रिएशन सिर्फ बाअमल प्रैक्टिसिंग मुसलमान ही कर सकते हैं।
I don't understand what the big fuss over the Waqf bill is really all about. The Waqf, the entire idea of Waqf, is an appeasement move for rich, privileged and politically connected Muslims. And that's why only the rich and entitled Muslims are fighting to keep it. Poor Muslims, Muslim women, Muslim from backward communities have nothing to do with it. They don't care. The whole anti-Waqf movement, so-called, has failed. The confusion of Rajiv Gandhi via the Shah Bano decision, the tyranny of Indira Gandhi who pushed the emergency, and the communalism of Sonia Gandhi whose politics is anti-Hindu. The silence of Manmohan Singh who never even spoke up boldly for 1984, and the divisive politics of Rahul Gandhi who wants to do Lalu-style politics in the India of 2025. All of these have just no place in a modern India. Just like the idea of triple talaq and nikah halala had no space in modern India, it is truly secular people like you and me who need to push through to throw the Waqf idea out. The pseudos will have their own interests. They will oppose the Waqf amendment bill simply to keep the Muslim vote. They don't care about the nation. They don't care about Muslim women being denied their rights. They want to appease the rich Muslim men who act as overseers of their immediate political interests. If, and I say if with a lot of hope, if the Waqf bill is passed, it will be as big a move as the removal of Article 370. It will also be a big message that the BJP government continues to mean business, that nothing, and I repeat, nothing gets diluted because of the slightly reduced numbers in June.
Waqf bill is against the interest of Muslims for which they are bringing in the bill. This is only to centralize the power with central government and collectors, and putting non-Muslims in the committee is not acceptable. We totally oppose the bill.
It is a very transparent, because it is somewhat connected to, always connected to the land and property. If somebody loses that property, they are having the right to express their feelings. Then they are also included in this Waqf. That is why all section of people and these all stakeholders will be in this Waqf bill.
ये जो वक्फ बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टी है वक्फ की, इसको इसकी पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की, आरएसएस की और सरकार की नज़र ठीक नहीं है, इरादा ठीक नहीं है, इसको हथियाना चाहते हैं। हम समाजवादी पार्टी के लोग हमारे
मैंने पहले ही कहा था ये बिल जो है इसको हम जैसे लोगों को तस्लीम करना ज़रा मुश्किल है। इस बिल से ऐसा लगता है कि एक ही मज़हब को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है। मैंने बार बार ये कहा है, हर मज़हब के अपने इदारे होते हैं, हर मज़हब का एक चैरिटेबल विंग होता है, खैरात का जो है एक सिलसिला रहता है। हमारे यहाँ जब खैरात का होता है तो वो वक्फ़ के ज़रिए हम करते हैं, और उन वक्फ़ को इस तरह निशाना बनाना ये अफसोस की बात है।
Now, the question on your mind is whether the Waqf bill will pass. That's the question I'm being asked most often, that the Modi government has a very clear intention in its mind to push through the controversial Waqf amendment bill despite the opposition of the hardline Muslim groups. But then the question is whether the Modi government can do it. You see, the feeling in the minds of most people is that this third term of the Modi government, they don't have the numbers that they had in the second term. So if they can't pass the Uniform Civil Code immediately, then how can they pass the Waqf bill? If they can't pass immediately one nation, one poll, how can they pass the Waqf bill? Well, simply, ladies and gentlemen, this is a Waqf amendment bill. It needs a simple majority in both houses of parliament. So it's much easier than one nation, one poll or a uniform civil code. Now, let me start by talking about the Lok Sabha. I believe that the NDA can easily pass the bill in the Lok Sabha because they have 293 seats in the Lok Sabha. As of now, I am not hearing anything to the effect that JDU or Chandrababu Naidu or TDP are going to be against it. They will go along with the government. But even if, I'm saying even if the TDP or the JDU decide not to support the bill or to abstain, even then the bill goes through. And let me explain the numbers here.
ये हम लोग डिस्कशन करने के लिए तैयार हैं, लेकिन मैं आपको सत्यता कुछ बताना चाहता हूँ। जो बार बार सरकार कह रही है कि मुसलमानों को कुछ नहीं बिगड़ेगा, वक्फ बाय यूज़र जो इन्होंने हटाने का काम किया है और कह रहे हैं कि हमने नहीं हटाया, उसके अंदर प्रावधान कर दिया कि कोई भी संपत्ति जो सरकारी हो, जिसके अंदर सरकारी हिस्सेदारी हो या विवादग्रस्त हो, उस संपत्ति को जब तक वक्फ नहीं माना जाएगा वो एक डेजिग्नेटेड ऑफिसर को उसकी जांच दी जाएगी और जब तक उसकी जांच नहीं होगी वो तब तक विवाद संपत्ति वक्फ की नहीं रहेगी।
वक्फ बिल जो जेपीसी में आया था, ज्वाइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी में, उसमें कमियां देखते हुए संपूर्ण विपक्ष ने कुछ संशोधन दिए थे और सरकार ने एक नहीं माना। अगर उसी स्वरूप में आएगा तो ये भारत के संविधान की मूल भावना के खिलाफ।
अब राहुल गांधी का ये कहना कि असंवैधानिक है या अखिलेश यादव का, आखिर राहुल गांधी से मैं पूछना चाहता हूं कि जब कांग्रेस
बिल के मेरिट को अगर एक बार किनारे भी रखें तो जब ये देश बना, जब ये देश आज़ाद हुआ, तो हम लोग के फाउंडिंग फादर्स ने जो कमिटमेंट्स या एक तरह का जो एश्योरेंस उन्होंने इस देश के अलग अलग वर्ग के लोगों को के लिए जो दिया, कहीं ना कहीं अगर आप उससे डेविएट करते हैं तो आज की पीढ़ी के लोग या जो लोग भी आज इस देश में रहते हैं, उनकी ये जिम्मेवारी है कि जो कमिटमेंट किए गए हैं हम लोग उसके प्रति ट्रूथफुल रहें।
देखिए, इस लोकतंत्र में एक स्वस्थ लोकतंत्र की परंपरा है कि आप किसी का समर्थन कर सकते हैं, किसी का विरोध कर सकते हैं, लेकिन विरोध के नाम पर नमाज को काला करना, विरोध के नाम पर मस्जिदों के से निकलते के साथ उत्पात करना, विरोध के नाम पर मस्जिदों को राजनीति का अखाड़ा बनाना, नमाज को जो है वो विरोध का साधन बनाना, ये ठीक नहीं है। ये जिस तरह से कुछ कट्टरपंथी मुस्लिम जमातें लगातार देश के मुसलमानों को बरगला करके, भड़का करके और झूठ फैला करके उनको आतंक और हिंसा की राह पर धकेलने की कोशिश कर रही हैं, उससे उनको बाज आना पड़ेगा।
I don't understand what the big fuss over the Waqf bill is really all about. The Waqf, the entire idea of Waqf, is an appeasement move for rich, privileged and politically connected Muslims. And that's why only the rich and entitled Muslims are fighting to keep it. Poor Muslims, Muslim women, Muslim from backward communities have nothing to do with it. They don't care. The whole anti-Waqf movement, so-called, has failed. The confusion of Rajiv Gandhi via the Shah Bano decision, the tyranny of Indira Gandhi who pushed the emergency, and the communalism of Sonia Gandhi whose politics is anti-Hindu. The silence of Manmohan Singh who never even spoke up boldly for 1984, and the divisive politics of Rahul Gandhi who wants to do Lalu-style politics in the India of 2025, all of these have just no place in a modern India. Just like the idea of triple talaq and nikah halala had no space in modern India, it is truly secular people like you and me who need to push through to throw the Waqf idea out. The pseudos will have their own interests. They will oppose the Waqf amendment bill simply to keep the Muslim vote. They don't care about the nation. They don't care about Muslim women being denied their rights. They want to appease the rich Muslim men who act as overseers of their immediate political interests. If, and I say if with a lot of hope, if the Waqf bill is passed, it will be as big a move as the removal of Article 370. It will also be a big message that the BJP government continues to meet
right, welcome back, friends. All set for a showdown inside Parliament on the crucial Waqf Amendment Bill, which the Modi government is bringing in the Lok Sabha today. And the BJP has, of course, issued a whip to its MPs, as also other NDA allies. So also in the case of opposition benches, all the parties marshalling their numbers and resources to make sure that their side gets reflected in the ayes and noes that happens later in the day after 8 hours of debate and discussion. Let's look at some facts on how the political chessboard is set before the debate.
Amid the protests, the centre is all set to table the Waqf Amendment Bill in the Parliament today.
We had a Business Advisory Committee meeting for Lok Sabha. I had proposed before the committee that on 2nd April, we are bringing the Waqf Amendment Bill. And for that, we have to allocate time for discussion.
The bill is slated for 8 hours of discussion to be commenced from 12 p.m. onwards in Lok Sabha. Ahead of tabling of the bill, the BJP has issued a 3-line whip to all its members of Parliament of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha to be present in the Parliament during the Waqf bill discussions. NDA allies such as TDP, JDU and Lok Janshakti Party have also extended their support to the bill, though they have been urging the government to address concerns of all stakeholders of the proposed amendments.
हम मुस्लिम समाज के हर हित की रक्षा करेंगे, हर हित के उनके पक्ष में है। जो भी होगा, कल संभवतः ये बिल आएगा, उसके बाद ही हम चर्चा कर पाएंगे कि हमारी मांगों को कितना उन्होंने उसमें रखा गया, माना गया, उसके बाद ही हम इसके बारे में अपना कमेंट्स करेंगे।
However, Ajit Pawar-led NCP has not yet cleared their party stance on the Waqf bill. Meanwhile, AIMIM's chief Asaduddin Owaisi has strongly opposed the bill and called it, quote, unconstitutional.
ये वक्फ बिल अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है। ये वक्फ बिल आर्टिकल 14, आर्टिकल 25, 26, 29 का ग्रेव वायलेशन है। ये वक्फ बिल नहीं है, बल्कि ये वक्फ बर्बाद बिल है। ये
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board has also raised its opposition to the Waqf Amendment Bill. Ulemas and Imams are also called for an emergency meeting in Mumbai before the Waqf Bill is presented in Parliament. Last evening, Indie Bloc leaders held meeting to chalk out the strategy ahead of the Waqf Amendment Bill tabling. After tabling the Waqf Amendment Bill in Lok Sabha, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is set to address on the Waqf Amendment Bill in Parliament at around 6 p.m. this evening. As all NDA partners have extended their support to the bill, will the Modi government be able to pass the bill in Parliament?
All right, we have a breaking news development coming in, which is that the AIMPLB, trying again to be the sole spokesperson of the Muslim community, has decided to take the objection to the Waqf Amendment Bill to the next level, which is that they will hit the streets, they will hold nationwide agitation and protests. They are going to do a repeat of the CAA NRC protests with the mobilization of Muslim community. Whether they succeed this time is a big question, but AIMPLB making its mind clear even before the bill comes up for discussion in Parliament, which is, of course, in just about 10 minutes from now. 12 noon is when the Parliament convenes, or the Lok Sabha convenes, to take up the Waqf Amendment Bill. Shawan is back with me in the studio. Raman Malik, your first quick comment, 30 seconds. AIMPLB says they will take action against those Muslims who support this bill, so which means they are really escalating it and trying to bring in an element of violence.
Who are they? Do they believe in the Constitution? How can you, threaten any individual on the sovereign right, especially a member of parliament or anybody who takes his sanity, his mind, and makes a decision?
Yeah.
And you are threatening
But this
them.
cannot be accepted. You see what happened in the
This is not democracy.
Protest led to what happened in
This is
Delhi
not a Khalifa.
And the AIMPLB seems to be threatening the exact same thing.
They are not
They
Khalifas.
are saying that we are going to hit the streets, we are going to carry out blockades, we are not going to let this pass.
Well, if that is the case, then they can move to an Islamic country. Please. This is a secular nation, and in a secular nation, an elected member is a representative of all the citizens staying in his constituency. They are not only Muslims. Also, please tell me and ask these people, if you can at any time, that Turkey, Libya, Egypt, Sudan, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Tunisia, Iraq, are they not Islamic country? Why do they not have a Waqf board? Why do they not have a law? Because it is not a mandatory part of Islam.
Well, in fact, the very existence of the Waqf Act is under challenge in the Delhi High Court. There are petitions pending, and
I don't understand. Basic premise, Abhishek, I always ask this question to myself. When my constitution was amended in the 42nd Amendment, when the entire opposition was in the jail, that India's preamble was amended and sovereign secular was the secular socialist was added.
Yeah.
My point is simple: if the state is secular,
okay,
how can it have a minority affair?
Absolutely. No, that's a
completely different debate.
But Suesha, I believe, has a guest with her outside Parliament. Suesha, over to you. Who's there with you? And you would have heard this breaking news development where AIM PLB is trying to bring in an element of street protest in their opposition to the Waqf Amendment Bill.
Yes. Let's also get Karan Verma's view on this. Karan, were you expecting this? Because with the way they knew that they didn't have the numbers ever, but they wanted to keep the rhetoric going, was agitation a step that they would have probably resorted?
So they had said pretty much that we are going to take to the streets. They, in fact, on the pious occasion of Eid, they had those black armbands while they were attending the prayers at the masjid also. So, let's understand this All India Muslim Personal Law Board, they have for far too long held back women. They have opposed women as members of the Waqf board. Can you imagine such regressive mindset and patriarchal mindset? They've even always said that women should not enter masjids, and even if they do enter, it should be segregated spaces. So I think it's time this regressive patriarchal mindset be put to rest, and they cannot have another Shaheen Bagh. It's plain and simple. Shaheen Bagh was unconstitutional as per the Supreme Court. We are done with these blockades. They can't happen. We are a country that's run by law. There has to be a rule of law, and we have to respect what is passed in the parliament. No Muslim personal law board or no personal law can actually infringe on it.
All right, Abhishek, yes, we have to step into a very short break right now, because literally within a few minutes is when we cut live to the Parliament as proceedings begin for the bill to be tabled. We'll continue to get you more voices on all the latest developments coming in. Stepping into a short break.
Now, the question on your mind is whether the Waqf bill will pass. That's the question I'm being asked most often, that the Modi government has a very clear intention in its mind to push through the controversial Waqf Amendment Bill despite the opposition of the hardline Muslim groups. But then the question is whether the Modi government can do it. You see, the feeling in the minds of most people is that this third term of the Modi government, they don't have the numbers that they had in the second term. So if they can't pass the Uniform Civil Code immediately, then how can they pass the Waqf bill? If they can't pass immediately one nation, one poll, how can they pass the Waqf bill? Well, simply, ladies and gentlemen, this is a Waqf amendment bill. It needs a simple majority in both houses of parliament. So it's much easier than one nation, one poll or a uniform civil code. Now, let me start by talking about the Lok Sabha. I believe that the NDA can easily pass the bill in the Lok Sabha because they have 293 seats in the Lok Sabha. As of now, I am not hearing anything to the effect that JDU or Chandrababu Naidu or TDP are going to be against it. They will go along with the government. But even if the TDP or the JDU decide not to support the bill or to abstain, even then the bill goes through. And let me explain the numbers here. If the JDU were to abstain, and this is all theoretical, viewers, which it won't, still...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
लोकसभा में न राज्यसभा में जिस तरीके से अहंकार है कांग्रेस को, राहुल को, वो कह रहे थे कि हमने 24 के चुनाव के बाद मोदी जी की साइकोलॉजी तोड़ दिया। तीसरी सरकार का जो तीसरा टर्म है मोदी जी का, ये बिल ऐतिहासिक होगा गरीबों के हक में।
NDA confident on Waqf amendment bill. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju to table the bill. Home Minister Amit Shah to present government's position in Lok Sabha on the Waqf debate. From Delhi to Mumbai to Bhopal, nationwide support pours in for the Waqf bill.
5 करोड़ के लगभग ईमेल जो इसके अगेंस्ट में थे, उसके अलावा जो भी एतराज़ात मुख्तलिफ शहरों के अंदर ऑब्जेक्शन लोगों ने पेश किए, उनमें से किसी को भी कंसीडर नहीं किया गया।
All India Muslim Personal Law Board threatens to hold nationwide agitation and take action against Muslims supporting the bill. Satish Salyan's lawyer makes explosive charges in Disha Salyan investigation, says the case was fabricated, names former Mumbai top cop Parambir Singh. Salyan's lawyer alleges former Mumbai top cop Parambir Singh tampered with the case, demands a probe against him. Ladies and gentlemen, time for that historic moment in the Parliament. In a short while from now, the session with regards to the Waqf bill is expected to begin. In fact, 8 hours have been allocated over the discussion on this entire matter. In a short while from now, we're going to go across to the Lok Sabha. The hearing, the proceedings have begun.
Dated 15/1/2025, conveyed the sanction of President of India for amount 235 crore 95 lakh and 10,000 on the request made by Department of Telecommunications, Ministry of Communications, and an amount of rupees 141 crore 5 lakh 91,093 was withdrawn from contingency fund during the budget session of Parliament to provide loan to MTNL for servicing of the sovereign guarantee bonds of series 7C, 7D, 8B, 8D and 7E. Thank you.
आइटम नंबर 9 श्री किरण रिजिजू जी।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं निम्नलिखित प्रस्ताव पेश करता हूं कि ये सभा 1 अप्रैल 2025 को सभा में प्रस्तुत कार्य मंत्रणा समिति के 9वें प्रतिवेदन से सहमत है।
1 अप्रैल 2025 को सभा में प्रस्तुत कार्य मंत्रणा समिति के 90 प्रतिवेदन से सहमत है। जो सदस्य प्रस्ताव के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य प्रस्ताव के विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में प्रस्ताव अनुमोदित किया जाता है। ये बिजनेस एडवाइजरी कमेटी है, ठीक है ना। माननीय सदस्य जिन्हें आज नियम 377 के अधीन मामले उठाने की अनुमति दी है, वे व्यक्तिगत रूप से अपना अनुमोदित पाठ सभा पटल पर प्रस्तुत कर सकते हैं। आइटम नंबर 11 माननीय मंत्री पंकज चौधरी जी।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं अपने वरिष्ठ सहयोगी श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण जी की ओर से प्रस्ताव करता हूं कि आज की संशोधित कार्यसूची में मत संख्या 11 में वर्णित बैंककारी विधियां संशोधन विधेयक 2024 में राज्यसभा द्वारा किए गए संशोधन पर विचार किया जाए।
प्रश्न है कि लोकसभा द्वारा यथा पारित बैंककारी विधियां संशोधन विधेयक 2024 में राज्यसभा द्वारा किए गए संशोधन पर विचार किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत हुआ। अब मैं
संशोधनों को सभा के मतदान के लिए रखूंगा। प्रश्न ये कि लोकसभा द्वारा यथा पारित विधेयक में राज्यसभा द्वारा किए गए संशोधन संख्या 1 और 2 को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में संशोधन स्वीकृत हुआ। मंत्री जी अब प्रस्ताव करें कि लोकसभा द्वारा यथा पारित विधेयक में राज्यसभा द्वारा किए गए संशोधन से सभा सहमत है।
महोदय, मैं प्रस्ताव करता हूं कि राज्यसभा द्वारा विधेयक में किए गए संशोधनों पर सहमति दी जाए।
प्रश्न ये है कि लोकसभा द्वारा यथा पारित विधेयक में राज्यसभा द्वारा किए गए संशोधन से सभा सहमत है। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ। प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत हुआ। लोकसभा द्वारा यथा पारित बैंककारी विधिया संशोधन विधेयक 2024 में राज्यसभा द्वारा किए गए संशोधन सभा सहमत हुई। आइटम नंबर 12 और 13 को एक साथ सभा में लिया जा रहा है। वक्फ संशोधन विधेयक 2025 संयुक्त समिति द्वारा यथा प्रतिवेदित और मुसलमान वक्फ निरसन विधेयक 2024। माननीय मंत्री किरण रिजिजू जी। हाँ, बोलिए।
This type of bill, when you are bringing it to the House, at least the members has to have the power to give amendments. Yesterday, what happened, sir? This bill has been brought into the notice of member only around afternoon. Then the amendment time will be ceased till 3:30. Then how can the members who move amendments, sir? This is basically, you are actually bulldozing the legislation, sir. This type of legislation bulldozing is not happened in this house, sir. Sir, members has to go. Why that, sir? You need to give time for amendment, sir. Sir, there are several provisions to be given amendment. There is no time at all.
ओके, आप बैठिए, एक विषय मैं दे दूं। माननीय सदस्यगण, मैंने सभी जो गैर सरकारी माननीय सदस्यों के जो भी संशोधन प्रस्ताव थे वह और सरकारी संशोधन प्रस्ताव दोनों को बराबर का समय दिया है। मैंने ऐसा नहीं किया कि आपके मैंने जितना भी समय गैर सरकारी संशोधन को दिया है उतना ही समय सरकारी संशोधनों को दिया है। मैंने दोनों में कोई अंतर नहीं किया गया है।
मंत्री जी को
हाँ, एक मिनट एन के प्रेमचंद्रन जी, आप बता दीजिए।
सर, my point of order is relating to Rule 80, Clause 1 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business, and under Rule 376 of the Rules of Procedure, and also colon sector, page 650. Sir, now this House is considering a bill, Waqf Amendment Bill 2024, as reported by the Joint Committee, Parliamentary Joint Committee. We are not discussing the original bill. It is as reported by the Joint Parliamentary Committee. My definite question to the Honorable Speaker, sir, is whether the Joint Parliamentary Committee has the right to incorporate new provisions in the bill. It is beyond the powers and ambit of the Joint Parliamentary Committee. They have incorporated so many new provisions. I have no objection in respect of those provisions. Even 2A also, it is appreciable We don't have any objection. Sir, very serious technical matter. And kindly see, only even the House, Speaker sir, even the House do not have the authority to make wait up. You can reply after that. You can reply after. Sir, you can reply after me. Sir, even this Parliament, even this Lok Sabha, this August House, do not have the right to incorporate a new provision unless you suspend Rule 81. But what is Rule 81, sir? Sir, Rule 81 is very clear. Rule 81 says the following conditions shall govern the administrability of amendments to clauses or schedules of a bill. An amendment shall be within the scope of the bill and relevant to the subject matter of the clause which relates. Whether these so many provisions in the new drafted bill, extraneous provisions are also incorporated, that will not come within the purview. That is why I am saying even this House do not have the right to make new provisions unless, let me please, unless and until Rule 81 is suspended. I do agree, sir, I do agree with you. The government has the power. The minister has the power. The minister has the power to move amendments, and also they can recommend. Joint Parliamentary Committee can recommend, but they cannot come with new provisions as a newly drafted bill for which there is no right.
Okay.
Sir, I am quoting Kaulan sector. Very important.
पढ़ लिया आपका, मैं व्यवस्था दे रहा हूँ, पहले गृह मंत्री जी बताएंगे. हो गया वो. मैं व्यवस्था दूंगा, पहले गृह मंत्री जी बताएंगे, फिर व्यवस्था. माननीय इनको पढ़ लें दो पूरा. 1 मिनट इनको पढ़ लें दो. आप पढ़ लो, आप पूरा पढ़ लो.
Sir, Kaulan sector, page 615. The motion for reference of a bill to a select committee may include instruction to the committee to consider matters other than those dealt with in the bill but relating to the subject matter of the bill. Instruction to the committee for amendments of such sections of the Parent Act as are not covered by the amending bill, whenever given, are to be specific and clear, unquote.
Okay.
That means unless and until the House specifically directed to go into this, they have no right to make new provisions in the bill. It is beyond the powers of the Joint Parliamentary Committee they have acted, for which I am seeking a ruling.
आप बात खत्म करें. माननीय गृह मंत्री जी, आप बैठिए. ऐसा नहीं चलेगा माननीय सदस्य. मैंने सबको मौका दिया. प्लीज बैठिए आप. बैठिए. माननीय गृह मंत्री जी बोलेंगे.
माननीय सदस्य ने जो पॉइंट ऑफ ऑर्डर उठाया है, मैं इसके हार्द को सदन के सामने रखना चाहता हूं. भारत सरकार की कैबिनेट ने इस बारे में एक बिल अप्रूव कर सदन के सामने रखा. आपके द्वारा ये बिल जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी को दिया गया, जिसका विपक्ष का भी बड़ा आग्रह था. कमेटी ने इस पर सुविचारित रूप से अपना मत प्रकट किया. वो जो मत प्रकट हुआ, वो मत फिर से कैबिनेट के सामने गया. कमेटी के जो सुझाव थे, ये भारत सरकार की कैबिनेट ने स्वीकार किए और अमेंडमेंट के रूप में किरण रिजिजू जी लेकर आए. ये तभी होता है जब ये ऑफिशियल अमेंडमेंट कैबिनेट की अनुमोदन के बगैर आता है. मान्यवर, मैं नहीं मानता इसमें कोई पॉइंट ऑफ ऑर्डर है, और आपका ही आग्रह था कि कमेटी जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी बने. अगर कमेटी ने कोई बदलाव ही नहीं करने हैं तो ये कांग्रेस जैसी कमेटियां नहीं, हमारी लोकतांत्रिक कमेटी है मान्यवर, जो दिमाग चलाती है. कांग्रेस के जमाने में कमेटियां होती थी जो थप्पा लगाती थी. हमारी कमेटी चर्चा करती है, चर्चा के आधार पर विचार करती है और परिवर्तन करती है. अगर परिवर्तन को स्वीकार ही नहीं करना है तो कमेटी काहे को लिए है भाई?
आप जब विधेयक पर चर्चा हो तो सबको मौका दूंगा. अभी 0 ओवर पर मानने के मैं इस पर अपनी व्यवस्था देता हूं. माननीय सदस्यगण श्री N.K. प्रेमचंद्रन जी ने जो प्रश्न उठाया है, वक्फ संशोधन विधेयक 2025 पर संयुक्त समिति में विधेयक कुछ खंड जोड़ दिए गए जो विधेयक के दायरे से बाहर हैं. इस विषय पर मैं माननीय सदस्यों का ध्यान कौल और शकदर द्वारा रचित संसदीय पद्धति और प्रक्रिया की ओर आकर्षित करना चाहता हूं कि संयुक्त समिति की किसी भी विधेयक में संशोधन करने की शक्तियां बड़ी व्यापक और विस्तृत है। समिति किसी भी विधेयक में पूर्ण रूप से संशोधन कर सकती है या उसको पूर्णतः नया प्रारूप तैयार कर सकती है तथा विधेयक के सिद्धांत में परिवर्तन किए बिना उसका पूरा नाम और संक्षिप्त नाम भी बदल सकती है। इस प्रकार समिति किसी विधेयक में नए उपबंध सम्मिलित कर सकती है तथा विधेयक की व्याप्ति की समिति कर सकती है। विगत में कई संयुक्त समितियों ने विधेयकों में ऐसे संशोधन किए हैं। श्री किरण रिजिजू जी।
Honorable Speaker, sir, I rise to move the motion for consideration of the Waqf Amendment Bill 2025 and Mussalman Waqf Repeal Bill 2024. अध्यक्ष महोदय जी, आपने जो रूलिंग दिया है जेपीसी के बारे में जिक्र किया है, उसी के साथ साथ जुड़ते हुए
एक मिनट किरण जी, एक मिनट श्री सोगत राय जी संशोधन संख्या 108 को प्रस्तुत करें। आप बोल रहे थे ना?
Under Rule 77(2) of the Rules of Procedure, I propose that the Waqf Amendment Bill 2025 be recommitted for the purpose of eliciting further opinion thereon.
ओके, माननीय मंत्री जी अब 12-16 पर अपना वक्तव्य दें।
आपका जो जब मैं ओपनिंग करूंगा उसका भी जवाब आएगा और बाकी अमेंडमेंट तो आखिरी में आता ही है।
चलिए माननीय मंत्री जी।
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, हम सबको बहुत डिटेल में जाने का भी आवश्यकता नहीं है। कमेटी के बारे में उसका जिक्र काफ़ी हो चुके हैं, लेकिन मैं इतना कहना चाहता हूं कि जो कमेटी इस बार दोनों सदन लोकसभा राज्यसभा मिला करके ज्वाइंट कमेटी में वक्फ अमेंडमेंट बिल पे जो चर्चा हुई है, आज तक भारत के संसदीय इतिहास में इतना व्यापक रूप से चर्चा, कंसल्टेशन और समय कभी नहीं दिया है। इसलिए मैं जो ज्वाइंट कमेटी में जितने मेंबर्स दोनों सदनों के लोकसभा और राज्यसभा में जो सदस्य उस कमेटी में थे, मेरे तरफ से सरकार की ओर से मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं, अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं। अध्यक्ष महोदय जी, कुल मिलाकर के 97,27,772 याचिकाएं ऑनलाइन, फिजिकल, मेमोरेंडम के रूप में, रिक्वेस्ट के रूप में और सुझाव के रूप में पूरे तरह से सरकार ने देखा है। वो जेपीसी के माध्यम से हो या डायरेक्ट दिया हो, हमने सब उसको देखा है। इससे बड़ा कभी भी, इससे ज़्यादा संख्या में किसी भी बिल के ऊपर में लोगों का याचिकाएं नहीं आया आज तक। कुल मिलाकर के 284 डेलीगेशन ने अलग अलग समुदाय के जो स्टेक होल्डर्स है, उन्होंने कमेटी के सामने में अपने बात को रखा है, सुझाव भी दिया है। 25 स्टेट गवर्नमेंट और यूनियन टेरिटरीज का वक्फ बोर्ड्स ने अपना सबमिशन भी पेश किया गया है। इसके अतिरिक्त कई लीगल लुमिनरीज, विद्वान लोग हैं हमारे समाज में, कम्युनिटी लीडर्स हैं, अलग अलग धार्मिक संस्थाओं का प्रतिनिधि, चैरिटेबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, सिविल सोसाइटी, एकेडमिशियंस, रिसर्चर्स, पॉलिसी मेकर्स, सब ने इस कमेटी के सामने में पेशकश किया है। उसके साथ साथ मैं कहना चाहता हूं सर, आज जब मैं जो बात रखूंगा आपके सामने में, पिछली बार जब हमने ये प्रस्तुत किए थे बिल को इस सदन में, तब भी मैंने कई बातें बताई थी। आज मैं उसको नहीं दोहराते हुए कुछ बातें मैं जोड़ूंगा, और मुझे अपना बात रखने के बाद सिर्फ उम्मीद ही नहीं, पूरा यकीन है कि जो लोग इस बिल को विरोध कर रहे थे वो हृदय में भी बदलाव होगा। पॉजिटिव सोच के साथ इस बिल में सब समर्थन करेंगे, ये मैं विश्वास के साथ आगे अपना बात रखना चाहता हूं। क्योंकि मैं पॉजिटिव नोट से बात रखना चाहता हूं, तो इसलिए एक मेरे जो मन की बात है मैं कहना चाहता हूं, तो इससे अच्छा संदेश जाए। किसी की बात कोई, अध्यक्ष महोदय, किसी की बात कोई बदगुमान ना समझे, इस जमीन का दर्द कभी आसमान ना समझेगा। ये मैं दिल से कह रहा हूं, क्योंकि अच्छा सोच के साथ, बड़ा दिल के साथ, खुले मन से मैं ये प्रस्ताव आपके सामने में पेश कर रहा हूं। सर, कई लोगों ने अपने अपने तरीके से बातें रखी हैं। किसी ने कहा ये प्रावधान अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है, गैर संवैधानिक है। किसी ने कहा ये इलीगल है, अनलॉफुल है। सर, ये बिल जो हम लोग जिक्र कर रहे हैं कोई नया विषय नहीं है। आजादी से पहले ये बिल, जब पहली बार मुसलमान वक्फ वैलिडेटिंग एक्ट पास किया गया था 1913 में, तब से इसका इतिहास शुरू होता है। उससे पहले प्रीवी काउंसिल ने 1894 में इनवैलिडेट किया था वक़्फ़ अल औलाद को। बाद में उसका प्रॉपर लीगल फॉर्म में 1913 के बाद फिर 1923 में द मुसलमान वक्फ एक्ट लाया गया था, जिसमें अकाउंटिंग और ट्रांसपेरेंसी के बारे में ये जोर उसको देते हुए ये एक्ट पास किया गया था। उसके बाद 1930 में द मुसलमान वक्फ वैलिडेटिंग एक्ट लाया गया है, जो रीइंफोर्स करता है लीगल वैलिडिटी ऑफ द फैमिली वक्फ। परिवार में जो वक्फ होता है उसको जोड़ देते हुए ये बिल लाया गया है। उसके बाद आज़ादी के बाद 1954 में 1954 में वक्फ एक्ट पहली बार आज़ाद भारत का एक्ट बनी, और उस समय स्टेट वक्फ बोर्ड का भी प्रावधान उसी 1954 एक्ट में प्रावधान किया गया था। उस समय से लेकर के कई संशोधन के साथ में 1995 में व्यापक रूप से ये वक्फ एक्ट बनी है। तो उस समय किसी ने नहीं कहा कि ये एक्ट अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल है, किसी ने नहीं कहा उस समय ये अनलॉफुल है। आज जब हम उसी बिल को सुधार के ला रहे हैं, तब आपको ये अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल, अनलॉफुल का ये शब्द इस्तेमाल करने का आपको ये नौबत कैसे आया? ये सोच क्यों आया? अगर आप सच्चे दिल से सोचते और मन साफ होते तो आप तर्क पे जाते। इस संशोधन बिल में जो तर्क है आप उसमें बात कीजिए। आप उसको छोड़ के जो कोई लेना देना नहीं है बिल में, उसका बात आप लेकर के लोगों को गुमराह करने का, बरगलाने का काम जो किया है, उसको मैं शुरू में साफ करना चाहता हूं। अध्यक्ष महोदय जी, 1995 में ट्राइब्यूनल का पहला व्यवस्था किया गया है, ताकि वक्फ बोर्ड का कोई भी निर्णय किसी को अगर पसंद नहीं है या उसको चैलेंज करना चाहता है तो वक्फ ट्राइब्यूनल वहां आप जा सकते हैं। उसका प्रावधान पहले बार हुए हैं, और उस समय यह भी फैसला हुआ कि 5 लाख से ज्यादा आमदनी किसी वक्फ प्रॉपर्टी में है, उसके लिए सरकार एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑफिसर्स अपॉइंट किया जाएगा। ये भी 1995 में शुरुआत की है। अध्यक्ष महोदय जी, ये आज एक ट्रिगर पॉइंट क्यों हुआ है? ये अमेंडमेंट बिल लाने का आवश्यकता सबसे ज्यादा शुरुआत कहां से हुई? मैं संक्षेप में बताना चाहता हूं। 2013 में, 2014 में हम सब चुनाव में गए, और चुनाव में जाने से पहले 2013 में कुछ कदम ऐसे उठाए गए हैं जो आप सुन करके, आप सदस्य के रूप में भी और इस देश का नागरिक होने के कारण आपके दिमाग में यह बात जरूर सवाल उठेगा कि ऐसा कदम क्यों उठाया गया है। सर, 2013 में पहला यह बदलाव हुआ कि इस देश में कोई भी आदमी, कोई भी इंसान चाहे हिंदू हो, मुसलमान हो, सिख हो, ईसाई हो, पारसी हो, बौद्ध हो, जैन हो, वक्फ क्रिएट कर सकता है। सबको मालूम है वक्फ एक मुसलमान का अल्लाह के प्रति अपना एक उसका एक पायस चैरिटेबल रिलीजियस पर्पस के लिए वक्फ क्रिएट किया जाता है, लेकिन उसमें डाइल्यूशन करके 2013 में कोई भी वक्फ क्रिएट कर सकता है। ये प्रावधान सबसे पहले उस समय की यूपीए सरकार ने किया है। दूसरा, आपने सारा वक्फ को स्पेसिफिक कर दिया कि शिया बोर्ड में शिया ही रहेंगे, सुन्नी बोर्ड में सिर्फ सुन्नी ही रहेंगे, और कोई भी बोर्ड हो सिर्फ उनके लोग ही रहेंगे, बाकी कोई उसमें आ नहीं सकता है। ऐसा आपने प्रावधान किया। तीसरा, 2008 सर, आप शांति से सुनने के बाद आप जो भी पूछेंगे हमारा रिप्लाई तो आएंगे ही सर। डिबेट का आखिरी में है, मेरा फिर से रिप्लाई होगा। तो अभी मैं जब शुरुआत में कुछ दृष्टिकोण रख रहा हूं, इसमें कोई हस्तक्षेप ना करे, ध्यान से सुनिए, ताकि हमारा डिबेट का स्तर भी ऊंचा रहे और तर्क भी सामने में आ जाए। सर, एक प्रावधान आया सेक्शन 108। उस सेक्शन 108 में ये लिखा गया है कि वक्फ बोर्ड का जो प्रावधान है इस देश में कोई भी मौजूदा कानून के ऊपर में रहेगा, ओवरराइडिंग इफेक्ट रहेगा, ऐसा आपने कानून बनाया है। इस देश में ऐसा कानून कैसे मंजूर कर सकते हैं अध्यक्ष महोदय जी? हर कानून अपना अपना हिसाब से चलता है, लेकिन एक कानून दूसरे कानून के ऊपर में ओवरराइडिंग इफेक्ट होगा, ये कोई भी मान्यता नहीं दे सकता है। उसके बाद सर, मैं कुछ प्रोपेगेंडा साथ में जुड़े हुए हैं उससे पहले, जो 2013 में मुझे भी बहुत ताज्जुब हुआ कि ये पास कैसे जबरदस्ती करवाया है। 2013 में वक्फ में यूजर जो आपने प्रावधान डाला, उसके बाद 1970 से केस चल रहा था दिल्ली के अंदर में। दिल्ली के अंदर में हमारा सीजीओ कॉम्प्लेक्स है, पार्लियामेंट बिल्डिंग है, कई प्रॉपर्टीज है, और इसको वक्फ बोर्ड, दिल्ली वक्फ बोर्ड ने क्लेम किया कि ये वक्फ प्रॉपर्टीज है। उसके बाद ये केस चल रहा था अदालत में। उस समय यूपीए सरकार ने पूरा सारा जमीन को डी नोटिफाई करके वक्फ बोर्ड को दे दिया। 123 प्रॉपर्टी। अगर आज हम ये संशोधन लेके नहीं आते तो जिस सदन में हम बैठे हैं, ये पार्लियामेंट बिल्डिंग, इसको भी क्लेम किया जा रहा था। एयरपोर्ट, बसंत विहार, और अगर नरेंद्र मोदी जी का सरकार नहीं आते, अगर यूपीए का सरकार कंटिन्यू रहता, तो क्या क्या बिल्डिंग को डी नोटिफाई किया जाना था। 123 प्रॉपर्टी को तो डी नोटिफाई किया। मैं रिकॉर्ड में कह रहा हूं, अपने मन से कुछ नहीं कह रहा हूं, मैं ऑफिशियल रिकॉर्ड का बात बता रहा हूं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, आप काहे को उछल रहे हो? मैं अपने से थोड़ी बोल रहा हूं, जो हकीकत बात को बता रहा हूं। आप आराम से बैठ के सुनिए।
आपके दल को और आपको सबको बोलने का मौका मिलेगा। माननीय मंत्री जी,